The rain fell from the frowning red sky, falling on the warrior who was kneeling and praying after the hardest battle, in which he was the last one alive. The rain poured down on the warriors who were forever left lying on the cold ground. They had fought honorably, but death had caught up with them in this battle. The young warrior looked around and saw only mountains of corpses that lay in the mud, blood running down his face mixed with rainwater. It was hard for him to look at it all. He looked around and couldn't believe that so many people had been killed. The war had brought nothing but murder and destruction to this land. He felt sorry for all the people killed. He couldn't believe that he was able to survive such a brutal battle. He was all alone, and all his comrades had left him. He didn't know if there were any other survivors. He stood there thinking as he suddenly heard a sound that startled him a little. He turned around to see where the sound was coming from. He was going to defend himself in case of a threat. A huge head was lying there, and it seemed to be on its deathbed already, but suddenly it spoke. He couldn't believe that he was able to see such a strong man as this young warrior was. The warrior looked at him and was shocked that he was still alive. He thought he was finished and had managed to kill him, but his voice convinced him otherwise. He was standing on the body of a huge giant whose body was covered in cuts. It was obvious that he had been tried many times to kill him. He was lying there and was almost dead. He had no more strength to fight. He could barely speak. This was the great Ashel. He was powerful and huge, but he still managed to defeat a man who was much smaller and weaker than him. Ashel had appeared in their world 20 days ago, and he had revealed himself to the Empire. But he was not alone with him. His assistants had arrived. He was the strongest of them all. After arriving in their empire, he began to wreak havoc for no reason. He killed innocent people and burned their cities. He was the last of the three giants. The warrior looked at him with anger. Because of him, half of the empire had turned into a graveyard. He had killed many innocent souls. He wanted to know why Ashel was still alive after being mortally wounded. He stepped on the giant's head and told him that he wouldn't have long to live. Ashel told him that he would soon return to his world where he came from. The warrior liked this option very much. He told him that all his friends in his world were already waiting for him, but they didn't have long to wait. He was ready to kill him. Ashel was very surprised by the warrior's words. He did not understand what friends he was talking about. The warrior explained to him that the two who had come to their empire with him were waiting for him. He told him that they were no longer alive. The empire would not tolerate their violence. And on one of them, they directed their fiery red dragon, which killed him with its flames. The other giant was sealed forever by their mage. He was defeated by an old man named Lorian. He fought him and won. Now he will be imprisoned forever for his crimes. The warrior was glad that the people were able to defeat the evil that came to them, and which mercilessly killed them, but they could not defeat the brave men who destroyed them. Ashel, dying, told the warrior not to hide the whole truth. Behind false words, he believed that the children of the star were knit together. These words surprised the young brave man. He knew that all their opponents were also destroyed along with them. They had managed to kill everyone who opposed them, except the brave man himself. He was the strongest of them all. Ashel realized that there were no more brave men like this young warrior left in the empire. They all died defending their land, but they did not fall to the evil giants. His words only made the young warrior laugh. Looking at him, he said that he was still alive, and he would be able to defend the empire once again in case of danger. But the giant hurriedly warned the warrior. He told him to take his time and not to get ahead of himself. He could soon die. He felt his end was near. Ashel said that he would have been glad if the warrior had realized his abilities earlier and developed them. He could have been a big obstacle in their way. Hearing this made the warrior angry. He didn't want to listen to him, but there was only one way to silence him. The warrior realized that there was some truth in what he said, and so it made him even angrier. Soon the young warrior pulled himself together and calmed down. He realized without the giant that he had lived his life in vain. He wanted the giant to shut up now so he could kill him in peace. The giant did not ask for mercy. He knew that he would die soon. He was not against it. Ashel called the warrior a righteous man. He could be proud of that. The warrior drew his sword and prepared to strike a decisive blow that would put an end to the entire race of giants. They were no longer a threat to his empire, but the giant still wanted to say something to the warrior. As the brave stood and gathered his strength to kill Ashel, he kept telling him what would happen to his world in the end. But the warrior didn't listen to the giant's words and didn't give any importance to them. At the threshold of death, the giant added that the empire would disappear. It would be swallowed by starlight. He was sure of it, and no one could save the warrior's empire. It was doomed. Upon hearing Ahayut's words, the warrior swung his sword and struck the giant with a killing blow. He was tired of listening to him and was angry at him for the atrocities he had committed. He quickly and deftly cut off the giant's head. Finished with him, the warrior turned around and headed on his way. Inside him was the hope that he would still be able to find someone alive. The brave walked through the puddles that were filled with the blood of the slain warriors. He did not understand what to do with what had already happened. It was impossible to fix it and save the slain comrades. He sadly remembered how he had gotten into the camp with his friends, how much fun they had together. They had been one big family. Now that would no longer be the case. They always knew how to find the right words and support on hard days. Together, they were always joking and having fun. They had a very friendly atmosphere inside the camp. Everyone who was with him in the war camp was already lying on that cold ground, killed by Ahayut and his companions. He saw his friends he could no longer save. He could only mourn their loss. He couldn't believe that they were all caught up in this battle. He didn't want them to be dragged into this war. He knew that if they fought, they would die. The warrior stood beside a huge mountain of corpses. All of them were his friends that he had failed to save and had been mercilessly killed by Ahayut. He was the one who had brought so much grief to the empire. He bowed down and wondered what pride had sent them to fight to the death against the giants. They obviously thought that if he was strong enough to handle them, they could overcome them. The warrior closed the eyes of his fallen comrades and thought that they should have assessed their chances from the beginning and run away from the battlefield. Then they would be alive. He wished they would have run away and been alive. But now they were not. He lambasted them and couldn't understand why against giants that could repel the strongest sword in the empire, only his sword could overpower them, why his friends couldn't defeat them. If he had known that, there was no way an ordinary warrior would have stood in the front lines and died such a horrible death. They didn't deserve it. He strongly regretted that so many good soldiers had been killed in vain. He didn't know why things had happened like this. He was on his knees and was incredibly upset. He was the only survivor. Suddenly, among the corpses, he heard someone's voice that wanted to know if someone was near him. It was like he was looking for help among the living people. The voice told him that he was unable to move because of the severe wounds he had received in the battle with the giant. The warrior thought the voice sounded familiar, but he didn't know where it came from or who was its owner. He could not believe that he was not alone and that someone else had survived. But he did not know how to find him and help him. He was in a stupor and could not answer him. The voice kept asking for help from all who heard it. The warrior got to his feet with his sword and realized that someone was still alive and he was going to seek him out. He gripped his sword tightly and set out to find him. Even though he was wounded, he was happy to realize that someone was still with him, and he was not alone. All he had to do was find him. The warrior searched for someone who was asking for help. He came to a rock where a wounded girl was sitting. He didn't know if she was alive or dead, and he didn't know if it was her voice. He went to her to check on her. He approached the girl, leaned over, and was happy. He had finally found someone who had also managed to survive. He wasn't alone, but he didn't know who was in front of him yet. Suddenly he saw a familiar face, and he was shocked that the survivor was his commander-in-chief. It was a complete surprise to him. Ashel was sitting there, not saying anything to him yet. She was badly wounded. Her arm had been torn off in battle, and she had applied a tourniquet to her arm on her own. She tightened the wound as best she could, but she needed help immediately. He came close to her and said that she, as for a commander, did not look very good. She answered him that he, as for a corporal, did not look any better than she did. But she didn't care how she looked right now. What mattered to her was knowing that Ahayut would be dead. That was far more important than her health or even her life. Ronan leaned over to her and told her that he had killed him himself. His corpse was lying near them. He reassured her that he had confirmed Ahayut's death. She said only one short word and was silent. He was surprised at her reaction, and the fact that she didn't answer him anymore. He thought there was something wrong with her. Ashel laid her head on the rock and was relieved that he was dead. She was pleased that they had succeeded in stopping the evil giant. She thanked Corporal Ronan and cried with happiness. Despite her injury, she was still quite strong even though she had lost a lot of blood. Ashel continued to lie there smiling. Nothing else interested her. She was happy that the whole battle was over, and now they were not threatened. But Ronan didn't understand what was going on with the commander-in-chief. Ronan told her that if she was grateful to him, he would like to ask her to fulfill on a request of him. She was surprised by this, but wanted to know what he wanted to ask her. He wanted to ask her about the burial of the fallen soldiers. According to the regulations, the bodies were either left or burned. He asked her to treat them properly this time. She wasn't sure if she could fulfill his request. He looked older than her. She thought that he could do it himself personally and pay his respects to the fallen soldiers. Ronan wanted to answer her that he wouldn't, and suddenly he coughed violently. He couldn't speak properly. He was coughing. Ashel watched and couldn't help him. She just waited for the cough to let go, and he would continue talking. He spit out the blood on his hand, and looking at her asked her, and now which one of them looked more alive? It looked like Ronan was seriously injured and he might be bleeding internally. Ronan watched as drops of blood dripped off his hand onto the ground. At that moment he thought he could die at any second. But he had no fear. He only smiled. He began to tell her that most of the time he was just doing nonsense, so he didn't have time to do as much as he would have liked, and it made his death look extremely unfair. Ashel listened to him intently, and when he was done, he asked him what he would have wanted to do if he had survived. Ronan, with a smile on his face, told her that he had just a huge list of things he wanted to do. He raised his head and looked up at the sky and added that there was only one thought on his mind right now, and one thing he wanted to do first. Ronan lowered his head sharply and asked a question to the commander-in-chief, who was clearly not ready to hear it. He asked her what it was like to attend the academy. She was completely surprised to hear such a question. He told her what the giant had said to him before he died, and he told her that his words had hurt him. He was surprised that he would start saying that their empire might be coming to an end. But he wasn't bothered by those words now. He was much more concerned with something else, what he had asked the commander-in-chief about. He wondered what it felt like to be in the academy. Ronan remembered that his sister's last wish was to send him to the academy to study, and he never fulfilled it, though he wanted to do so very badly. But he was not saddened. He was still as sure that soon he would be reunited with his sister. He thought that he was already on the verge of his death, and no one would be able to save him. Ashel wanted to cheer him up and told him that when the rain stopped, the search party would find them. But he would not listen to her and added that he was beyond saving. But he did not understand why she was trying so hard to reassure him. He knew that she was saying meaningless words to him, and that if they were found by a search party, he would die anyway. His injury was quite severe. They continued to talk, but suddenly something changed and they both tensed. Surprise enveloped them, and they realized something abruptly, almost simultaneously. Ronan noticed that the dodge was over. It was sudden to him. Ashel also noticed that the storm that seemed to be going on for a long time had abruptly stopped. After the storm, the sunlight fell on them abruptly, but it was not so simple. It literally blinded them. It was sudden. They both didn't realize what was happening. They were waiting for a new danger. Ronan noticed that there was something in the sky, and it was right in front of them. But because of the bright light, he couldn't make them out, but he knew that there was going to be a new fight. In front of him were other monsters that had come to kill all humans and destroy the empire. These monsters had 8 wings and were skeletons. Ronan stood up and could not, for what reason they appeared to them, where they came to them from and what they wanted from them. He was not going to surrender without a fight. A shocked Ashel sat there and could not believe what was in front of her eyes. She thought it would end with those 3 giants, but she was wrong. She cried. She had failed to save the world, and this was her 3rd attempt to save everyone. She only had one chance, but she couldn't think of anything else. Ashel found herself far away from reality. She was deep in her thoughts and was disconnected from reality, but Ronan's voice was bringing her back. He couldn't reach her. He kept calling her until she came back to reality. She finally stopped realizing what was going on around her. The battle with the giants had shaken her badly. Ronan was yelling at her. He needed her to pull herself together. He asked her to use telekinesis or something similar. He needed her to throw him up to them. From the ground, he couldn't reach them with his sword. Ashel didn't understand what he wanted from her. She was surprised by his request. She could see he was serious, and he wanted them together to be able to kill them all. She couldn't believe that even being in such a difficult situation, he still wanted to fight. He answered her that he wouldn't back down and thought that she had already accepted her fate and surrendered. Ronan drew his sword and prepared to attack the monsters that had encroached on their empire. He would not back down even if he faced death. He was willing to sacrifice himself to save the others. He knew that fear had no place in his heart. He was determined to go into battle, and even if he was killed by them, He had to take them all with him. There was no other way. His words threw her into a stupor. He sat there in a daze. Even in such a difficult situation, he did not give up. He was alone against an incredible number of monsters. Ronan clenched his teeth and told her that he was the kind of man who didn't give up in any situation. He knew he would always find a way out. That was why they had gotten this far. She sat behind him. He stood in front of her, ready to protect her in case the monsters decided to attack them. She looked at him and decided that he was probably the one she needed. Ashel got up and walked over to him. She put her hand on his shoulder and called out to him. He turned to her and didn't understand what she wanted from him, what she wanted to say to him at that moment when they were on the verge of death. She came as close to him as possible, as if she was going to tell him something very quietly, but he asked her to stop distracting him and talk less. He was busy and trying to tune into the fight. But suddenly she kissed him. He didn't expect it and stood in a stupor. At the moment when there were a bunch of monsters above them, ready to kill them at any second, she decided to kiss him. He thought that maybe this impulse was from shock, but it wasn't a simple kiss. She gave him her powers, which were impossible to transfer in any other way. She decided that he was worthy of her power. After the kiss, it was as if she began to collapse from powerlessness. He stood there not realizing exactly what she had put in his mouth, what she had passed on to him. It was a mystery to him. She whispered in his ear that she had given him her rebirth ability that would help him undo all the mistakes he had made in the past. She asked him not to miss his chance and take it. Ronan couldn't understand what Ashel was saying. He thought she was delusional and didn't know what she was saying. But she told him again that now he would have a chance to be reborn and return to the very beginning where he could right his wrongs. He was angry with her. He wished she would get her act together and help him. He thought she was telling him some kind of fairy tale. He didn't believe he could be reborn. Ashel could see that Ronan was panicking when he found out that she had given him her ability. She needed him to understand the responsibility that now rested on his shoulders. She looked at him and smiled as if they had no dangers and they were not on death's doorstep. She was sure this was not their last meeting. Ashel was ready to die. She asked Ronan that the next time they met, he would ask her not to do anything more stupid and asked him to talk her into becoming a seamstress. Ronan stood at a complete loss. He didn't know how to react to her words. She told him that she had tried so many things in her life that now she wanted peace. She laughed hard, saying that she had never succeeded in what she had tried, even though she had tried hard to reach the heights, but she always had something in her way. While they were talking, the monsters had already prepared their attack. They realized that now was the perfect chance to attack them, and they wouldn't be able to avoid death. The monster had a sphere formed in his hand that was meant to finish them off. The monsters launched its sphere straight at them. They were standing with their backs to them and had no time to react to the attack. They were doomed. The explosion was incredibly powerful. They wouldn't be able to survive after it. Gil suddenly woke up. It would seem that it was all just a bad dream and that everything was not real. But he did not yet realize where he was. The warrior was in a state of shock. Ronan stood up sharply looking for the commander-in-chief, but she was nowhere to be found. Nor was there a mountain of corpses. He was no longer in the place where they had fought the Velkikin. He was on the green grass, in a warm field. He looked around and thought that none of this was real. He thought it was just not possible. The sky was clear, the day was warm, there was a whole city in front of him, there were no signs of war here. Ronan saw children swimming in the river, jumping from the raft into the water. They were having fun and acting carefree. They were not thinking about anything. They were having fun. But the place seemed quite familiar to him. He felt like he had been here before. He realized that in front of him was his hometown Nimbutan. He was at a loss as to how he could have ended up here. He realized that he had actually been able to go back in time. Everything Ashel had said was true. Ronan sat down under a tree to realize what was happening to him. He still hadn't fully realized what great ability had fallen into his hands. It was all too complicated for him. He sat there and realized that what the commander-in-chief had said was true. It was beyond his comprehension. Now he could reverse time. Ronan remembered the kiss that had turned his life upside down. He had never thought he would have a chance to undo the mistakes he had made before. He couldn't forget how she had transferred her power to him, and how she had informed him that he had swallowed the orb that allowed him to reverse time. But there were certain conditions there as well. Ashel explained to him exactly how. She was a simple seamstress, and was able to reach the rank of commander-in-chief. She could go back in time and change her mind, but it wasn't always like that. She told Ronan that in total the orb allowed her to go back in time 4 times, and she had already used it 3 times. She only had 1 time left to go back in time. Ashel saw something in the guy, something that made her hand him the orb. She felt like she had done the right thing. She had given him the power to destroy all the giants. She hugged him one last time and whispered in his ear that she was sure that he was the key to saving their world, and only he could prevent the killing of all his comrades. Ashel explained to Ronan that he would have to hone his skills to fight giants and other threats to the world. She was glad that his desires were similar to her goals. Ronan thought he had told her about going to the academy as a joke. He didn't think she would take his words seriously. He didn't know what kind of ability she had. She had suggested to him that if he was going to study, he should have enrolled in Philian Academy. There were many outstanding people there. She was sure it would help him. He couldn't take his surprised look away from her. He tried to listen to her carefully, but he was failing. He couldn't concentrate. Ashel was smiling at him again, and she wished that he would succeed and that one day he and Corporal Ronan would meet sometime in the past. She remembered how happy she was when she was an ordinary seamstress. She wished that he would one day be able to convince her not to do something stupid in the future. Ashel saw the 8-tailed monsters already holding the sphere in their hands, and she realized that they would not be able to survive. She had already tried so many things to save the world. Ronan's memories threw him into a sweat. He clutched his head from the countless thoughts in his head. He wanted to stop thinking about what had happened. Ronan began to bang his head against a tree. His friends passing by noticed it and couldn't believe if they had really seen it or if it was a dream they wanted to wake up from. He stood near the tree and thought that even if it was reality and he really was in the past, what could he do alone to save the world? Suddenly his thoughts switched and he pushed aside thoughts of giants and saving the world. Another thought came into his head that made his heart beat even faster. He picked up a nearby stick and was about to head into town. He wanted to make sure that he had really traveled back in time and that it wasn't a dream. Ronan realized that if he was really in the past, he had a chance to see his older sister, who he hadn't seen in years. He ran happy with the realization that if he was really back and could walk a little further from where not too long ago he was banging his head against a tree, he would see her. Ronan ran and thought only of his sister. But not far from the place of his home, he noticed a strange thing that caught his attention and made him postpone his visit to his sister. He saw the 4 friends mocking the poor boy they had hung upside down from a tree. They were clearly demanding something from him, but he couldn't hear what they wanted. Ronan didn't understand why they had hung the poor kid upside down. He didn't understand why they had used such cruel torture on him. They were clearly amused at the pain they were inflicting on him. He wondered for a long time if he should have stepped in and protected the poor kid. He figured that if he was already in the past, then these guys were just like he remembered them from his childhood. Ronan was about to leave, but he noticed a strange thing. It wasn't a rope holding the kid's legs, it was magic. He couldn't believe that someone had used magic in his town. He realized that such a valuable man was hard to see even on the battlefield. He couldn't believe he could see magic in such a backwater town. Ronan remembered that everything was right, and it had happened before and around the same time. It was exactly as it had been the first time. He realized that they should have been at this place by now. Everything was happening exactly the same way he remembered, which surprised him greatly. The guy who was using magic didn't realize how much longer they were going to keep this up. If this was how it was going to be, then something bad could happen to this child. The kid was hanging upside down and begging them to stop abusing him. He couldn't stand up for himself and didn't expect anyone to stand up for him. He cried and said that he really had no money at all. He had nothing to give them in exchange for his freedom, but it looked like they weren't doing it for money at all. The guy tried to explain to the bandits that the medicine for his mom was very expensive this month, and he didn't have any money, but they didn't care. The head thug came up to him and told him that he was emptying his pockets, and he didn't understand why he should care about his mom's health. Swinging around, he was about to hit the defenseless boy as hard as he could, repeating to himself that if he really wanted to be a respectful son, he should have done some things better. He delivered a merciless punch to the poor lad's face. He said that he should have worked harder, and then he wouldn't be in this situation. Unfortunately, there was no one to stand up for the lad. His underlings stood behind him and laughed. They enjoyed torturing the guy. They were sure of their impunity. Their leader wanted to get more money from him. The main bully turned to the mage and grinned viciously. The sight of him gave even this guy goosebumps. He gave them fear just by looking at him. He told the mage that this guy didn't realize who he was dealing with yet. He ordered the poor guy to be lifted to the very top of the tree so that next time he would know who he was dealing with. The magician answered him uncertainly that he couldn't do that. If he lifted him even higher, he might miss him from the tree. But the bully wasn't interested. He didn't understand why the magician was afraid. He looked at him again with a special anger in his eyes. He ordered him to shut up and just lift him to the top of the tree. He wasn't interested in his worries. The bully threatened the mage that if he didn't, he could find himself tied up to the tree with him, and he could be in big trouble. The mage didn't understand how it could have come to this. He was confused. He began to worry that he had started learning magic for nothing, because now he had to use it against innocent people. He remembered when he first started learning magic. He was happy to show off his skills to people on the street. He hoped that by using it, he would show that he was good at something too. The mage held the guy, but it was against his will. He didn't want to cause him suffering. He was going to answer the bully that he couldn't lift him right now, but something was holding him back. He was very scared. The bully and his companions intimidated him a lot. He couldn't use his magic against them because of his fear of them. He clenched his teeth and tried to overcome his fear, but he couldn't. He had to tell them this, but he wasn't ready to do it yet. The hooligans stood and mocked the guy who was still hanging upside down. They felt powerful mocking the weak. Behind their backs stood the mage and tried to tell them something uncertain. The mage almost directed his magic at the bullies. Not thinking about the consequences of using it, he asked them to stop bullying. But he was hit on the head by someone who did not have a strong blow. Ronan, who had stealthily approached them from behind, told the mage to stop. He could kill them with his magic, which he hadn't learned to control yet. When Ronan hit the mage, the guy hanging on the tree suddenly collapsed to the ground. The bullies who were standing and watching this, their mouths wide open and couldn't understand what was going on. The main bully turned around, shouted angrily at the mage and asked him what he was doing and why he let the guy go. He didn't choose his words and called him whatever he wanted. He already wanted to hit him. He thought that he didn't take him seriously, and Ronan's word was more important than his. The bully was angry. He was ready to beat the guy up. Suddenly, Ronan stood in front of the mage Ashel. He didn't pay attention to the angry bully. He asked him to ignore the angry man. Ronan wanted to have a little talk with Ashel. He didn't care about the hooligans who could attack them at any time. Ashel was very surprised when Ronan stood in front of him. He wanted to discuss something with him. He had a very serious conversation to have with him. But the bully could not tolerate this attitude. He turned to Ronan and tried to threaten him. Ronan continued to ignore the bully's questions. He turned to Ashel. He wanted to know where he had learned telekinesis magic. Ashel told him that he had learned it from a grimoire that he had bought from a boxman. The bully was already out of his mind. He was incredibly angry. And Ronan, hearing Ashel's words, was quite surprised that he was so good. Even with a cheap book, it delighted him. Ronan reflected that it was simply amazing. He wanted to watch him some more. He realized he could use him. He was still thinking about the fact that they were about to face the giants. A sudden sound distracted Ronan from his thoughts. He knew the sound very well. It was very familiar to him, and he could not confuse it with any other sound. He heard the bully draw his sword. He could see the guy was angry and serious about fighting him. He couldn't let him be so blatantly ignored. The bully told Ronan that after he had succumbed to him in their recent battle, he had gotten pretty naked after that. He couldn't let him ruin his reputation, then everyone would stop being afraid of him. He added to him that he would be sure to teach him some manners today, and lunged at him. He ran at the unarmed Ronan with a sharp sword in his hands. He thought he had the advantage over him. Ronan saw the villain running at him. He really thought he could do some damage to him. Ronan noticed his sword and was surprised that such a scum had such a sword. The bandit smilingly approached him. He had no doubts about his victory, but Ronan was an experienced warrior and quickly assessed the villain's chances. He had a terrible stance. A show of force would be enough for him to retreat. He launched a sword attack at Ronan, but he dodged it with ease. He had no trouble dodging it. The bandit was too weak for him. The bandit missed. He was shocked that he didn't hit him and waited to strike back. The bandit was no longer in control. His attack had failed. Now he had to think of his next attack. He couldn't believe he could dodge his attack so easily. Ronan noticed that although his body was younger, his skills had not changed. The skills instilled in him from his time in the army were still with him now. Now he had an instilled sense of battle in his blood. He had traveled back in time with all the experience he had earned through hard fighting. He had fought in a war more than once where no one could beat him. The bandit laughed. He told him that luck was on his side. He wanted to leave him a cripple who would not be able to lift even an ankle for the rest of his life. Ronan answered him that luck was indeed with him today. The bully smilingly told him to drop to his knees and beg him for mercy, and then he would keep him alive. But he would have to say goodbye to one arm for his disrespect to him. He decided to hurt Ronan by saying that if he did finish him off, he would take care of his sister himself, as he should have. He tried to hurt him by saying that about his sister. Ronan couldn't believe he was talking about his sister. He was used to anyone bringing her up after she was dead, but the bandit kept saying nasty things about his sister, hurting Ronan more and more. He couldn't stand what the bandit was threatening to do to his sister. He couldn't let him talk about her like that. He came at him sharply, and with a deft blow cut off his ear. The bandit didn't even realize what had happened. The bandit grabbed the severed ear. Blood gushed from his head. He felt unbearable pain running through his body. He screamed furiously in pain, trying to drain the blood with his hands. He fell to the ground and couldn't believe that he had lost his ear. His henchmen who were watching this didn't dare to intercede and attack Ronan. They were frightened by what they saw. But suddenly Ronan appeared in front of the bandit. He was already angry enough to finish the job by killing him on the spot. The bandit was really scared. Now he was the victim. Ronan was furious. The bandit's words about his sister made him mad, and he almost wanted to kill him. He couldn't forgive him for treating his beloved sister like that. The minions stood still and did not move. They were afraid that Ronan would attack them too. They still could not recover after he had cut off their chief's ear. They couldn't believe that he was able to cut off his ear with an ordinary stick. Even without any weapon, he had deftly and effortlessly inflicted damage on the bandit. It scared them even more. Ronan noticed that they were standing watching. He turned to them and asked them if they liked the sight they were seeing. His question put them in a stupor. They didn't know what to do. He told them to take their leader and get out of his sight. He threatened to cut off their ears too if they didn't do it now. He kicked the bandit so he could carry it away. Ronan added to leave all the money they had looted. It was their payment for his spoiled mood. There was nothing they could do but give him everything he wanted. They were very scared and valued their lives and their body parts, so they had no choice but to give everything back to him. No one had ever given them that kind of pushback yet. Ronan didn't take the looted money for himself. He threw it to the kid who was tied to a tree. He was shocked to find a bag of money in his hands. The kid couldn't believe that Ronan was going to really give him all the money. There was a lot more than the bandits had taken from him, but Ronan said it was all his now, and he took the sword for himself. Ronan told him not to be afraid of those bandits. They would not dare to attack him. They would not have the guts to be near him again. He thanked him for the money and his rescue. He didn't want the guy to thank him. He asked him not to worry about it and just go home to his mother, who was already waiting for him. He was incredibly happy that he still had all his money with him. Ashel felt very bad that this guy was in this situation because of him. He was embarrassed that he was helping the bandits. He was ashamed and slowly and hesitantly started to approach the guy. He lowered his head and said that he was sorry for what had happened. It was his fault too. He was afraid to fight back against the bandits, even if they asked him to do dirty things. Ashel knew perfectly well that he shouldn't have done that, but the feeling of fear was much stronger than him. He was afraid that the bandits would come to his house one day, so he followed their orders. He didn't want to do such a thing. He was ashamed of his cowardice. He should have refused the dirty deeds that Bandit Hans was offering him. Ashel cried a lot. He was very scared, so much so that he couldn't even contradict him and give him his opinion. He was very worried that the guy was hurt because of him. He couldn't calm down and come to his senses. He cried and apologized to the guy, saying that it was all his fault and that he was sorry. Ronan only smiled and said, not a cryptic phrase to Ashel. He remembered that he had cried just as much as he had then. Ronan remembered it all and relived those moments again. He remembered that it was exactly the same as in the past. Ashel had also cried when Hans had first brought him to this place, and he was just as ashamed in front of this guy. The guy holding his bag of money turned to Ashel. He told him that when he saw him for the first time, he thought he had unusual abilities, and he was great at magic. He didn't judge him and understood perfectly. They were in similar positions. They were both in Hans's captivity, but they had different tasks, and who was worse off in this position was not clear. The boy came up to Ashel and put his hand on his shoulder and told him not to be so hard on himself, to forgive him and not to hold a grudge. He realized it wasn't his fault, and he was being held hostage by Hans. He smiled at him so that Ashel would come to his senses and stop blaming himself. He was very pleased that Ashel apologized to him. It seemed that Ashel wasn't worried about it anymore, and was glad that the guy didn't hold a grudge and that he understood his difficult situation. Ronan stood beside them and thoughts were chalking in his head. He was glad that he was able to save the guy and help Ashel. Now he realized how much power he had. He looked at Ashel and with a smile on his face, realized that he wasn't so bad and that he was quite good at magic. He could use it in future battles. Ronan approached him and told him if he remembered that he wanted to talk to him about what was important to him. Ashel replied that he remembered his words and was ready to talk to him. He hesitated and told him that he would be waiting for him at the same place in exactly 4 days. It was important to him that Ashel came, to him for a talk. Ashel was surprised that he wanted to talk to him not today. Ronan turned around and started to walk away. He told Ashel that he was busy right now and that they would meet later, once the moon would have risen in the night sky. Ashel was completely confused and didn't understand what Ronan was telling him. He turned around and added that if he did not come on the day and place specified, the same fate awaited him as Hans, and he slightly bared his sword so that he would realize what awaited him. Ronan hid his sword and abruptly began to run away. He was in a great hurry. He shouted to Ashel that if he was late for their meeting, he would nail him, and in a moment Ronan was gone. Ashel remained standing like that in complete incomprehension, but he clearly understood that he had to come to this place in 4 days. He was wondering what Ronan wanted to talk to him about. Ronan ran to his house, but he was in no hurry to knock on it. He wasn't ready to meet his sister yet. He stood for a long time thinking about how his sister looked now. He wondered how best he should go to see his sister, who he hadn't seen in a very long time, and who had died a very long time ago. He was overwhelmed with different emotions, and he didn't know what he should do. Ronan remembered that she loved flowers, so he tore all the flowers around. He indiscriminately tore every flower he could find. He really wanted to surprise his sister, but at some point he changed his mind about giving her flowers. He thought it would be too much and was about to walk away to throw them away. As he walked away from the house, he heard familiar sounds, like someone coming to the door. He heard a familiar voice saying that he was curious to see who was outside, and he stopped. He heard the joyful voice of his beloved sister. It made him feel as if he was paralyzed. He couldn't move and couldn't say anything. He started sweating profusely with excitement. She asked him that he was already back so early, but he turned around and thought that during his time in the army, he had wondered 1,000 times what he would say if they were to see each other again. Ronan had thought about it a lot. He didn't care about anything but that. He had different scenarios in his head of what would happen, and he knew how to start a conversation with her every time. But everything he thought and dreamed about, everything he went over in his head, all those words belonged to Ronan the soldier. Now he was a completely different person. She stood in the doorway and smiled broadly at him. She was happy to see him. She was surprised that he had come home earlier than usual today. Ronan couldn't think of anything to say to her or what to say to her. He tilted his head and quietly said that he was home and said nothing more. He sat down at the table where his sister had prepared many of his favorite dishes. He had already forgotten what her food smelled like and had even forgotten the taste of it. But now he could dive back into his past and enjoy his lunch again. Irel held the flowers in her hands and couldn't believe that the day had come where her cold brother would give her a bouquet. She liked him, and she was happy. She kept telling him that she was thrilled with his bouquet. He felt awkward at one point, but he told her back that he was glad she liked the bouquet. Irel asked him if her little brother had had enough food or if he wanted more, but he was quick to reassure her and told her that he had had enough and didn't want anything else. Ronan wanted to ask her one uncomfortable question. He wanted to know how old she would have turned this year. She answered that she was 22, but she didn't understand why he asked her that question. But he didn't want to tell her the real reason. He lied to her and told her that he had just forgotten, to which she replied a little angrily that he shouldn't have forgotten such a thing. He started mumbling something under his breath, and Irel thought he was a little sick. She started to panic and asked what was hurting him. She assumed he had a headache but was afraid he might have a fever. Ronan was just trying to figure out how much time he had to prepare before these things invaded, and how much time he could spend with her. He still had about 10 years left before the invasion. Irel was very worried about him and said it didn't look like he had a fever. But then what was the matter? He noticed she was exactly as he remembered her. She tasted his forehead and made sure he didn't have a fever. And in that moment he realized that she was the same old her, so bright, so kind, and so warm. It was because of her that Ronan wished these moments would last forever. He didn't want to relive her death again or go to war again. He took her hands in his. He realized he only had 10 years to protect his sister and his world from the vicious, merciless monsters. Ronan held her hand and with a serious expression on his face, told her that he would like to tell her something. She was surprised and wanted to know what exactly he was preparing to tell her. He informed her that he was starting to seriously consider going to the academy, just like she wanted. He remembered her last wish, and now he could fulfill it. Ashel was just shocked by this information. She just questioned him and couldn't say anything further. It put her in a stupor, and she thought for a long time how she should react to it. Her eyes lit up. She was very happy that Ronan had decided to go to the academy. She had dreamed of it for a long time. She knew he would do well. She believed in him. Ashel asked him to repeat his words. She couldn't believe it. Before he didn't want to hear anything about enrollment. But he once again told her what he was going to enroll in the academy. But she didn't even finish what her brother was telling her. She turned around and happily ran off somewhere. She was really very happy. But Ronan sat there and didn't understand where she ran off to. She started throwing things around like she was trying to find something. Ashel said she knew this day would come someday. She knew her brother was smart. She was sure he would be able to excel in the academy. Ashel pulled out a huge vat. Ronan didn't know what was in it. He was tense and confused. He didn't know what his sister was up to or why she pulled out this old vat. They both walked over to it and looked inside. She happily informed him that she had a surprise for him. Ronan looked into it and couldn't believe his eyes at what he saw there. The vat was filled with money. From the surprise, he was almost unable to say anything. He didn't know how much money was in it. His sister added that she had been secretly saving it so that she could surprise him, and she had succeeded. Ashel told him that it was money in case he would still decide to enroll. Ronan told her that she was an amazing sister, but he couldn't understand when she had managed to save so much money. Ronan was very grateful to her but asked her to use the money herself. He said it wouldn't be enough for him anyway. Ashel didn't understand what he was telling her. She rushed to tell him that there was more money in the vat than he would have thought. She didn't know exactly where he wanted to go yet, but she was sure it would be enough for him. Ronan decided to tell her that he was going to the Philion Imperial Academy. Ashel was shocked by her brother's choice. The smile on her face was fading, and she doubted that he would have enough money to go there. But she tried not to show it to him. But at some point she couldn't stand it, and just shouted in surprise at the whole house. She couldn't believe that he had chosen Philion. It was the best academy, and it was very hard to get into. The Philion Imperial Academy, where Ronan was going to enter, was the best institution for his education. It was the best in the empire and could help him hone his skills. The academy had the most outstanding teachers from all over the continent who dreamed of working there. On top of that, the academy was funded by the ruling family. They had created a place that provided an unparalleled education. The education was so prestigious that the academy was called the Workshop of Heroes. It had an extremely high status. Among others, great heroes were trained there, but the greatest villains in the empire also studied there. The graduates of this academy were quite useful during the war with the giants. They were so useful that the council of the commander-in-chief was more than logical to help them. But with such a high entry threshold and insane tuition prices, the popularity of this academy was becoming a real problem, and it was quite difficult to get in. Ronan was constantly thinking about his sister's reaction. She believed in him more than he believed in himself. He couldn't let her down. He had a huge responsibility. He had only set his mind on a positive result. He couldn't disappoint her. He was going to show her the result she had been waiting for. Now he had the incentive to get into the academy. But first he had another important thing to do. He went to the place where he had recently cut off Hans's ear and where he had set up a meeting with Ashel. When he saw him, he didn't expect him to actually come to him. Ronan approached him and told him that he didn't think he would see him again. But Ashel corrected him with his correct name. He was worried and didn't know what Ronan wanted from him. Ashel was very withdrawn. He timidly told him that he remembered what he had promised him. If he hadn't come, he wouldn't have gotten behind him, and that's why he was here. Ronan, with a smile on his face, asked him to forget what he had told him. Ronan started to throw off his backpack and told Ashel that they were going to be very busy this night. Ronan had prepared a special night for him. Once his backpack was on the ground, Ronan told him that there was something he wanted to check before they could go on their way. Ashel was greatly surprised when he found out that there was a check waiting for him. Ashel wanted to know why Ronan had decided to arrange the inspection so suddenly. He was very confused, but Ronan hurriedly reassured him. He said that nothing complicated or special was waiting for him. Ronan looked at him, and with a smile on his face asked him to use his telekinesis ability on him. He was curious what this guy was capable of. He wanted Ashel to lift him up as high as possible. This was the test he was telling him about. He needed to focus and use magic. Ashel wasn't ready to use telekinesis. He couldn't use it right away. He needed time to prepare. He needed to tune in. His mastery of magic wasn't perfect yet. He didn't want to do Ronan's request. He thought it was too dangerous for him. But Ronan tried to convince him that there was nothing dangerous about it. He had to do whatever Ronan asked him to do. Ashel hesitantly raised his hands and prepared to use magic, but he was still afraid to do it. Then Ronan reassured him by telling him that he wouldn't die. And then Ashel agreed to use telekinesis. He warned Ronan that he was starting and to be ready for him to do damage to him. He would do it unintentionally. Magic began to manifest in Ashel's hands. Ashel used his invisible hand ability so that he could lift Ronan to the height he wanted. Ronan saw the magic coming at him, and he was ready for it. Little by little, he began to lift him into the air. He took his time because he was afraid of injuring him. Ronan was pleased with the way he was using Ashel's magic. He considered it superior skills. In a moment, Ronan was already high in the sky. He could see his city and couldn't contain his emotions. The power of Ashel's mastery of magic surpassed all his expectations. Ronan remembered his duel with Ahayeth, how he was lifted up as high for him to fight him. Ashel had not lifted him as high and he was quite unstable in the air, but the feelings were similar. The mages helped him greatly in defeating the giant he had a hard time reaching. They were the only ones helping him fight him on equal footing. Without them, he would have no chance of defeating him. They used telekinesis to lift him up, and then he was on the same level as Ahayeth, who was surprised that anyone could reach him so high. It was telekinesis that was instrumental in defeating him. Telekinesis was a rare skill among mages. Not many mages possessed it. That was why he appreciated Ashel's ability so much. Ronan knew that mages themselves were extremely rare, and without them it would be hard to win a war. Ronan already knew that Ashel would be the most important part in the future battle with Ahayeth, but he needed to believe in himself and hone his magic skills. He was pleased that he had managed to wield such an important person to his team that he had subconsciously started to assemble. He knew that the survival of the entire empire would be at stake in the future. Ronan thought he was off to a very good start, and while he was in the air, Ashel shouted to him that he was finding it increasingly difficult to hold him back, and he would like to end the ordeal. Ashel asked him to let him put it down, but Ronan told him to keep it in the air a little longer. He wanted to test one more thing. Ronan said that he would descend himself when the test was done. His words surprised Ashel. He didn't understand how he would have been able to descend himself. No one had been able to do it before. He wondered how he would be able to get down by himself. Ronan was surprising him more and more. He was becoming unpredictable to him, and he was a little scared of that. Suddenly Ashel felt that he was no longer holding Ronan back, that his magic was no longer working on him. He managed to free himself from the spell of the invisible hand. Ronan cut off the mana flow and descended to the ground on his own. He did it with his sword. He didn't use any magical abilities. Ashel was stunned by what he saw. Ashel ran up to him and wanted to know what he had done to cut off the mana flow. Ronan, who had risen from the ground, told him that it was nothing special. It was just an acrobatic move that he had done a long time ago. He didn't understand at all what acrobatics Ronan was talking about. He had seen such a thing for the first time in his life, for someone to just cut the flow. Ronan asked him to just forget about it. He didn't know how it worked himself. Ronan hid his sword and thought that figuring out the nature of this ability was just one of his homework assignments. He wanted to find out how he was able to do it. He wanted to know the reason why his blade worked on Ashel. He thought that maybe the sword he had taken from Hans had been able to break the mana flow. Ronan decided to think about it later. He had plenty of time to think about it. They had to get on their way. There was no time to waste. They still had some things to take care of, something that was still a mystery to Ashel, but he congratulated him on his successful test. Now the next test awaited him. Ronan tossed him one of his backpacks and told him to follow him. They still had things to do. They would need to get them done before the moon set. Ashel wanted to know exactly what other things they had to do, but Ronan turned around and with a smile on his face pretended not to understand what Ashel was telling him. The thought flashed through Ronan's mind that their night journey could be the first page in Ronan's biography of Ronan, in the greatest book of the Empire's history. He told him of his plans to attend the Filian Academy. He was ready to fulfill his sister's dream and enter the academy. but it cost a lot of money to study there, which they didn't have. Ronan told Ashel that both of them would study there, but Ashel didn't believe him. This academy was for the elite of the empire, and it would be very difficult for them to get in. Ashel kept questioning him because he couldn't get used to the idea that they were going to a prestigious academy. At some point, Ronan got tired of Ashel's constant questioning and asked him to stop. Ronan stopped and looked at Ashel carefully. He got the impression that he didn't want to study there, but Ashel told him that wasn't the case at all. It was more complicated for him. Ashel told him that it would have been easier for him to get into the academy because he was good at martial arts, and so he had a good chance of getting in, but he himself thought he didn't know how to do anything, and thought he couldn't get in. He thought he was weak, shy, and cowardly. He couldn't stand up for himself or fight back against bullies. He didn't believe in his abilities and himself. Ronan was surprised and asked if he really wanted to continue living like that. It was a shock to him. Ronan told him that he had an innate talent that was not meant for the entertainment of bullies. He was shocked that he really wanted a life like that for himself. He calmed down and started talking to Ashel calmly. He told him that he did have all sorts of problems. He was timid and cowardly, and he didn't deny it. He listened to Ronan calmly. Ronan added that he was also a crybaby who shed tears on and off. He told him that he was a loser who was afraid of everything. He told him that he thought it was all normal. He thought that now he could change despite all his negative character traits. Ronan sadly told him that the time he had lost now was too much for him to catch up with. Ronan understood this as well as anyone else, but he had a chance to make things right, and he would not let it go. He knew that one day he would regret it. He had to act now, or he would be a sissy forever. Ronan wasn't glad that he had started to say those words to him. He was upset when he remembered that Ashel could have wasted his time just as he had. He walked over to a stiff Ashel and put a hand on his shoulder, and asked him if he had changed his mind and was ready to go on a dangerous adventure with him. Ashel couldn't believe that Ronan cared so much for his life. He could barely hold back the tears. No one had ever cared for him as much as Ronan did. Ronan added that it was his life, and he was free to do as he wanted. He wouldn't force him to do anything. He could go home if he wanted to. He turned around and was about to leave. He told him that he had other things to do, but Ashel stopped him, telling him that he too would like to change and go with him. Ashel informed him that he would be going with him to Philian Academy. He would want him to teach him everything he needed to know. This brought a slight smile to Ronan's face. He turned around and said that now he was showing courage for the first time. He had prepared him an actual first test to test his words and make sure he was indeed ready. Ronan turned away and headed deeper into the forest. Everything he had told him was part of his plan that had worked successfully, and Ashel had fallen into his trap. They walked through the forest until they saw someone burning a fire. They decided to get closer and see who could be burning a fire so late in the forest. Ashel was very surprised when he saw who was in front of them. They sat in the bushes and watched. Ashel wondered if this was his first assignment or if it had not started yet. Ronan confirmed that this was all part of his ordeal. He just needed to be patient, and soon he would tell him everything. Ronan informed him that in front of him was the best opponent he could find for him. He wanted him to show all his skills in battle. A moon goblin sat and dozed in front of him. It quickly instilled a sense of fear into Ashel's body. He had not seen a goblin before and had not fought them. The leader of the goblins sat near a huge rock and silently watched the fire while his entire tribe slept. The skeletons of various people were scattered around them. Ronan put his hand on Ashel's shoulder and asked him if he liked his first assignment. Ronan thought it was a cool assignment, but Ashel didn't have a face of surprise on him. He asked him if it was time for them to start the task. They needed to hurry before the sun rose and dawn came. He had a great chance to defeat the sleeping goblins. This type of goblin often found in these lands was not uncommon. They had been around for a long time, but Ashel didn't even know that he had ever encountered them in the forest. Ronan had explained to him that most people distinguished them from regular goblins by the yellow color of their skin and their disfigured bodies. They were always in a group and hunted the same way. But the really unique feature of the moon goblins was their unrealistic love for gold and other treasures. They mostly hunted only for gold. They would often ambush traitors, or they would brutally beat them up and rob them. All the most valuable goblins always gathered in one place. After a successful robbery, they would have feasts and worship the gold. It drove them crazy, and they always wanted more gold than they could take. All of their feasts were at the same time. They always celebrated on the full moon, which was tonight, and they had all the loot on them. Ashel understood why they had come to this place. He grabbed his head, for he couldn't even think that he would have to become a robber like Hans was. Ronan couldn't wait until they could rob them. He needed Ashel for that. Without him, Ronan wouldn't be able to do it. Ashel looked at the goblin and realized that he didn't even know that goblins who collected valuables could have a feast and rejoice in the loot. Ronan prepared his backpack for the jewelry, but Ashel wanted to know how he knew about this place, to which Ronan replied that he had his sources. He didn't want to scare him and say that he had stumbled upon them back in his past life. He told Ashel that he just needed to transfer all their treasure to their bag, using his telekinesis while they were asleep and unsuspecting. Ronan was sure it was very easy for Ashel to do, but Ashel said it didn't sound as easy as it seemed. He was afraid he might have accidentally woken them up. Ashel was very worried and was in no hurry to start robbing them. He tried to discourage doing so. Ronan informed him that they wouldn't stand a chance anymore, and if the goblins woke up, then they were trapped. He was more than scared. He said that he would have to think things through first. It was too dangerous for him. Ronan managed to stop him and told him that he didn't believe he was such a coward. Ronan stopped him and tried to calm him down. He told him that to get into Philian Academy, they only needed two things. First, they needed money, and they needed a lot of money, because the cost of education in this institution was simply cosmic. Secondly, they needed real experience, which they could only earn in battle. He thought that funds were not a problem, they could be obtained, but experience was more important than anything else. He looked at Ashel carefully and tried to explain to him that as he knew Philian was just full of aristocrats who had gotten the best education since childhood, but they were not like that, and they needed to get the money for their education themselves. Ronan suggested that he bypass the aristocrats to get them into the academy, but they only had one way to do that. They needed to get their hands on the goblin jewels. To successfully get in, they needed experience, which they could only earn by risking their lives. There was no other way. He tried to convince and tune out Ashel, who was still doubting himself and his abilities. He looked at the sleeping goblins and said that these guys would be the perfect opponents. They could gain both money and experience at the same time. They could accomplish that tonight. Ronan looked at Ashel and asked if maybe he was wrong or if he had another plan that was better than his. But Ashel became even more worried and replied that he had no idea, so they were going to rob the goblins. He took a seat next to Ashel and put his hand on his shoulder and asked him if maybe they should have started now, while no one was expecting an attack and while everyone was asleep and not a threat to them. Ashel used his invisible hand ability and started leisurely dragging all the treasures over to them. Ronan stood beside him and tried to support the guy who wasn't having an easy time doing it. He used all his strength to steal the gold from the sleeping goblins. He calmed down and focused. He wasn't afraid to do it anymore. Now he had a goal he wanted to achieve. Ronan rejoiced greatly when he saw how much treasure they had managed to earn. Now he was sure they would be able to get into a prestigious academy. They would have enough money. Ashel filled Ronan's bag to the brim, then began to fill his backpack as well. After a while, both backpacks were full, and he could stop using his spell. Now he could catch his breath and rest a bit. They both looked at the bags full of treasure. They were glad that they had succeeded, and Ronan's plan had worked perfectly. The goblins hadn't woken up, and they didn't have to engage them in battle. Ronan was happy. He said he had told him that experience was great, and risking their lives' experience would come much faster. Ashel couldn't believe they had succeeded, but he was just as happy as Ronan. He looked at Ashel and thought that he wasn't sure until the end that they would have succeeded. And when the time came, Ashel was quickly drawn in and perfectly able to use telekinesis. Ronan realized that Ashel was much better than he thought. He was almost perfect at magic, but he still needed to hone his skill for applying it in battle. He was happy that he had managed to find a really valuable pawn in his game, but he was in no hurry to let Ashel in on his plans. He just wanted to use him. After all, he knew what the future held for them. Ronan told him that if they had already filled their bags to the brim, they could go on their way. These words pleased Ashel. He wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. There was nothing for them to do here. What they had come for they already had, and now they could leave before the goblins woke up and discovered they were missing. But they didn't even realize that they were being watched by two guys who had apparently come to do the same thing as them. They wanted the goblins' treasure, but they had been beaten to it. They didn't manage to hide unnoticed. A huge black bird flew at them, which gave away their location. With its loud screaming, they wanted to chase the bird away before it came for them. All these sounds and screams were noticed by Ronan. He had a keen ear. He had learned this from his combat training in the army. He asked Ashel to take his time and wait a bit. He wanted to check something. He looked deep into the forest and didn't understand who needed to shout in the forest at this late hour. The noise was not good for them, as there were many different monsters in the forest that could kill them. The loud screams woke up the main goblin. He didn't realize what was going on and hadn't noticed his treasure missing yet. He was wondering where the sound was coming from. He was confused. Someone was screaming so late in the forest he looked around and saw that the other goblins were asleep. They were not awakened by the screams. He noticed the chest was empty. His treasure was gone. The head goblin raised the alarm. His favorite shiny things were gone. Thieves had broken in. The other goblins didn't understand what was going on and who dared to rob them. Ashel and Ronan wanted to get away without being seen, while the goblins wondered who could steal their treasure. But they couldn't get away without being seen. The goblins saw movement in the forest and found them there. Ronan realized that they would have to fight them now. There was no way the goblins would want to lose their treasure. Ashel at this time was racked with fear. He didn't know what to do. He had never fought. They were trapped. The goblins didn't wait. They saw the enemies they wanted to destroy. They attacked furiously. Ronan realized that there was no other way out. They had to fight. He threw down his treasure bag and said that he knew that the battle could not be avoided. He thought that everything was going too smoothly. Ashel collapsed on the ground and did not know how to defend himself. Ashel asked Ronan what they were supposed to do. He suggested he drop the bags and run away. But Ronan couldn't let that happen. He had already promised his sister to go to the academy. He realized that if they left the bags, they wouldn't be able to pay for admission to the academy. He didn't know how else they would have managed to make so much money in one night. Ronan wasn't thinking about where or how they could make money right now. They had another problem right now. They were being set upon by embittered goblins who could kill them for their treasure. They were running and making horrible noises that made Ashel almost panic. He yelled to Ronan that they were getting close, but Ronan was calm. He took his time pulling out his sword and preparing for battle. He looked at the sword and thought it was long but of cheap steel. He knew that with that weight and hardness it wouldn't last long. Ronan knew weapons, and he quickly assessed this sword. Ronan examined it fully and concluded that the sword would be able to withstand about 1,500 attacks, and so he could not get into a fight for long. He knew roughly how many goblins were in this place. There were about 30 of them, and all of them were already attacking them. There was an urgent need to find a way out of this situation. The goblin could almost strike at Ronan, who was still standing there calculating how much he could use his weapon. Ashel shouted to him to be careful. They were already near him. Ronan decided that his weapon would be enough for them, and he easily cut off the heads of the first 3 goblins who were already as close to him as possible. He started to kill them, and didn't forget how many attacks his sword would still allow him to make. He was sure that his strength and experience would be enough to deal with them. Ronan unleashed his merciless attacks on them. He killed them without thinking. He needed their gold, and now there was no retreat. He defeated them with ease. He was too strong for them. It wasn't long after Ronan had defeated the last goblin. He thought he had done quite well, and now they needed to leave before the other monsters would notice them. Ashel was in complete shock. It was unbelievable to him. He had seen Ronan defeat them all, and he hadn't gotten a scratch. They hadn't been able to land a single attack on him. He marveled at him. He looked at Ronan and asked what it was. Where did he learn to wield the sword so masterfully? He was incredible in that battle. After that, Ashel couldn't even speak. Ashel scrolled through the moments of Ronan's battle. He remembered how he decapitated 3 goblins with 1 blow, and he didn't use any special abilities. It was amazing. Ronan enjoyed the battle. He felt stronger than ever. He had entered the battle many times and always came out victorious. Even in the fight with the giants, he didn't lose to them. He was so fast that in an instant, right in front of the goblins' faces, he disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared in front of them again. He was a very strong opponent. The corpses of the goblins were already lying behind Ronan. He had defeated them all, and now they were safe. He thought it was an amazing sight. He remembered everything he had been taught in the army. Ronan looked at Ashel and asked him why he was standing there as if he was paralyzed. He wanted to know how long he was going to stand there, and idly, it was time for them to move on. Ashel apologized, but Ronan said he didn't need to apologize. He asked him to pack their things. They needed to hurry up and get out of there before someone else came to them. Ronan turned around and with a smile on his face told him that they had finished their business here and could go home now. Everything they needed was still with them. They walked and carried the heavy bags. Ashel could no longer keep walking. Ronan thought it was really tiring. He thought their walk would be easy, but he had overestimated their physical capabilities. He noticed that all his muscles were sore after the fight, but he didn't understand why this was happening. Perhaps it was because he was still growing. It hadn't happened to him before. He was mildly surprised by this fact. Ronan decided that when he got home he would do some physical training. He needed to try and get back in shape. He had some tough challenges ahead of him. Ashel kept wondering what it was, that horrible screaming in the forest that woke the goblins. He tried to find out from Ronan about it, but he himself didn't know who was mocking those sounds. Ronan stopped suddenly. He handed his bag to Ashel and asked him to stop. Something had alerted him in the forest. He didn't want to go any further until he was sure the path was clear. They continued on their way and thought everything was safe. They were walking and talking about the ones who started yelling in the forest at night. Ronan wanted to find them and deal with them. They didn't know yet that an arrow had been shot at them. Ashel turned around and saw the arrow flying straight at him. He was scared out of his wits. He wouldn't have time to react and dodge it. He was on the verge of death. But Ronan came to his aid, and at the last moment caught the arrow right in front of Ashel's head, who was amazed by Ronan's dexterity. Ronan couldn't understand where it had come from so suddenly. He thought that this forest was cursed, and there were a lot of people here ready to kill anyone who entered this forest. Two guys came out of the bushes and fired their arrow at them. Ronan was not happy with their appearance. He asked them who they were, but they were not in a hurry to answer that question. They were surprised that the people in front of them were also humans. They noticed that there were children in front of them who were walking on a very dangerous path, and late at night, these words made Ronan angry, and he broke the arrow he was holding. The two boys went to meet them, and with a smile on their faces apologized for the arrow that had been shot at them. It seemed that they were not threatened. He explained that when he heard rustling in the distance coming from the forest, he thought there might be an evil monster out there, so he decided to shoot an arrow at it so it couldn't attack them first. The guy turned to his comrade and said with relief that they almost killed the man. They were lucky that Ronan had a lightning reaction and was able to stop the arrow and save Ashel. They tried to seem good-natured and asked if they had hurt them, but Ronan quickly figured them out and told them not to hide their greedy looks behind sincere smiles. He knew they wanted to take their prey. The two boys pretended not to understand what Ronan was talking about, but he insisted that they end the act and answer him normally. Ronan insisted that they admit who they were and why they had actually fired an arrow at them. He didn't trust them, so he was extremely careful with them. The guy smiled and scratched the back of his head. He remembered that he had indeed forgotten to introduce himself. He had missed that moment, but he was going to fix that moment and give their names. Unexpectedly, the guy drew his weapon and started to attack them. He shouted to them that they were Calaboros. This name surprised Ronan. He had heard it before. He saw one of the guys rapidly approaching him. Ronan stopped his attack by grabbing his arm with his weapon, preventing him from injuring himself. With his other arm, Ronan unleashed an attack of his own on him that he hadn't expected and couldn't dodge. The drops of blood fell to the ground. Ronan's blow was strong and accurate. He remembered who they were and he wasn't going to spare them. Ronan didn't rush to finish him off. He waited until he would attack him again. The second attacker decided to rush to the aid of his comrade, who could have been killed by Ronan in a moment, but he was in no hurry to finish the job. He saw perfectly well how he was attacked by the other villain. Ashel saw the villain approaching Ronan. He could have damaged him. He almost caught up to him, but Ashel decided to protect him and used his magic. The attacking villain was already behind Ronan's back and his sword almost hit him. Ashel stopped him with his invisible hand ability, thus saving Ronan's life. The villain couldn't understand why he couldn't move. His body was completely paralyzed and wouldn't listen to him. He couldn't get out of the trap. Ronan was surprised that Ashel was able to stop the attacker. He was grateful to him for saving his life. This time Ashel showed courage and deftly stopped him. He didn't wait for Ashel to remove his spell from him. He knocked the sword from his hand and was about to attack him. Now the villain was in great danger. No one could help him. While he was in a daze, Ronan managed to hit him with his sword. He had no chance of surviving. The villain didn't realize who he was. How could he deal with them so easily? Ashel, when he saw what happened to the attacker, was shocked. He wanted to know if he was dead, and Ronan confirmed that he had killed him. He couldn't let the man who tried to kill him live. Ronan explained to him that these guys were Calaboros, as they had told them, and that was the reason they had to be taken out, because if they didn't, they could hurt a lot of innocent people. Calaboro was a very bad organization. They were poaching, they were kidnapping people, and they were trafficking people. They were committing every possible crime. They deserved to die. One of the attackers was still on his feet. He was surprised that Ronan knew about their organization and was aware of what they were doing, but he didn't stay on his feet for long. Ronan dealt him a fatal blow. Ronan explained to Ashel that if it wasn't for him, they would have cut out his organs and buried him somewhere quietly. They knew no mercy and killed everyone they met on their way. He couldn't let them go alive because he knew the truth about them, and death was a very mild punishment for them. The The bandits themselves were even more inhuman than he was. Ronan asked not to pity them anymore. They didn't deserve it. Ashel had to know the truth because he felt badly that he had killed them. Ronan felt a bag of bandits rise into the air behind him. They were both confused. They didn't understand why the sack moved and could fly. They wondered what was in it, what the bandits kept in it. Ronan picked up the sack and tried to untie it to release what was hidden in it. Ashel suggested that there might have been a rare animal caught by the poachers. Ronan thought that could very well be true. He told Ashel that now they would open it and find out what kind of beast or creature was hiding in the sack. When they opened the sack, 2 huge eyes looked at them, but they still didn't know what kind of beast it was. A bluebird came out of the bag. It didn't rise very high and looked straight at them. They were both shocked to see the bird in front of them, but they tried not to scare it away. It was beautiful, but it wasn't afraid of them, and it didn't try to fly away or attack them in any way. It just squeaked a little as if it was trying to tell them something, but they didn't understand what it wanted from them. Ashel liked the bird very much. He was delighted with it. It was the first time he had seen a bluebird and it impressed him. Ronan had never seen a bird like that before, either in the past or in the future. Ronan noticed that the bird was wearing small shackles that were tied together with a chain. He was confused and didn't know why they had to be put on the bird, as it was not a threat. He thought it was a Caliboro trap. It was wearing their hunting shackles. They disrupted the flow of the victim's mana and complicated the movements of whoever was shackled in them. Ronan thought they were only used on special occasions, or when catching unique creatures. But this bird looked very ordinary, so he had a lot of questions. He thought the bird might have been rare and valuable, so the bandits wanted to steal it. But then suddenly a voice came from the bird. Someone was asking it to answer him. The bird spread its wings wide and said that finally he managed to connect to it. Earlier, all attempts ended in failure, and there was no connection with the bird. Ashel was very frightened, thinking that the bird had started talking and wanted to run away from that place. But Ronan stopped him. He told him that it was a normal magic of connection and that he should pull himself together. Ronan turned to whoever had connected to the bird. He realized that if it spoke, it felt like it could block mana on its own. Ronan realized that the owner of that bird had heard him. He answered Ronan he was right, and he introduced himself as Varen, and he was in the study of fantastic creatures, and this bird, whose name was Marpez, was under his protection. Varen told them that no matter how many times he tried to connect to the bird, the connection with it didn't work, and he was thinking of reporting the incident. But then they showed up and freed it. He apologized to them for his rudeness, but he wanted to know who they were. Ronan answered him that they were simple good travelers. Ronan explained to Varen that they had stumbled upon poachers who had stolen his bird. They had not even realized that the sack contained his bird. He didn't want to tell him all the details of what happened next and what happened to those poachers. The memories were too bloody to tell him. They regretted getting in his way. Ronan said they had saved his bird and defeated the poachers, but they didn't know the bird was important. Varen couldn't believe the poachers had stolen his bird. Varen was shocked to hear from Ronan. He thought it had been kidnapped, but he couldn't even imagine that it would actually happen. He owed them a huge debt. He wasn't even sure if he could ever thank them, but they didn't ask for anything for the rescue. They wanted to ask him how they could get the bird back. They noticed that she looked very tired after her captivity. Ronan asked him if he would be able to fly normally if he took off her shackles, to which Varen gave a positive answer. He was sure that everything would be fine and she would be able to reach him. Varen said that dream birds had an amazing instinct for home, so if they could free her, she would find her way home. Ronan drew his sword and was ready to free the poor bird. Ronan shattered the shackles with a deft movement of his hand, and she was free. The bird was happy that nothing was in her way anymore, and she could fly away safely to wherever she wanted to go. He holstered his sword and added that she could now return to her master and that she was free. Nothing threatened her anymore. Ronan smiled at the bird and motioned for it to fly so its master wouldn't worry about it. He was kind to the bird and it felt it. You could see in its eyes that it was grateful to him. He noticed that the bird had its back turned to him and was not flying away. He did not know what it wanted from him. Varen told him that it wanted him to pluck a feather from it before it flew away. Apparently it wanted to meet him again someday. Varen explained to Ronan that once the feather of the dream bird was extracted, it allowed its owner to know the direction to her. It worked like a compass. He could find her anywhere. He asked Ronan if he had extracted the feather from the bird, and if so, he also asked him to visit his establishment when he had a chance. He asked him very much to visit him and the bird. After he retrieved the feather, the bird immediately went home. It did not wait for its master to finish his speech. He promised them that he would definitely repay them for the kind act on their part. Before Ronan knew it, the bird had disappeared from his sight. He noted that it had incredible speed. Ashel came up to him and noticed that the bird had left something in his hand. He said he felt as if he had been stung in his arm. He couldn't understand what to do or why the bird had done that. He scrutinized his arm. They stood there trying to figure out what the bird had left on Ronan's arm. It was the first time they had seen such a thing, and they could no longer contact the owner of the bird. They were left to find out what it was themselves. The jeweler scrutinized the jewelry that had been brought to him for sale. He assessed what stone was in the piece. He also noted that it was very skillfully made. Duan Carabel, the owner of the trading company, said that the jewelry they brought him was amazing. He could pay 20 gold coins for it. It was not a bad amount of money for this item. Duan added that if you think about it that way, everything they brought him was worth a lot of money. He was very happy that he had a good day today. He said that he was happy to help such an important client. Ronan smiled at him and said that finally at least someone understood and realized that. Ronan considered all the other peddlers to be mere scammers. They had greatly reduced the price of his wares. He knew they were worth many times more. He noted that he had managed to find a decent merchant after all. He was pleased that he had walked around for a reason. Duan was quite flattered by Ronan's praise. Ronan asked him if he wanted to appraise anything else besides these items. He asked him to look at one interesting thing he had in his pocket. He clarified that he wanted Duan to just appraise it. He had no intention of selling the item. He was just curious as to what exactly it was. Ronan remembered their nightly adventures and how the bluebird of happiness had left him the thing in his hand. But he couldn't find out from anyone what it was. His last hope was for Duan. The bird before it flew away from Ronan's hand had left him its egg. When he saw it, he thought it was its droppings and didn't immediately notice that it was an egg. But he was wrong. It was not her droppings. But he was curious why the bird had left him the egg. He wanted to know what was in it, or maybe who was in it. Ronan threw the egg at a rock near them to test its safety. He thought it would test its strength, and the result shocked them. After the egg hit the rock, he was able to find out that it was very strong. It had broken through the rock and the egg was unharmed. Duan took the egg and began to examine it very carefully. He didn't know if it was an egg or something else. He couldn't give them any answers yet. He needed to examine it more closely. He noted that it was a rare, fantastic object. It could be worth a lot of money. It was very strange. Ronan stood and listened to the jeweler carefully. Duan twirled the egg in his hands for a long time. He examined it from different sides and under different lenses. He noted its color and texture. They pleasantly surprised him. Ronan was overjoyed when he found out that it was worth a lot of money. He didn't want to keep it and was ready to sell the strange object. But he was not happy for long. The jeweler told him that it was horse droppings, and the smile disappeared from Ronan's face. He couldn't believe that a bird had left him such a surprise. Ronan said it wasn't horse droppings, but the jeweler laughed because he didn't know what it was, and he was just joking about it. He said it was a very unusual item. He took it back and examined it. He wished he could still show it to the professionals. He had hoped that they could identify the object and the nature of its origin. Ronan decided to try and take it to the professionals. Right now he couldn't sell the item. He was very much curious as to what it was, so until he knew, he wouldn't sell it. In addition to selling the jewelry, Ronan wanted to ask Duan if he sold any books about the Philian Academy. They would be very useful to him for admission. He told the jeweler that they were planning to take the entrance exams, but they didn't know much about them and wanted to prepare properly. Duan thought it was a good coincidence that they were also applying to the academy. Duan told them that his daughter was also planning to take the entrance exam for the academy. He was sure that she would be able to help them and give them advice on how to prepare for it. During the lively conversation, they did not even notice how his daughter approached them. She did not understand what kind of people they were and what was going on here. She went up to her father and asked him again what they were, what they wanted from him, why they had come to him. When Duan saw her, he rejoiced and told them that his daughter had finally come home. Duan decided to introduce them and introduced her as his only child. Her name was Maria. She stood there looking at them in surprise, not knowing what was going on. Ronan was stunned when he heard her name. It seemed very familiar to him. He realized he had known her in his past life, and now she was in front of him. He was a little confused when he saw her. He looked at her and still couldn't quite figure out if she was the Mary he knew. He needed to make sure his assumptions were correct, but he didn't know how to do that yet. Duan turned to her. He motioned for her to come over and say hello to them. They were important people they had just made a favorable deal with. Hearing her father, she was pleasantly surprised. She looked at them and was a bit disrespectful to them, calling them children. Duan sharply shouted at her to watch her tongue and not allow herself to be unnecessary with his clients. He apologized to them for her. He said she had grown up in the company and could have been rude, but Ashel rushed to reassure him, saying it was fine and they weren't offended by her. Ashel thought that maybe Ronan might have taken offense to her, and when he turned around to find out, Ronan had already started walking to meet Maria. Ashel became a little worried. Ronan got as close to her as possible and asked if she was really Maria, but she didn't understand what he was telling her. Why he asked her that if her father had just introduced her? He wanted to know if she was the Maria who used Sen as her middle name. She confirmed that she did, but didn't understand how he could know that. She was amazed. Ronan noted that it was all strange. She did look like the Maria he remembered, but he still wasn't sure about it. He couldn't believe that he had met the very same Maria. This was the person he had once known who had gone with him to war with the giant Akayat. Ronan wanted to ask her one more question. He asked her to come closer to him so he could ask her in person and so no one else could hear his question. He approached her himself and whispered in her ear. He wanted to know if she had something down, but she didn't realize what he was going to ask her. Ronan asked her the most dangerous and provocative question that made her hair stand on end. She was just baffled. He asked her if she had a pepper like the boys down there. She stood there and just couldn't move and couldn't answer anything out of surprise. She couldn't believe he had asked her that question. She didn't understand why he thought that about her. Maria stood and thought about how to answer him. She knew she might have a nervous breakdown over such a question. Ronan was not shy to ask such a question the first time they met. Ronan stood and looked around at Maria. He told her that no matter which way he looked at her, it didn't look like she had him. Maria was just boiling with anger at him. He thought that maybe the old jeweler had another child he knew nothing about. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Maria's hand flying at him. She slapped him with all her might for asking such a question. She angrily asked him to shut up and not say such nasty things to her. Ronan did not dodge her attack and deliberately missed it. He noted that she had a good punch that he wouldn't be able to forget. That punch reminded him of a familiar sensation that he hadn't experienced in a long time. Now he had no doubt that the person in front of him was the same person he remembered so well and would never forget. It was the girl from his memories, the same Count Maria Saint. Ronan remembered that when he had served in a place called Armarlin, Maria had been in charge of the supplies. She had been strict and very beautiful. He knew her as someone with a great work ethic and an easygoing personality. She was able to get along with anyone. Maria was an impressive person, but as soon as there was a discussion about men's dignity amongst the guys, Maria would change dramatically before her eyes and instantly become angry. Who knows why? And she would start slapping all the people without giving a reason. He was eerily curious as to the reason why she would start hitting people for these conversations. Ronan was going to ask her about it the next time they met, but he never got that opportunity again, much to his dismay. Maria had died before him in the battle with a Hayuth. He never had the chance to ask her the question he was interested in, but now he had seen her and couldn't pass up the opportunity. He couldn't imagine that he would only be able to find the answer here. He smiled and was pleased that he had managed to ask Count Maria a question. Now he knew she was really a girl. She was incredibly angry. She couldn't calm down. She wanted to know if he had been amused or if he hadn't gotten enough from her and wanted more. She decided to slap him again to get him to stop mocking her. Maria threw herself at him with an attack. She was sure she would succeed in slapping him again. But Ronan was faster now and attacked her back. He asked her to calm down and stop lunging at him with unsuccessful attempts to slap him. Ronan explained to her that he had just let her hit him once for his question, but to have her hit him a second time he could not allow. Her attack had only succeeded because he himself had allowed her to make her attack on him and do minor damage. He was about to tell her that he wouldn't give her a second strike, but he didn't expect her to give him a sly headbutt at that moment. It was her second successful strike. Within moments of their meeting, they were fighting with each other, and it was extremely difficult to break them up. Something had to be done before they seriously injured each other. Ashel and Duan rushed to separate them. They didn't want them to be violent. He didn't introduce them for fighting, but they didn't listen to them and kept fighting. Ashel sat there and couldn't understand what was wrong with these two. He literally stopped realizing what was going on around him. After Ronan appeared, his life changed a lot. He remembered that they had just fought as if they wanted to kill each other, and that scared him. But what happened after the fight surprised him even more. They were sitting together at the same table as if nothing had happened, and they hadn't fought recently. This surprised Ashel. He didn't know how they did it. They were sitting quietly and examining the items on the table. Ronan showed Maria the items and wanted to know her opinion. He wanted to know if they were okay, and if there was anything wrong with them, he would buy something else. Maria scrutinized the items that Ashel and Ronan had brought them. They were 3 swords and 1 magic wand. On this ground they got along very well and did not clash. She took the first sword and prepared to give it an evaluation. She looked at it and analyzed it. She paid attention to every detail. It was important to her what steel this sword was made of. Maria asked them why they needed 3 blades. Wouldn't it be hard for him to carry them around? Ronan replied that they were just in case and that he was rough with swords. Ronan wanted her opinion on whether she liked the swords. Maria replied that they were quite good, but the black iron sword was the best of the 3. She explained to him that the Sharoon iron was quite strong, and it was the kind of thing that even the most famous knights in the Empire sought out. Maria said that she didn't know how rough he was with the sword. This sword he could hardly break. Ronan, when he found out that it was made of black iron, he remembered that it was his favorite weapon in the past. She continued to examine the weapons. She picked up the staff and said that it had a great stone in it and the weapon wasn't the worst. She couldn't believe that all of this was left to them for nothing. Maria looked at Ashel and assumed he was a mage. Ashel seemed like a very sweet child to her. Ashel was surprised at this attention and was confused and replied that he was a mage. She wanted to know what kind of magic he possessed. She couldn't think that such a young boy could be a real mage. Shyly, Ashel replied that he possessed telekinesis. Maria was overjoyed when she heard what he had. She called him amazing and that if he did well, he could even get a scholarship. She turned to Ronan and wanted to know more about him. She wondered what technique he planned to show on the practical exam. He was quite surprised and didn't know what technique Maria was talking about. Maria couldn't believe that he didn't know. About getting into Philion, he had to impress the professors in the practical exam by showing them all the techniques he possessed. She noted that the theoretical exam was also difficult, but it couldn't compare to the practical exam. He only had to show himself in practice and he could already get in, despite the theoretical exam. Maria added that to put it simply, if he didn't show them his worth, he could forget about entering there. Ronan was shocked. He thought it was enough for a swordsman to be good at swordsmanship. Ronan wanted to know more about what people usually showed in practical exams. She told him that some nobles showed their families secret techniques that only they possessed. But most martial artists and candidates showed their personal martial techniques of mana possession. When Ronan heard about mana, he didn't know anything about it at all. He asked her to stop and tell him about mana. Ronan asked her if sword-wielding children at that age could use mana even if they weren't mages. Maria looked at him and couldn't understand what he was talking about. She thought it was a normal skill for anyone who was a student of Philion. She explained to him that they were trained to sense mana and then use it in battle. It was the basics of the basics. He was completely confused. He couldn't even imagine what she was talking about. He didn't know anything about mana. Maria saw that Ronan knew absolutely nothing about mana and was not ready for the academy. She asked him not to tell her that he didn't know how to sense mana. She had never met anyone like that before. Ronan asked her about her mana. Wasn't it similar to using aura? After that question, Maria wanted to fight with him again. It was the stupidest thing she had ever heard. She covered her face with her hands and didn't want to look at him. She thought that this man was seriously telling her about entering Philion Academy without even knowing how to use mana. Maria couldn't believe he said that mana and aura were similar. She didn't understand how he could say that. Ronan felt uncomfortable. He didn't understand why she was making such a fuss. She decided that this would not do and told him to go outside immediately. Ronan looked at her and tried to understand why she suddenly decided to go outside with him, what she wanted from him. Maria had asked him to lend her his daggers. She had forgotten her sword at the forge, and the daggers were needed for business. It looked like she wanted to have a duel with him on the street. Ronan didn't realize what kind of self-confidence she was being. He was worried that she might have damaged them and he still needed them. She asked him not to worry and that it would be over before it even started. Maria promised him that if anything happened to his swords, she could pay double or triple for them. She wanted him not to worry about it and went out with her. She stood up and headed for the exit. She asked Ronan to stop talking and follow her. She wanted to give him a special training session for him to understand what mana was. Mana was a source of natural power, like air. It was a natural energy that existed everywhere in the world, but that didn't mean anyone could use it. To start using mana, one had to see and feel it in oneself and be able to use the sense of mana. Training, innate talent, and many other things influenced the attainment of this stage, and personal motivations could also play an important role. But in most cases, it took about a year to begin to feel mana and be able to use it in duels and battles. Philion's most promising students had already passed this stage. and were able to sense and use mana. After learning personal mana techniques, they still entered the academy. They went outside where it was a deafening night, and there were no people outside. There was a bright moon in the sky, and they were ready to start practicing. Maria had told him the theoretical part. Maria asked Ronan to forget about his feelings. He didn't even know the difference between mana and aura, and he was about to enter Philion. He still had a lot to learn before he could take the exams. They stood against each other holding their swords. Ronan didn't know if Maria would attack him or not, but he kept his guard up and watched her and her movements carefully. She said that aura could be called a type of mana, but there was a huge difference between the two. Like between heaven and earth, Ronan couldn't believe that the difference was so huge. Maria told him that even those whose talent was recognized had trained for a minimum of years at a time, and it was only with insane effort that they barely mastered the innate power that was the aura. She looked at Ronan and wondered if he understood any of what she had just told him. It was important to her that he understood her. Ronan replied that he did understand some of what she was saying. Ronan remembered that he had met them before on the battlefield. They often flaunted themselves in front of aura users, and they possessed unusual powers. He had found them very annoying in battle. They were very difficult to kill, but still he had succeeded. He noted that it was quite a surprise to find out how amazing it was. But Ronan didn't think they were very strong. He knew that he had previously managed to defeat them and not use mana, which he didn't even know about before he met Maria. People who had mana were still killed by his sword. He suggested that she finish her explanation and start training. He wanted to end it quickly. He was tired of all this talk about mana. Now he wanted to see it in action. Maria said that she would get her words across to him faster if she used his body instead of his head. She doubted that he understood what she was saying, so she decided to show him. Ronan saw an ordinary young girl in front of him. She didn't look like a warrior or someone who possessed powerful mana or aura. He didn't know how she was going to show him her skills. Maria didn't think long and decided to start attacking him. While Ronan was thinking about her, in an instant she was already beside him, ready to strike him with her blade. He stood still and didn't try to dodge. He was calm and seemed to be in control. Ronan managed to block her attack with his sword. She was close to catching him off guard, but she failed. Ronan was just as fast as she was. Their swords crossed each other, and he waited for Maria's next move. Her facial expression changed. She was quite serious about fighting him. Now she was attacking him at almost full power. But Ronan was as strong as her and easily repelled her attack. Ronan was surprised that she had such power. Even being so young, he was also amazed that she used both daggers at once. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. He couldn't see what made her so strong, but he was pretty sure that this style of fighting had something to do with mana, but he hadn't seen how she used it. Maria didn't realize how he had managed to react so quickly to her attack. She was amazed at his speed. He had managed to block her attack. She thought she would be able to end the battle in one blow. She wanted to show him the full power of mana and make him drop the thought of joining the academy. Maria wanted to help him. She thought it would be better if he refused to enroll now, and thought it would be much worse if he met with humiliation during the exam. But instead, he started to crowd her, and it felt like he was going to attack her. He wasn't as easy as she thought. Maria thought he had applied the ability of someone who didn't possess mana to her. Maria was completely confused. She didn't know what was going on, and didn't know how she could finish the fight without taking damage. Ronan noticed that Maria was distracted and wondered what she was thinking, but Maria just kept quiet. Ronan threw back her swords that were holding back his sword, and now he was the attacker. She needed to do something urgently, or he could do serious damage to her. He was about to attack and warned her to dodge rather than block his attack. Her defenses might not work against his attack. He didn't want to injure or kill her. Ronan effortlessly unleashed his attack on Maria, which she didn't see coming. But her instincts worked at the highest level, and she managed to dodge his attack and jump back to safety. Maria could barely stop herself. The force of Ronan's attack was overwhelming, and she couldn't quite stay on her feet. She was lucky it wasn't a real fight. Otherwise, the outcome of the fight could have been completely different. She raised her head looking directly at Ronan. She was in awe of his abilities. She thought that if she had hesitated any longer, it could have cost her dearly. Maria realized that Ronan was extraordinary, and she told him so. He stood across from her and replied that she was as extraordinary as he was. Ronan had already put his sword away and didn't want to continue training. He told her that even without taking mana into account, she was quite good with the blade, but she replied that she had a bit of a problem with her center of gravity. He turned around and started to walk away. He advised her to fix her problems and then she could get very far. Maria, listening to him, didn't understand where he was going to go. Ronan replied to her that it didn't matter. He asked her to keep her word that she had given him. When they were examining the blades, Maria stood up and shouted at his back not to even think that he could beat her. He continued to remind her of her promise. Her blade that she held in her hand, which she pointed at Ronan, was beginning to slowly crack. Ronan had managed to damage the blade so that it broke into small pieces right in her hand in front of her face. Now she had to pay him triple for it. Maria didn't realize when he had time to strike so hard and damage her weapon. Leaving Ronan asked her to prepare the money for the blade. He would pick it up a little later. She stood there bewildered with just the hilt as someone tapped on her shoulder. She didn't see who it was and began to slowly turn around towards him. It was Ashel calling her. He told her that she had done a great job. He wanted to support her. He understood her feelings to some extent, so he decided to cheer her up a bit. Ronan called Ashel after him. They had to go. After the training, Ronan was a bit tired and wanted to rest. Ashel immediately ran to him. He didn't want to keep him waiting. Maria was in a complete daze. Ashel cheerfully ran up to Ronan, who wanted to ask him why he was walking towards him so slowly. They should have been heading back home by now. Maria only stared in their wake and wished she knew who they were. The next day, early in the morning, Ronan went to Maria for his money that she had promised him for the ruined blade. He went to her trading shop and waited for his money. Mary led them to a place. She had something important for them and she wanted to share it with them. When they saw what Mary had prepared for them, they stood in utter amazement. Next to the barrel were full bags of books, and on top of the barrel were 3 small bags. She told them that they weren't just books. They were a collection of problems and notes for Filian's theory exam that she had made herself. Ronan looked at her in disbelief. Maria asked with a smile that they didn't need them, and reminded them that there was only a month left before the exam. Ronan replied that they needed the books, but didn't understand why she was trying so hard for them. He drew his sword and threatened her that if she was trying to set them up, he would deal with her quickly. But Maria stopped him and told him not to worry. She explained that she did it because she liked them. Maria said she was doing them this favor because she wanted them both to be able to get into the academy, and it was all free for them. Ronan decided that if it was all free, he would accept her help. Her workers were finishing loading her crates. She said that she herself would have preferred to personally pull them before the exams, but the trade couldn't wait, and she and her father had to hit the road together. Mary smilingly told them lastly to study hard for their own sakes, and that if they failed with all she had given them, she would be sure to remind them of it. She asked them if they understood her, that she would be furious if they failed the admission. Ronan looked at her and told her to think of herself. They would do well with the admission. Maria got on the wagon and set off. She told them then they would see each other next time, already in the capital the day after the exams. Ashel cheerfully saw Maria off. He waved cheerfully at her as Ronan just stood there and emotionlessly watched her leave. She had really asked them to have time to read all the books she had left them. Ronan carefully began to examine his body, something he didn't like, and something he wished he could fix. He realized that he didn't have much time, and that there would be many enemies at the academy. He decided that he would need to train his weak body, and he also needed to study, which he had a hard time doing. He was a simple soldier and didn't want to learn anything, but that wasn't a bad thing at all. He still had a whole month to prepare, and he would be able to see his sister more often. He planned to spend all the time studying from his textbooks. Ronan's whole life after returning home was similar to before, but it was starting to change a little at a time, maybe not even noticeably to him. He ate with Irel, something he had never done before. He wanted to spend more time with his sister, so he tried to always eat with her. She noticed that he had a great appetite. He would sit and eat until his stomach tried to put it all back in. He worked out a lot and therefore ate a lot. When Ronan was full of calories, he hunted monsters on the outskirts of the village and worked on increasing his stamina and adaptability. He was getting stronger and stronger. The monsters in the forest had little to oppose him, so he was trying to train before entering the academy. Ronan once again fought the monsters, and so on until all the monsters around the village were gone. No one could stop him. After the last successful monster hunt and the evening training, Ronan did not forget to study, which for a soldier was something incredible. Every night he would sit over Maria's notes. He was lost and couldn't figure out what he needed to memorize. Studying was very hard for him. Ronan couldn't even know what it would get him in the end, but he worked hard. He couldn't do otherwise. If he took on something, he did it to the end. And when the month of his labors was over, they could finally reach the main stage of the story, where they had a hard road to enrollment. They arrived in the majestic city of Valen, which was the capital of the empire. It was large and very beautiful. the kind of beauty they had never seen anywhere before. In the center of the city was the best imperial institution for education. It was located in the small city in a white tower. Ashel stood there and couldn't believe that they had finally made it, and that they could actually live and learn here. He felt like he was in a dream. In front of them stood the great and famous Philion Academy. It was the best, and its graduates were proof of that. Ashel thought the building was a masterpiece of architecture. He couldn't get enough of it. His eyes were burning. He was looking forward to the moment when he could study here. He didn't have time to say anything else because he was interrupted by Ronan. He saw Ashel standing in the middle of the road and endangering himself. Ronan asked him to stop acting like a villager. He needed to get into the building or they might be late for the exam. Ashel was somehow unsure of how to talk to him. He called his name in a shaky voice. Ronan couldn't understand what was wrong with his answer and why he was talking to him like that. He answered him that everything was fine, and he was just gazing at the beautiful buildings around him. They hadn't seen Ronan for a month. Ashel told him that he had grown bigger than he had been, but Ronan thought he was back to his old ways and was doing something else. Ronan walked over to him and told him to stop his nonsense and go inside. They didn't have much time left before the exams started. He headed towards the entrance and thought that if they were already in Philion, they might have met him, whose name Ronan didn't want to remember. Ronan could have met a descendant of the Grantia family, a lineage of outstanding swordsmen. He was a genius who was considered by all to be the strongest in history. He thought that he had to be his age now, so they would probably meet at the exam, but he didn't want that. Ronan decided that it wasn't that important to him. He had another task in front of him. He needed to enter the academy and pass the exams. Ashel suddenly appeared from behind Ronan and asked him if he had brought that thing with him, but he didn't understand what thing Ashel was talking about. Ashel explained to him that he was talking about the pen of the bird they had rescued, which was supposed to lead them to her. Ashel thought that she might be somewhere not far from them. Ronan told him that he had brought it with him before they left because he remembered that the bird's owner had told them that he lived in the capital. He wanted to visit him after the exams, and then suddenly the feather began to show them the direction of where the bird and its master were. The feather was pointing straight to the Philion Academy building, and it was pointing them to the topmost floor of that building. Apparently that's where they were. On the very top floor in his office, a professor was walking and talking. He thought things were not easy and that he didn't like teaching at all. He was talking to his bluebird that sat on his shoulder. He was thinking that maybe it would be better for him to go back to research. The professor didn't know what to do and what to do next. He petted his bird and said it was the only thing that could cheer him up. His wild bird's name was Marpez. He decided that he should continue teaching to repay the hero who had saved Marpez. The bird's owner was Professor Varin Fanashir, a zoology professor. His specialty was that he was a half-lion. Professor Varin thought that maybe he should have opened the window to air out the room, and if their hero would come today, maybe he would visit him. Barely opening the window as Ronan's face looked up at the professor, telling him that he hadn't even knocked yet, and he was already being opened. Ronan spotted a bluebird he knew, and he concluded that before him was his half-human owner, who stood aghast at Ronan's sudden appearance. Varin was greatly frightened. He took his bird in his hands, fearing that he had come for it. He wanted to know who he was and how he had gotten here. The professor was surprised that they had climbed to one of the top floors. Ronan said that Varin's screams scared him. Ashel noted that that was why he wanted to take the stairs, so that no one would scare anyone. Varin suggested that they might have come for his friend Marpez. He didn't understand what they wanted him to do by climbing so high. Ronan took out a feather and showed it to the professor. It was the feather that had brought them to his office, and they were not going to steal the bird from him. When Professor Varin saw the feather, he smiled and smiled. He realized what kind of people had come to his office and seemed happy to finally meet them. They stood across from him without expressing any emotion. Ronan silently held the quill in his hand and didn't understand why the professor thought they were heroes. Varin was ashamed that she had behaved so indecently in front of their heroes and that he had scared Ronan. He was quite grateful to them for saving his friend. He kept asking them to forget about their first meeting. He apologized to them for scaring them. Ronan told him that everything was fine and that he didn't have to worry. They had already forgotten everything. Ronan said that it was more Ashel's fault because he climbed in the window. Ashel didn't know what he was talking about. He replied that it was Ronan who said that the stairs were too boring. Ashel wanted to say something else, but Ronan covered his mouth with his hand. He went on to tell Varin that he had imagined things differently. He couldn't think of a rare species of half-human owning a bird, and being a professor at the academy surprised him, to which Varin replied that he himself was amazed to learn that his heroes had decided to join their academy. Varin said that he was a little disappointed that he had found out too late, Otherwise, he would have prepared recommendations for them. But the exam was already today, and he would not have had time to do anything for them. He hoped that they wouldn't have failed the exams and would be able to study for them. Ronan reached into his pocket. Since they were here, he wanted to ask them something, but they had very little time. Ronan took out the egg that his friend Marpez had left him. The professor wiped his glasses and asked him if it was the egg that Marpez had left him. Professor Varin, when he fully saw the contents of Ronan's hand, was shocked. He saw the rare egg of the dream bird that was his friend Marpez. Varin wanted to know that it was exactly Marpez who laid that egg. Varin's question surprised Ronan. He thought that something was wrong. He couldn't even think that it was something amazing that a dream bird laid an egg. The professor had explained to him that it wasn't an ordinary bird but a dream bird, so he was surprised, but anyway he was much more surprised by another fact. Varin scrutinized the egg and told them that he was clueless and had no idea who could have hatched from it. The egg was rare and he had never seen them before. Ronan assumed that if it was a bird's egg, then it must have been a bird that hatched. But the professor, with a smile on his face, told him that dream birds were different from regular birds. He wanted to explain to him that depending on the environment, the dream bird absorbed unique mana and then could lay an egg. Normal birds didn't do that. Varin went on to say that if there was lava, a flame-wrapped phoenix could hatch. If there was a monster's lair, the bird would copy the monster's appearance and everything else. There were conditions where no bird at all would emerge from the egg. He said that if he analyzed the mana coming out of the egg, there was a chance he could predict what shape the dream bird would take after hatching. Varin once again took the egg in his hands and looked at it closely. He noticed that there was what looked like molten metal flowing chaotically. It was myriads of mana. He informed him that right now it was hard for him to tell who was in that egg. Ronan looked and didn't understand why he was placing such importance on some egg. Ronan looked at Marpez and wanted to know where he had been, what place, what mana he had absorbed that he had now laid him an egg. He added that he had never met such a shameless bird before, at which time Marpez did not understand what Ronan was telling him and brushed his feathers. Professor Varin had to ask them if they could keep an eye on the egg. Ronan was slightly surprised by the question. He told him that they would keep an eye on it. It wasn't a problem for them. Ronan couldn't understand why the professor was giving him this egg. Wasn't it valuable? Varin replied that it was very valuable. After all, the dream bird only laid one egg in its entire life, so it was unique. Varin said that since it happened in the presence of the heroes, he thought that Marpez felt something special about them, so he laid the egg. He wanted to respect the decision of his friend Marpez, with whom he had spent so much time with. He had no right to take away the egg he had left for them. That was the reason Professor Varin had left that egg on them. Ronan was fine with that. Besides, he was very curious to see what would hatch out of it. They got up and were about to leave. Time was running out. They had already learned everything they wanted to know, and it was time for them to leave. But the professor asked them to wait a bit. Varin had been thinking about what to give them as a token of his gratitude. And just then he came up with what he thought was a brilliant idea. He was looking for something among his rubble on the table, then abruptly turned around and handed them a folded paper. He said it would help them when hatching the egg, but they didn't know what it said yet. They took the parchment and went to the hall for the practical exam. This hall was in the main building of Castle Galelion. A large number of aspiring martial artists were sitting in the waiting room. One by one, they were invited into the room to test their martial skills. An employee of the academy was calling out different applicants for the exam. He also announced who the exam was completed for. The room was quiet and there was no fuss. Everyone sat and quietly waited for their turn. He invited the applicant number into the room to take the exam. It was obvious that the guy was very anxious and couldn't get his emotions under control. Ronan was getting bored of sitting and waiting. He didn't understand why they were making him wait so long. He was getting bored. He was already ready to show his abilities. Maria was sitting next to him. He asked her if she thought things were going too slow, but Maria said it was like that for all the exams. Ronan looked at her and asked her what kind of outfit she was wearing, and if she was comfortable in it. Maria said that she paid special attention to it, that this academy was attended by all the aristocrats of the empire. She said that later on they would all be important customers for her, and she couldn't look bad in front of them, so she wore the best she had. Ronan noticed that she put a lot of effort into it. Maria said it would have been easier if they had their sweetheart Ashel with them. Ronan told her that there was nothing to be done about it. The mage exam room was somewhere else. He hoped that Ashel wasn't crying in a corner there. A staff member came out and announced that the exam for the room was over. Now he was inviting the room to take the exam. He asked him to follow him. This number was Ronan's. He got up and said that it was his turn to impress the professors. Maria asked him to calm down and show them everything he was capable of. She added with a smile on her face that if he failed the exam, she would kill him. He replied to her that he knew that and thanked her for her concern and sincere support. Ronan entered the exam hall and saw 5 professors of the academy in front of him. They looked very stern and unbiased. He looked at them carefully and evaluated each of them quickly. He noticed that they all looked very different. They were of different ages. They were silent and waited for him to come closer to them. Ronan noticed the professor sitting in the middle. It was the head of the academy, Archmage Krava Kratir. He had a positive attitude towards the exam. He noticed one of the seated women. He had rarely seen such energy in his past life. It was the swordsmanship instructor of the great sword Saint Nabirosa. Ronan walked closer to them, bowed and introduced himself. The head of the academy introduced himself in return and said it was a pleasure to meet him. He told him that he would be fighting a magic mannequin so he could demonstrate his technique. He asked if he had decided what he was going to show them. Ronan said that he was ready to show them his technique. He added that it was nothing special. He was going to show them his quick cut. He felt that it would be enough for a dummy. The head of the academy was surprised by Ronan's choice. The professor who sat to the left of the head was so surprised that he used a simple cut without a drop of mana. The 2 professors began to discuss him. They thought he was one of those who judged a dummy by appearance and thought he had told them utter nonsense. They thought he was from a remote village where they had never heard of magical dummies. They knew that even though he looked like this, the dummy was able to resist aura due to the defense skill and had a high level of regeneration. It was a product of advanced magical engineering. They laughed at Ronan. They remembered that even the so-called genius Shulafin could barely leave a blade mark. They wondered what Ronan could show them. They kept mocking him, thinking that he was capable of nothing. The professors judged each other's jokes and didn't hide their laughter. The head thought they were being very rude even when Ronan was right in front of them. He thought that they themselves had only judged him by his appearance. He wondered what would happen if this child proved to them their non-failure. How would they behave then? Ronan ignored the taunts of the professors and prepared to show them the technique he had conceived. The head of the academy, looking at him, couldn't understand where he got such energy from at such a young age. He approached the dummy and used his technique on it, showing the professors his ability. He made only 1 strike and then waited. Ronan put his sword away and said that was the end of his demonstration. Now he waited to see what they would say to him, what verdict they would give him. The 2 professors sat back and further mocked him. They thought he was joking when he said he would only throw 1 punch. It was hard for them to judge such a performance. He turned around with the head and with a smile on his face wanted to know his opinion. Didn't he think the guy showed them too little and they had nothing to evaluate? But the head of the academy froze. He couldn't believe what Ronan had done. He literally froze and didn't even hear what his subordinate was saying to him. Suddenly, Professor Nabirosa jumped up from her seat and rushed at Ronan. Apparently, she wanted to find out something from him, but the others didn't understand what was going on. She approached Ronan with great speed and stopped her sword near his neck. Ronan stood still and did not resist. He did not even have time to react to her attack. Ronan looked at her and said that she scared him when she decided to attack him. She looked at him and wanted to know who he was. She was serious. She looked at him and couldn't understand who taught him this swordsmanship. She was shocked at his level. It was much higher than she expected. She didn't often see this kind of level. Ronan didn't understand what she was talking about. He didn't know what to say to her. After all, no one had taught him. Then she decided to rephrase her words to make it clearer to him. She didn't take her sword away from him and asked if he had seen her movements. Ronan said he had, and they were quite impressive. He was amazed at her skills. He remembered how her attack had started. She had drawn her blade in just a moment and had 3 swings of it before she reached him. Professor Nabirosa confirmed that she had made exactly 3 swings. Just as he had done around the dummy, he had used 3 strikes on it, and only experienced warriors would have been able to see that. She was outraged that he was trying to trick them. He did 3 strikes even though he called them a cut. He wished he knew he really thought she wouldn't have noticed it. Nabirosa noted his level of swordsmanship. It was very high. He wielded a sword better than anyone who came to them for exams, and she was the only one who could notice what he demonstrated to them. She explained that he had deliberately struck the last blow slower so that there was an opportunity to cover up the other 2 blows. She knew that the other professors didn't understand at all what she was talking about. Nabirosa thought that this way he was absolutely sure that they would only see the last blow he had slowed down for them. She had figured out his cunning plan. She couldn't believe his incredible arrogance. She thought that he had forgotten where he was and that he had the professors in front of him, and fooling them wouldn't have worked out for him. The professors who were mocking him were completely lost. They didn't even realize what they were supposed to see. They were strong, more in theory, and couldn't see what Nabirose saw. Ronan thought there had been a misunderstanding. The only reason he had to hold back the blow was because he had doubts about the strength of his sword. Otherwise, he would have done things differently. But he had a strong feeling that Professor Nabirose just might not believe him, but he didn't know how else he could explain it to her. Nabirose pulled the sword away from his head and headed to her seat at the admissions desk. She told him firmly that she would remember him. Ronan stood there and couldn't believe that was the end of it. But suddenly she turned around and told him menacingly that she would personally take care of his studies. He thought he had passed the exam and impressed one of the professors. She sat back down and was very annoyed. Apparently, all of Ronan's machinations had made her slightly angry. The head of the academy looked at her and remembered her words that she would personally handle his training. He was getting more and more interested. The head thought that the Nabirose had already enrolled this applicant as one of his students. He realized that Ronan was unusual and could become the best in the academy. He decided it was time to take matters into his own hands. He looked at Ronan and said that he had done a good job on the exam. The head wanted, as a final part of the exam, to ask him a question. It wasn't properly answered. He just wanted to hear him state his thoughts. He asked him a seemingly simple question. He wanted to know what he would like to learn at the academy. He asked him to take his time and think about the question. Ronan, after analyzing his past life, thought about what he would like to learn first, what he lacked during the war. He answered that first of all, he would like to learn not to regret anything. It would be very useful for him in the future and would save him from many other feelings. Ronan said that this was what he wanted to learn first. His answer surprised the head of the academy. He did not expect Ronan to want to learn this. He confirmed that he was not an ordinary boy. The head of the academy accepted his answer and said that he understood it. He thought about Ronan's answer for a long time and his performance in general. He had managed to impress the whole committee. He replayed his answer in his head and tried to understand why it was that Ronan wanted to have no regrets. He was still so young, but the depth of his thoughts was astounding. The head thought he had no small requests, but he didn't know how he could teach it to Ronan. The professor sitting on his left didn't understand the head or the Nabirose at all. They wanted them to explain it to them. He wanted to know what Ronan had done to them. He assumed that he had used some kind of trick to keep them enchanted, but the head was only surprised at what his colleague was saying. The head explained to him that maybe it was a trick and maybe not. They looked sharply at the magic mannequin, which began to make incomprehensible sounds. But the head added that it could be called talent rather than trickery. As his colleague had said, they were both shocked by his words. Not so long ago they had laughed at him, but he had proved to them that he was not so simple. They watched as his head fell off the magical mannequin. Ronan not only managed to make a mark on it, he managed to chop its head off, which was beyond what the professors had expected. Ronan walked out of the building and thought about the technique that Nabirose had used as she attacked him. He thought that he hadn't seen it before and hadn't been able to counter it. He thought that if this had all happened in the past when he was a soldier, he wasn't sure he would have been able to defeat her. She was a strong opponent. Ronan thought that he had already had his share of hardships in life, but he also now realized that all of this was just the beginning on his journey. He smiled and was happy. He realized that coming here was the right decision. He was grateful to the commander-in-chief for her advice to enroll in this academy. Ronan was sure that he could learn a lot at the academy, but he had one more exam ahead of him that he needed to pass, but he didn't think about it. He only had the written part left. He had spent a whole month memorizing everything, and to prepare for the exam, he was sure he would do well. Ronan thought that he could easily pass this exam. He considered the practical exam more important than the theoretical one. Maria and Ashel found Ronan sitting outside a building. He had no face on him. He kept saying he was finished and it was out of options. He figured it wasn't the first time for him. He had his whole life going on like this. Maria was amazed that Ronan didn't even answer half of the questions. She had told him to go over her notes she had given him so he could prepare properly. Ashel explained to her that he had taken some of the notes out of his bag to start his studies, and then he had gotten so caught up in the process that he had completely forgotten about the other part that was still in his bag. He thought it was his fault. He should have come to Ronan and asked around and helped him prepare for his theory assignment, but it was too late. Ronan had been sitting near the building since the end of the tests. He hadn't gotten up or said anything. He was very worried that he wouldn't be able to get into the academy. It wouldn't be long before the results were announced. Maria tried to get him up and cheer him up a bit. She asked him to stop worrying. She said that the practical part was more important, and she was sure that he passed the exam with flying colors. While they were trying to cheer Ronan up, Someone in the crowd shouted that he had finally shown up and everyone was paying attention to his appearance. Ashel said that there was a list of those who had been selected. Now they would know everything. Maria didn't expect him to arrive so early. She was expecting him a little later. Maria found herself on the list. She was 9th in practice and 9th in theory. She got into the martial arts department. Ashel got into the magic department. He was 1st in theory and 12th in practice. They did well. She hugged Ashel with joy. They were happy that they managed to get into the academy. They were frantically rejoicing. Now they could take it easy and have some rest from the exams. Maria told Ashel that he had gotten 1st place in the theory section. She was proud of him, even more than he was. He couldn't believe it was true. She pointed him to the screen where his name was on the list. It said that besides him, 2 others got the same scores as him. Maria said that even though he was 1st, it was very cool. Ashel was very humble and shy. He told her that he was just lucky. She happily turned to Ronan and wanted to know what place he had gotten, and if he had managed to get in with them. She wanted the 3 of them to share the joy of getting into the academy. But Ronan wasn't happy at all. He had no face on him. He only said quietly that he thought he wouldn't be there. He was unrealistically disappointed. He had lost faith that he could get in. He thought that someone like him couldn't get into the academy. Maria was infuriated by Ronan's words. She couldn't believe that he hadn't been accepted into the academy. She thought that he probably just couldn't find his name. Maria took his head and told him to stop saying that. She wanted to know if he had looked at the list carefully. He told her that he had read every name and it wasn't there. He said with sadness in his voice that he didn't pass the exams and he didn't get into the academy with them. And at that moment, something flew in the sky. It looked like a comet. Ronan told them to pay attention to this flash. Maria knew what it was. It was a post-exam celebration. It was for the best entrance of both faculties. A huge bird of phoenix fame appeared in front of them. It was all on fire. It was incredibly beautiful and ready to honor the best. It directed its fire at Ronan, who stood there not understanding what to do and why the bird had chosen him. He already thought he had failed his exams and admission. As soon as the fire touched Ronan, a message appeared saying that he was the best in the martial arts faculty. He was 1st in practice and 1st in theory. He couldn't believe what was happening. Maria and Ashel threw their arms around him. They were very happy for him. But Ronan himself had not yet realized that he had managed to get into the academy. Even though he was a eth in theory, he managed to become the best in the entire faculty. They were shocked by his achievement. Ashel said that he knew Ronan was a genius in sword wielding. Ronan was happy and forgot his recent sadness. He replied to Ashel that he was a good judge of character. But then he remembered something, which drastically spoiled his good mood. He was thinking about something. There was anxiety on his face that he was feeling. He thought that if he was the first, then it appeared that the other genius had succumbed to him. He knew that given his character, a quiet ending was not to be expected. It made him a little uneasy. Ronan heard a voice from behind him ask him if he was the one who had become the best in practice. Ronan was not happy about this encounter. He knew what was going to happen next. Swordmaster Shullifan appeared in front of him. He had come to see the one who had become better than him, and he knew he couldn't just let him go. A duel was brewing. The people around him recognized him and began to stop to look at him. They couldn't believe that the rising star of the empire was now right in front of them. Maria told Ronan that apparently he wanted to talk to him. Ashel noticed that there was a pressurized atmosphere around him, and everyone was expecting the worst. Ronan thought it was unsettling. He noticed that he hadn't changed at all. Ronan remembered that Shullifan couldn't recognize anyone's superiority in blade handling. He had an incredible competitive spirit, and now he couldn't admit his defeat in the exam. He thought it would be best to avoid conflict with him. It was unnecessary for him right now. He pretended not to understand what he was telling him. He said he had no idea how it happened. Shullifan didn't believe him and asked him why he was lying to him, but Ronan kept evading his tricky questions. He asked if he had any evidence to the contrary. He asked him not to look for a fight and pass it by. He heard Ronan's words and reached for his sword. He prepared to give him the proof he had asked him for. He prepared to attack him. Shullifan was lightning fast and attacked Ronan. Ronan's reaction was top-notch. He managed to block with his sword. He practically caught him off guard. Ashel and Maria were shocked that Ronan was attacked by Shullifan. They didn't understand why he decided to attack him. They were worried about him and were afraid he would get hurt. Shullifan told Ronan that this evidence was enough. If he wasn't the best, he wouldn't have been able to block his attack. He decided not to waste time talking and decided to test him out. People who were walking by noticed that there was a fight near them and wanted to see what was going on. After a while, a whole crowd gathered around them and waited for the fight. Sholofin asked to be shown the real skills that Ronan possessed that were superior to his skills. Ronan didn't understand why he needed it. He realized that in this fight, one of them could get seriously hurt. Ronan was pissed at him and was already geared up for battle. He decided to show him the skills if he wanted to see them so badly and lunged at him with an attack. He aimed 3 different attacks at him that were coming at him at an incredible speed towards Sholofin, who just stood there waiting for them. He relied on his reflexes and was sure he would be able to fend them off. Sholofin fended off his attacks with his usual ease. Ronan's attacks missed their target. Their strength was almost equal, and their fight was just beginning. All the fun was yet to come. Ronan looked at him. He wondered if he had had enough. If he was satisfied Ronan didn't want to continue their fight, there was no need. He answered him that he was clearly worthy of high praise. He said his technique was excellent. He was pleased and enjoyed the fight with him. But he had some doubts about his abilities. He again lashed out with an attack on Ronan, who clearly wanted to avoid a duel with him. He just wanted to enjoy the moment that he had managed to enter the academy. Sholofin told him that just as he thought, his abilities weren't enough to get past him, so he started attacking again. But he didn't manage to catch Ronan off guard. He managed to put up a block. He wanted Ronan to show him everything he was capable of, all his fighting power. But Ronan wanted him to calm down and get behind him. Sholofin was incredibly angry that he was second, that someone had managed to surpass him. He was the rising star of the empire, but here he was beaten by an ordinary, unknown guy. He still couldn't accept this fact and launched a powerful attack on Ronan, which he barely managed to deal with. He attacked him more and more fiercely. He needed to do something urgently. Ronan thought he had lost his mind and he decided to die here right now. That was why he didn't want to cross him. He didn't know how to accept defeat. If things happened at this rate, he could use his powerful aura, and then it would be a whole problem for Ronan. Their duel was getting more and more dangerous. Ronan thought that the storm created with just one strike, and his frenetic aura technique called Stormblade were too strong, and he might not be able to handle it. In that case, Ronan had only one option. He had to run away from the scene of the fight. In that case, he would be unharmed, and it would end without casualties. Sholofin was surprised that Ronan started to run away. He wanted to know what he was doing. He couldn't believe that he was putting his opponent on his back right in the middle of a fight. He couldn't let this chance go, and he wanted to seize this moment and started running after him. Ronan saw where his comrades were standing and headed towards them. He hid behind Ashel's back, but he had a plan. Ronan grabbed Ashel by the neck and put his sword to him. Ashel couldn't understand what Ronan was doing and why he suddenly decided to attack him. Ashel was scared. Sholofin shouted at him that he was a pathetic coward. He used the lady as a shield. He couldn't believe he could still call himself a knight after such a humiliating act. Ashel was incredibly upset that he was mistaken for a girl. He told him he was a guy. At that time, Ronan's plan worked and Sholofin fell into his trap. Ronan knew that even under the pretext of death, he would follow the code of the knight. As soon as he approached them, Ronan struck him right in the face. He turned around and gave a command to Ashel and Maria that they needed to run away from there immediately before he recovered from his injury. They didn't have much time. As Sholofin recovered from the missed hit, he saw Ronan running away. He couldn't believe that he was capable of escaping. He only had time to shout after him. He tried to stop him, but Ronan was already far away and he wasn't going to stop. He didn't need this fight. An orderly ran out of the crowd standing nearby. He asked what was going on. He heard about the fight and immediately came running to stop the fight. He saw Sholofin on one knee. He was scared for him. He asked how he was feeling. He wanted to know who could have done this to him. The guard asked him to describe his attackers to him, and they as guards of order would find them and they would be punished. But Sholofin asked him to speak informally. Right now he was a mere enrollee, not a son of the ducal family. He asked the guard not to worry about what had happened. He told him that the duel was fair and no one needed to be found and that he was fine. Sholofin was dusting his suit. He told the guard that he would take care of everything himself. He could continue his service in peace. He looked at his sword and was shocked. It was cracked after Ronan's attacks. This blade was forged from the finest mithril, but it was all broken. Sholofin thought that originally Ronan's skills didn't really impress him, but even with a sword like this, he was able to do a lot of damage. He smiled and found this incident entertaining. He now realized what Ronan was capable of and that he should not underestimate him. He was a serious opponent. Sholofin, after analyzing the whole fight, remembered his name, which he had memorized, and now he could hardly forget it. The next day, Ronan and Ashel were walking on the outskirts of the Stlika in the Shimoe forest. Ronan looked at the map and said it had to be somewhere around here. Ashel didn't understand what they were looking for. and why they had come to this forest. Ashel caught up to Ronan and asked him what could they be doing now. Ronan didn't understand what Ashel was talking about. He thought he was talking about their first trip to the Goblins, but that wasn't the case. He meant he was talking about his battle with Shulafin yesterday. He had heard that he was the heir to the great family of Grancia Ducal, the second after the imperial family. Ashel was worried that he might have wanted revenge on him, but Ronan told him not to worry. He knew that Shulafin was a good guy. He was just obsessed with swordsmanship. Ronan explained to him that he held to principles and honor. In everyone's eyes, he was the protector of the weak, though it would be more accurate to say he was the voluptuousness of the perfect aristocrat. He was sure that yesterday's fight he described as a fair fight. If it had been different, they would have been in jail by now. Ashel answered him that if you looked at it that way, he was right. Such an important man could have found them and put them away the same day, but they were walking free. Ronan said that what was important now was something else. It looked like they had reached the right place. They were near the mana artery that Professor Varen had told them about. They were standing near Fernando's spring. It was a stunningly beautiful place. Ronan was insanely happy when he realized that they had managed to find this beautiful place. Ronan said that when the mana present everywhere in this world gathered at a single point and formed a body of water, it was called a mana artery. Once it appeared, the surrounding matter would begin to absorb mana. Ordinary stones would turn into high-quality mana crystals, and simple weeds would become miraculous healing herbs. Ronan said that they were known for their incredible effectiveness. That was why they came to this place. Ronan had huge plans for this place. He leaned over to the artery and thought that they were simply priceless, and that almost anyone would want to monopolize this artery. He thought that the professor had been quite generous to them. Ronan couldn't believe that Professor Varen had told them about such a place and given them a map, just for the sake of one egg. He looked at Ashel and asked him if he felt anything unusual. Ashel replied that it was the first time he had felt so much mana in one place. It surprised him. Ashel noticed that it was much easier for him to use magic here. He could feel himself getting stronger here. It was an unusual place. Ronan threw the egg he had brought with him into the artery. He thought that the artery would help it grow faster so he could see who was inside. He noticed that the egg was absorbing mana at an insane rate. It had happened before, but not like this. Ronan thought that the mana was to his liking and he couldn't stop absorbing it. Ashel replied that he couldn't understand that, but he added that Maria would have loved it here for sure, and if it wasn't for her trading business, she might have gone with them. But the fact that she didn't go with them, to Ashel, it was a great pity. He kept thinking about Maria. He was very sad that she wasn't around at this moment, and that she didn't see all this beauty. Ashel was standing near the artery, and suddenly asked if this wasn't all strange. But Ronan didn't understand what exactly Ashel was telling him. He remembered that Professor Varen had said that such an abundance of mana here must have attracted a large number of fantasy creatures. Ashel assumed that even ordinary animals must have liked to come to this place and feast on the mana from the artery. Then they had one question. If there were a large number of different beasts here, then why was it so quiet around them, as if everyone in this forest had died out? Ashel's words seemed to bring Ronan back to reality. He realized that Ashel was right, and that he had relaxed too much and let his guard down. Ronan clutched his head, and couldn't believe that things weren't going according to his plan again. He thought that every time things went wrong, and this time was no exception. Ashel was completely unaware of what Ronan was saying. He had tuned up and was now ready for anything. He looked at Ashel and asked him to get ready. It looked like a fight could start soon. Ronan said that he sensed that there was blood being spilled in the forest, so it wouldn't be long before the villains got to them too. So they had to be extremely careful. Ashel felt a sense of fear again. He didn't understand what blood Ronan was talking about. He wanted to know what Ronan was talking about, who at that moment had already sensed the danger. Ronan looked at Ashel and with a smile on his face, told him that someone had been here before them, but he had no idea who it was. He said that of course they were probably hiding in the woods and watching them, waiting for the right moment to attack. Ronan realized that they had come to this place uninvited. While Ronan was talking to Ashel, they were already being attacked. Someone was about to fire arrows at them. They aimed the arrows at them. They thought they had caught them off guard and that their attack would be successful. But Ronan saw everything and fended off the arrows that were coming at them. When Ronan chopped the arrows that were flying at them, he saw a familiar tip. It was familiar from his past life. It looked like he knew who was attacking them. He was pretty sure it was them. He remembered seeing arrowheads like that on a guy in his past life, while he was still in a regular army camp. The guy was sitting around the campfire telling his comrades about these tips. At one point, he pulled one out and said they were awesome, and he was crazy about them. He bragged that it was a special arrow that could pierce the head of any orc. He said it was very powerful and effective. Ronan sat across from him and couldn't believe he was telling them about the arrow again. The boy saw him looking at him and asked if he wanted one like it. Ronan was angry. He told him that as a man caught poaching something like that, he was also bragging to him. He asked him to shut up, but he kept trying to tell them that it was a really cool thing. He explained to Ronan that even the elite members of their organization, who were extremely successful at poaching, used this arrow. The guy told him that their organization was called the Calaboro Hounds, that they were very successful, and that they were even feared and shunned if they wanted to stay alive. Ronan could use the information he remembered from his past life. He now realized that there were Calaboros in the forest, and that they were at least in the rank of hounds. He snapped his arrows and adopted their tactics of seeing battle. He too was going to hide in the forest and start hunting them, but he couldn't risk Ashel's life. As he left, Ronan asked Ashel to hide somewhere. He also asked him to be extremely careful, or else he could be pelted with arrows. Ronan headed into the forest with great speed. He told Ashel that he would be away on business for a while, and after a moment he disappeared, leaving Ashel alone. The three guys who fired arrows at them were puzzled as to how he was able to take down all the arrows in one hit, all the mana-infused arrows he had cut down at once. Ronan already knew their locations and was heading towards them. They were completely confused as to who he was, but they knew he was not an easy opponent and would not want to engage him. The chief of them ordered them to scatter. He wanted to surround him and kill him. He thought this tactic would help them. Ronan noticed that the lead one was thinking fast and thought that he was a bird of higher flight than the one he had met last time. He saw them scattering in different directions and thought that was bad enough for him. He didn't want to catch them one by one. He wanted to finish the job in one go. Then Ronan decided to use a different tactic and shouted to them to calm down and not to be afraid of him. He was surprised that they didn't know their own companions. They stopped in utter bewilderment. They couldn't believe that he was their associate. They were all extremely tense and didn't want to go to meet him. Ronan smiled widely at them and tried to seem friendly that they went to meet him. He was surprised that they hadn't heard anything about him. He proudly informed them that he was the youngest hound from the Damas branch, and he introduced himself to them as a Hayat. He was sure they would now approach him. They got down and approached him, examining him closely. They could not believe that he was actually a hound. To them it was suspicious. Ronan replied that he was indeed a hound and didn't understand why they didn't believe him. But the guy couldn't believe him because Ronan was too young to be a hound. He added that he could believe him if he named a smaller rank. Ronan answered him that in that case, he could ask his wolf from his ward. Ronan advised him not to assume that others could not do what he could not do. He said it was a bad habit and called him a wild dog. Ronan's words made the Calaboro boy very angry. He wanted to fight the young Ronan, but he was not sure if he was deceiving them, and his rank did not allow him to do so. Still, he couldn't help himself and grabbed Ronan by the scruff of his neck. He couldn't let him humiliate himself. He threatened him that it could end badly for him. He added that he could break his arms and legs for saying such things. Ronan replied to him that throwing himself at people was also a bad habit. He told him that people like him always ended badly. One of his comrades decided to step in and calm him down. He asked him not to judge him just on his age. He added that Ronan knew too much about their Calaboro ranking system, which was known only to those who were members of the organization. They needed to check with their captain first, and if he didn't lie to them, they could have conflicts with the Damas branch and they wouldn't want that. Their captain came out of the forest yelling at his subordinates. He immediately told them that he had ordered them to just stand quietly and wait for him. The captain was displeased with what his subordinates had arranged and that they had disobeyed his orders. He was angry with them, and for their disobedience, he could punish them severely. Their captain was a big man who was of the rank of a wolf. He ran the Demir department and his name was Viam. He never smiled. He was a stern captain. Seeing him, the subordinates perked up. They were glad he had come to them just in time. They needed to settle a matter that concerned Ronan and find out if he was telling them the truth or lying. He went to the captain to report what Ronan had told them. He said that he had told them that he was a hound from Damas department, but they didn't know if he was telling them the truth. His subordinates were glad to have the captain back, but also wary of him. Ronan's expression changed. After the captain appeared, he had been waiting for him so that he could begin what he had really come for. Ronan smiled again and said that now everyone was gathered. There was no need to wait for anyone else. He had accomplished what he wanted. He wanted to gather them in one place so he wouldn't have to hunt for them all over the forest. The captain immediately approached him. He wanted to know if he was really from the Damas branch. He was also curious about his name. Ronan replied that he was a hound from the Damas branch. He was surprised to see a hound from another branch. He knew that they had agreed that the area near the mountain belonged to the Demir branch. Ronan laughed hard and said that he wouldn't be so sure of that. The captain couldn't understand what Ronan meant at all. He admitted that his name was not a Hayut. The captain smelled danger and could not believe that they had fallen into a trap. He still did not know who was really standing in front of him. Ronan effortlessly launched an attack on the two bandits standing near him. He killed them both with the first blow. They didn't even have time to realize anything before Ronan cut them down. The captain grabbed his sword and prepared to defend himself. Ronan told him that he had just taken the worst name he had ever heard and introduced himself to them. Ronan was pleased that he could take out the poachers by attacking the captain. He said the name Ahayut would be perfect for some pathetic poacher. He attacked the captain who couldn't block or dodge his attack. Ronan finished him off. The last poacher standing was in shock and didn't know what awaited him. He didn't want to die at all. Ronan saw the frightened poacher and told him that he had warned him that he would end badly, though he didn't believe him. He saw that the poacher still had the weapon in his hands. Ronan did not kill him immediately. He approached him and gave him an attack on his fingers, after which the weapon along with his fingers fell to the ground. Ronan threw him a roll of paper and told him that if he didn't want to die right now, he should have picked himself up and picked up the roll. He wanted him to note the location of all the branches of their organization that he knew of. Then he would spare him. But the poacher didn't understand what Ronan wanted. Ronan raised his sword and asked him threateningly. Perhaps he didn't want to do that. Then there was very little chance he would have spared him. He didn't have time to think. He told him that if he didn't want to, then he had no reason to let him live, and he could deal with him quickly. The poacher was badly frightened and said he would do what he asked him to do, but he said he had nothing to draw him a map with, to which Ronan told him he had made him fine pencils on his hand. He was bleeding. His whole face was in tears. He was in unbearable pain. Ronan pointed to his right hand and told him he had a whole 5 pencils he could use to write the map. The poacher complied with his request and drew a map with the locations of their organization. Ronan noted that he had done a good job and said he had talent. He smiled at the praise he heard. He thanked him and asked Ronan if he would spare him as he had been promised. He had complied with all his demands and wanted to keep his life. Ronan put the map in his pocket and understood what the poacher wanted. He had helped him and completed his task, but Ronan was still thinking about what to do with him. He still couldn't forget how they had ruthlessly killed all the animals in the area. He couldn't let him go. He could tell his comrades in the organization, and the map wouldn't matter. He didn't spare him, and with a deft movement of his sword, cut the poacher in half. Ashel vomited from seeing what had become of the animals. He didn't expect to see such a thing. He couldn't even imagine that such a thing was possible. Ronan didn't think he was that impressionable. Ronan saw how sick Ashel felt. He warned him that the sight would not be pleasant, but Ashel couldn't help himself. He apologized to Ronan that he couldn't pull himself together. Ashel looked at everything the poachers had done and couldn't help himself. Everything looked too cruel. He didn't want to look at these atrocities the poachers had done. There were many dead wild animals in front of them. This was the work of the Calaboro organization. That's why Ronan didn't spare any of them. They all deserved to die. Ashel was very upset. He felt sorry for all the innocent animals. Ronan added that he had told him before that it would be a crime to let any of them live. Ronan had absolutely no compassion for them. He realized that he had punished them for their cruelty. He told Ashel not to worry. They were all wanted and no one would cry for them. As he left, Ronan thought hard about something. All these events had affected them both negatively. They had come to this forest for absolutely nothing. Ronan worried that if Professor Varen, who loved animals and was half lion himself, saw this, things could be much worse. He didn't want the professor to know about it. Otherwise, he would be very worried and quite upset. Poachers spared absolutely no one, brutally killing defenseless animals. Ronan offered Ashel to go back to the city. They had already found what they were looking for and more, but suddenly in his pouch, which was on his belt, there was some movement. He felt some vibrations. He didn't immediately realize what it was, but then he saw that it was in his pouch. He was very surprised and didn't know what to expect next. Ronan opened the pouch and reached for the egg he had brought with him. He didn't understand why it suddenly started moving. While he was pulling it out, Ashel noticed something strange and called Ronan to look too. Ashel started shaking with fear. Something strange was ahead and he pointed with a trembling hand to Ronan where he needed to pay attention. He couldn't explain to him what exactly he saw. A huge wall of blood had formed in front of them. They couldn't understand where it had come from. what to expect from it, or how they could dodge it. Ronan stood up for Ashel. He had his sword ready. He didn't know what it was at all. He was as shocked as Ashel, but he didn't panic. Suddenly an egg appeared in front of them and blood began to wrap around it. They had no idea what it meant. It surprised them. The egg began to absorb the blood that stood a wall in front of them. It was so bright that they buried their faces with their hands. They did nothing, just waited for it to end. Ashel was in a panic. He stood behind Ronan's back and wanted to ask him what was going on, but Ronan himself didn't understand anything. This was all a first for him. But Ronan was calm, he smiled, and tried to reassure Ashel. He told him with a certainty that he was 100% sure of. He knew that the inhabitant of this egg could definitely not be anyone ordinary. He knew that there was a magical creature, and a very powerful one at that. He was sure of it. After a while, the egg had absorbed all the blood. Ashel looked out from behind Ronan and asked if it was over, to which Ronan replied that it was probably over. He wanted to say something to Ashel, but to their surprise, the egg began to crack. They watched in amazement. It looked like they were about to see the egg's inhabitant. Ashel noticed that the shell was starting to crack. He was a little excited. Ronan smilingly noted that apparently now something would hatch out of it. It didn't take long for a hole to form in the egg. Ronan was excited. He wanted to see who was inside. He couldn't wait to see what the creature looked like. But something flew from the egg right into Ronan's face. He didn't expect to be attacked. He was in incredible pain. The blow hit him right in the nose, shattering it. Ronan grabbed his nose and didn't understand what it was, why the egg was attacking him. He tried to stop the blood, but he was still waiting. He wanted to see the creature that was in the egg. In front of them appeared a creature that could fly. They had not met anything like this before, so they did not know what it was in front of them. They thought it was also a dream bird. They looked closely at the creature and realized that it was not a bird. It looked more like a dragon. It was still small but very cute. Ronan checked with Ashel. He was sure it was more of a dragon than a bird. Ashel replied that he had seen a similar image of the creature in books. He remembered what Marpez looked like and didn't understand at all what mana he had to use to hatch a dragon. It was strange to him. Ronan approached the dragon and decided to pet it. He noticed that it was nice and harmless enough. It was not a threat to them. But he looked him in the eye and told him that such a greeting was too much. He didn't understand why he had attacked him. He was pointing to his damaged nose. The dragon looked back at Ronan and seemed to realize what he was telling him. He showed him his ability and healed his damaged nose. Ronan was incredibly surprised that the wound on his nose was gone. Ashel was delighted and told him that the dragon seemed to be able to heal. It was an incredibly rare ability. Ashel noticed that Ronan clearly liked the dragon. He flew up to him and started rubbing his cheeks against him. Ronan liked this cute dragon too. He was sure that he was capable of more than what he might think at first glance. He suggested Ronan give him a name. He didn't want them to just call him Dreambird. He needed his own name. Ashel was very happy that they had a new friend. The dragon was a bit confused. He didn't understand what Ronan and Ashel wanted from him and didn't understand what they were discussing. Ronan wanted to give him a name that suited him and was in no hurry to choose. Suddenly the dragon turned around and headed somewhere with great speed. Ashel couldn't understand what he saw there. Ronan was amazed that the dragon was able to notice what he had noticed long ago. Ronan saw one of the poachers following them. He was from the Demir branch. He was not an important member of the organization. He was just an ordinary lackey who was trying to escape from Ronan and his dragon. The footman was very frightened when he saw what was happening. He tried to hide from them in the forest and hoped that he wouldn't be found, but he didn't have much time to run away. He came running to a place where the bodies of other poachers were scattered. He thought he had been sent to run an errand, but when he found them, they were all dead. The lackey remembered the wall of blood, which was very plentiful, rising in the air and swirling around the egg. He was not prepared for this turn of events. He decided not to risk his life, and after what he saw, he decided to run away before he became a corpse. He was incredibly scared, and he was in the forest all alone. He had no support. The lackey saw a dragon flying at him and started to run at an even faster speed. He had never seen such a creature before and decided he didn't want to run into it. But he couldn't escape. As he was running, he was knocked over a tree root and fell. The dragon flew towards him and started attacking him. It started sucking his blood from him. He was begging to stop and save him. At his cries, Ronan came running to see what was happening. He ordered the dragon to stop, and the dragon saw Ronan and stopped sucking his blood, leaving the footman alive. Ronan said that was enough for him. Otherwise, he would have died. But he still needed him alive. Ronan, meanwhile, came up with a name for the dragon, and it was now called Cheetah. Ashel couldn't understand why he called him Cheetah. What kind of strange name was that for him? But Ronan replied that he had had ideas for a name for the animal for a long time. Ronan asked the dragon if he liked his new name, and he stroked him affectionately, which made Cheetah make a happy sound. The footman was startled. He recognized Ronan and thought he was finished. The footman sat on the ground and trembled with fear. He remembered that it was the guy who stood in front of the wall of blood. He thought he was the dragon master, but he didn't know who he was. Ronan stood over him and asked if Balrus was all right. He knew what the lackey's name was. Such a question made him immediately confused, and he didn't know what to answer. Balrus smiled nervously and answered him that thanks to him he was still alive. If not for him, his monster had sucked all his blood. He was very grateful to him. But suddenly the smile was gone from his face and he was thrown into a sweat. He didn't understand how Ronan knew his name after all he hadn't called him. Ronan walked closer to him with a serious expression on his face. He drew his sword and placed it on his shoulder. He told him that he shouldn't have cared how he could know his name. He remembered him from his past life. He didn't think they would meet under such circumstances. He was glad to see him. He wanted to know how his poaching progress was going. Ronan called him Mr. Chatty Calaboro Hound. But Balrus himself could not understand at all what Ronan was talking about. He was surprised that he called him a hound, even though he was not one. He told him that he was a common footman. Ronan thought that at this time he was still at his lowest point. But it didn't matter. He wanted Balrus to do something for him. Ronan smiled and seemed good-natured. He emphasized that this was not a request and he would be obligated to do anything he could ask him to do. Ashel and Ronan returned to the city late at night. It was already time to sleep and get ready for a new day. They walked and Ronan had a pile of gold in his hand. He thought they had made a good profit. Ronan clutched the gold coins in his hand and said that it was much more than he thought it would be. Ashel was genuinely pleased. He was surprised when he found out how much they had managed to earn. He told Ashel that near the artery, even water could turn into gold. But at first he didn't understand why Ronan was drawing it. It was a mystery to him. But then he saw it with his own eyes, and he could not imagine that Maria's father had offered them such a high price for her. Ashel said that thanks to her father, they could now not worry about money. Ronan agreed with him, but he did not look very happy. He noted that they owed this to Professor Varen. They approached his office, but he had left the academy before they returned. He had gone on a long trip, so they wouldn't have a chance to thank him and show him Cheetah. Ronan remembered the job he had given Balrus. He had given him a map that one of the poachers had drawn for him before he died. He had set him a very interesting task. Despite all this, their meeting would clearly be memorable for a long time. What Balrus saw was impossible to forget. He was on the verge of his death, but he was lucky to escape. Ronan knew that the terror it instilled in him would have made him forget everything but his task he was given by Ronan. Ashel wondered what Ronan was going to do with his money. He knew he didn't have to pay for his admission and he now had a scholarship. He didn't foresee much spending ahead of him. He wondered if he had any wish he wanted to fulfill. Ronan thought about Ashel's words and tried to remember what he had dreamed of. Ronan thought that soon they would already have an induction ceremony, where they would be full of people. Everyone would come with their parents and loved ones, so they could share this joyous moment. A few days later, a carriage arrived in the capital. A young and gallant coachman opened the door in front of the girl he was transporting. He informed her that they had arrived. The girl thanked him in return. The girl could not believe that she was in the capital of the Walloon Empire. It seemed to her big and beautiful. Her eyes were burning with desire to see the capital. Ronan's sister got out of the carriage. She was insanely happy. She thought he was breathtakingly happy to see such beauty. She was pleasantly impressed. While she was looking around, Ronan approached her. He asked her if she was tired from the road. He was incredibly happy to see her. She was the reason he had decided to enter the academy. He came closer to her and asked her if anything serious had happened while he was away. But her sister told him that she was the one who should be asking him such questions. She told him that she was shocked when she saw such a luxurious carriage in front of the house that he had sent for her. She wondered how he had arranged it and where he had gotten so much money for it. Irel ran up to him and grabbed his face and asked if he was eating well. She was very worried about her little brother. He hurriedly reassured her and told her not to worry, he was eating normally. When she heard Ronan's words, she calmed down and let him go. Then his dragon Cheetah came out on his shoulder. Her sister was a little scared when she saw him. She didn't expect her brother to have an animal. Irel appreciated it. It seemed very beautiful, and Ronan decided to introduce them. He introduced his dragon to her and added that for some reason they were now traveling together. Ronan said that they had more important things to do now, and they had to hurry. They had little time. Irel didn't understand why they had to hurry. She was confused by Ronan's words. He grabbed her hand and told her that he would be very busy once school started. So until that happened, they would need to hurry. Ronan held her hands and told her that he was obligated to do something for her. But what exactly he was keeping secret, he wanted to surprise his sister. He took her to a place he had dreamed of taking her to for a long time. She deserved to be in that place. When they got there, she was insanely happy. Ronan had brought her to buy an outfit. She had already realized that he had recently been able to earn enough money to bring her to the boutique. Plus, he now had a scholarship and was not tight on funds. She tried on dress after dress. Ronan looked at her and realized that everything suited her perfectly, so it was hard for her to choose. Irel thought that he was giving her a very expensive gift. She stood there in a very beautiful dress and looked like a princess, but she thought about not spending too much money. But Ronan didn't want to hear anything about money. He looked up and turned to the store employee. He wanted to ask him if they had delivery working. They really needed it. Ronan was going to buy all her outfits and they needed delivery. Irela was shocked, but Ronan told her that it was nothing compared to the effort she had put in. He was determined to thank his favorite sister for all the good she had done for him. She deserved everything he had bought her and more. She looked at him and tears came to her eyes. She didn't realize when her little brother had matured so much, she was proud of him. Irel was so proud of her brother that she rushed outside to tell everyone how caring her brother was. Ronan ran after her to stop her. Ronan stopped her near the door and wouldn't let her go outside. He didn't want any extra attention. He said that if they had already bought everything here, they needed to move on. Irel asked with interest where they should go next. Ronan told her that they needed to go to the workshops. His blade had recently been damaged, and he needed a new weapon. He opened the doors and proceeded to tell her that it was all because of some strange guy. But suddenly the same guy was waiting for them to finish trying on dresses and go outside. Shulafin was already standing there looking straight at Ronan, who was unprepared to meet him. He didn't even realize they could meet in a place like this. Ronan bounced back in surprise. He asked him where he had come from. He wondered why he was following them, but he explained to him that he had ordered a new blade nearby and was following him. The old Ronan had damaged it. He added that he then happened to notice him in that store and decided to wait for them to come out. He asked to spare him from baseless attacks on him, but Ronan still insisted that he was following them because it looked that way. He wanted to clarify what he had said about his blade. He didn't understand how he could have damaged it. Ronan was angry with him. He suggested that he look at his sword first, and then there would be a big question of who should blame whom, because he had started the fight that had damaged his sword. He approached Shulafin and pulled out his sword to show him what the real damage looked like. He was angry and determined to fight. Shulafin thought it was a good idea and reached for his sword. Shulafin added that he was thinking of rematching him, but his sister got between them and started cursing at Ronan. She asked him how he could not be ashamed. She asked him to always watch what he said. Ronan asked her to wait. He said he was the one who started the conversation, but Irel kept telling him not to swear and to behave. He needed to calm down. Irel turned around to Shulafin, fixing her beautiful hair. She said she was truly sorry. Her brother liked to swear, but she said he was a good man. Shulafin was the heir to the great and noble family of Grancia Ducal. He was a rising star. He had imprinted this moment forever in his memory and would never forget it. She looked at him and said that he was probably extremely amazed when he interacted with Ronan. Her beautiful smile was coping with an unforgettable impression on him. Shulafin looked at her and couldn't take his eyes off her. She made a very strong impression on him. It was as if a goddess had appeared to him. She was an incredibly beautiful girl. Irel told him that it was entirely her fault that she had failed to educate his manners properly. She apologized to him for her brother. Shulafin hastened to answer her that the fault lay solely on his indiscretion. He said that the lady had nothing to do with it. He could not allow the lady to apologize to him. He told her that he himself was responsible for all that had happened and asked her to calm down and not to worry. She told him that he was the very epitome of magnanimity. Irel took his hands in a burst of emotion and told him that she was very happy that Ronan had a friend like him. She didn't know that they had damaged their blades fighting each other. They chatted sweetly and unpretentiously. Holding hands, Irel asked him to take care of her little brother in the future. Shulafin promised her that he would try his best to take care of him. Ronan stood back and was just shocked at the pro that his sister was asking for from Shulafin. He felt bad about them holding hands. He wished it would all stop faster. Shulafin didn't know how to get out of this awkward situation and told her that first he would like to give them compensation for the damaged sword. He reached into his tunic pocket, saying that he didn't have any gold with him, but he had something else. He pulled out of his tunic their family identification mark. This was destined for Irel instead of gold. He asked her to take it as compensation. Shulafin explained to her that they could use it anywhere in the empire. Ronan was speechless when he saw the insignia. He didn't expect him to give them such a valuable gift. He added that if they needed a good blade, he advised them to look at the forge at the west end of the street. They made excellent blades. Shulafin added that the place had about 5 centuries of history. He said that there was nothing for the average Pragoge to do there, but with their mark, they would be welcomed there. He bid them farewell and headed for the exit. He turned to Ronan and said that he hoped the forge would have been able to forge him a decent sword. Ronan was absolutely shocked at what Shulafin had done. He still couldn't believe for a long time that he had given them his family mark. Ronan wasn't sure he knew what he was doing. He knew full well that the Grancia family's identifying mark allowed them to buy up entire villages, and now they had that mark in their hands. Ronan looked at the departing Shulafin and could not understand if he was the swordsman he knew. He was surprised. He had never seen him do such things before. The next day they were already sitting at the entrance ceremony of the Philian Academy. There were a lot of people gathered and they were all waiting for the ceremony to begin, which was going to start soon. The head of the academy was the first to speak in front of them. He started with words of welcome. He addressed the newcomers he was happy to see in his academy. He introduced himself to them. He told everyone that his name was Krava Kratir, and he was the head of Philian Academy. He looked happy and good-natured. Krava continued his speech. He told them that they had all proven their potential and had shown excellent skills and were therefore worthy to attend this academy. He said that if they could combine their boundless talent and the high-quality education their academy provided, they would be able to reach incredible heights. The head of the academy was confident that these two factors together could secure them a place in the historical chronicles of the empire. He had high hopes for them. The class was closest to the stage. They were listening attentively to the head, who ended his speech by congratulating them all on their enrollment. Ronan was bored with the official part. He wanted the ceremony to be over as soon as possible. He wanted to start studying. But after a while he thought that it was not a bad thing that such events happened sometimes. He was sure that Irel liked to be here. The head had finished the official part of his speech and was preparing a surprise for the first-year students. He held 2 fingers up and snapped them to start the surprise. And something strange started to happen where the freshmen were sitting. Bright light ribbons ran between them. No one could understand what it was. Some were scared. But Ronan kept calm. Suddenly they noticed something strange. They all had a change of expression. Someone was shouting to them and pointing to a place to pay attention to. They noticed that the sky in front of them seemed to break, and they were shocked by what they saw. They wanted to know what kind of magic the head of the academy had used. They thought it was all an illusion. The whole class was suddenly transported to a place unknown to them, and a voice greeted all the newcomers. They tried to look around and see who was talking to them. Ronan was shocked at the ability of the head of the academy. He teleported them all at once to another place with one click. It was incredible. Now they realized how powerful the head was. The head of the academy told them that they were now moving on to the most interesting part of the ceremony. Right now, the meeting of the new generation with their older comrades was starting for them. The meeting was between the newcomers and the second-year students. And even though it was the first time they had seen each other, the expectations of these meetings were always grandiose and exciting. Many who observed this encounter noticed that it was a very intense process, and it was also a special event for them. To describe this process in simple words, it was a meeting of the first and second place among the enrollees. They were chosen as representatives of the newcomers. These 2 newcomers were met by 4 sophomores. Each of them had their own unique fighting style, which were not similar to each other, making it difficult. Then they would stand in the arena in front of all the spectators, and the freshmen would have a one-on-one duel with one of the 4 sophomores. It was an exciting competition. The head of the academy was giving the final instruction. He said that the significance of this event was closely related to the training at the academy. They had to try their best to pass it with dignity. It was not about the professors, but about the relationship between the older and younger. He believed that the beginning of true education, it was about finding each other's weaknesses and working as a team, and as a result, competing against each other. These were training duels in which the representatives of each course would be able to prove themselves and display their fighting skills in front of the entire academy. The head explained to them that the newcomers had the right to choose their own opponent. They also had the choice to refuse the duel altogether. They had the right to choose, and they had to think carefully. He added that the right to choose was given to them so that they would not feel burdened. The choice was solely in their hands. Ronan thought that the head was just oppressing the newcomers with his speeches. In front of them stood the martial arts faculty representatives Nasdo, who had won first place in the selection, and Brahm, who had won second place. Brahm was in a good mood. He was preparing to fight those who were the best this year. Also with them were Karun and Irina, who took the third and fourth places in the entrance. They knew that the most talented in the empire was Shulafin, and for them, there was one dark horse that had beaten him in the practical exam. Brahm couldn't wait for the competition to start. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to fight them right now. Ronan looked at him and thought that he was an assertive guy. He liked it a lot. Ronan thought that if this was the situation, this was his chance to show his sister that he wasn't just lazing around all this time, that he had grown up and wasn't just a kid anymore. He thought he needed to show his sister their great friendship with Shulafin that she believed in. He didn't want to upset her and was ready to make up with him. Finally, he heard the long-awaited words from the head of the academy, who informed them that it was time for the newcomers to choose one of the 4 opponents and begin the competition. Upon finishing what the professor was saying, he raised his hand. He apologized. He asked him if it was acceptable he would like to offer him something. The head was shocked by Ronan's question. He was still standing with his hand raised. He had something interesting to propose to the professor. He wanted to do something that no one had ever done before. Ronan looked at the professor and asked him to give him the opportunity to learn a valuable lesson from each of the respected elders. It was important to him. Ronan's request surprised the head. The 4 elders stood and looked indignantly at him. They couldn't believe that he wanted to do that. They realized that he didn't fear them at all and didn't take them for serious opponents. Ronan said with a smile that he wanted a lesson from each of the older ones. He wanted to gain valuable experience that his older comrades could give him. All the professors left for a short meeting. They didn't know what to say to Ronan. This was the first time in their many years of teaching practice. They needed to make a decision immediately. The head of the academy tried to listen to each of the professors who were divided. He turned to instructor Nabirosa and wanted to hear what she thought about Ronan's request. They had to make a decision. Instructor Nabirosa told him that she would like him to grant his request. She reminded him that the main principle of the academy stated that the strong were allowed everything. She added that it didn't matter who would win the duel. It would make a huge difference either way. Her answer surprised many of the professors. The head was still hesitant to make a decision. He didn't know the right thing to do. He was in agreement with instructor Nabirosa, who added that if there were any problems, she would intervene in the duel. He listened to her carefully and had already made his decision. He had analyzed everything and tried to foresee all possible variants of the fight. He would be ready to stop the fight in case of danger. The head announced that this would be the case then. He granted Ronan's request, who stood looking at the potential opponents who were also waiting for the head's decision. Karun was angered by Ronan's request. He thought it was complete nonsense. He thought he had underestimated them. Irina was just as angered. She thought he was doing whatever he wanted just because of his exam results. Nasdo turned to his team and calmly told them that they now had to stomp Ronan. For his insolence, he asked them to be as focused as possible. They knew that although Shulafin was arrogant, it was obvious that he had not picked up a sword yesterday. They could not underestimate such an opponent. Nasdo asked them to give their best from the start. They couldn't lose to them in front of all the students of the academy. It would embarrass them, so they were serious. The whole team drew their weapons and geared up for the fight. Now they had no turning back. They needed to win no matter what it cost them. Irel was very scared for Ronan. She felt the atmosphere had changed and now it was oppressive and not as happy as it had been at first, but she could only watch the fight. She jumped up from her seat and shouted to Ronan to be careful, and if he sensed danger he would surrender immediately. She was very much afraid for him. Ronan waved to his sister to be calm and started to tune up for the fight, and waited for the head of the academy to authorize the start of the fight. He saw how prepared the senior team was. The head of the academy stood up and started to announce the first duel between the senior and junior students starts right now. He gave the command, and they could start the duel. As soon as the head gave the command, the senior's lightning started attacking Ronan, who barely managed to dodge the blade of Nasdo, who was the first to attack. Ronan saw Nasdo start to move, so he was able to react in time to the approaching danger. He noted that they were good and realized that it would not be easy for him. He remembered the duel with Maria and concluded that they were several levels higher than her. He realized that the top 4 sophomores were already on a completely different level. Ronan saw Irina running at him now with an attack. He dodged her blade again. He didn't attack them. He waited until everyone would show their capabilities on the battlefield. He fought off the relentless Irina who kept attacking him. He was sure she wouldn't be able to damage him. He saw her movements and could dodge her attacks. Irina continued to press Ronan. Suddenly from behind her back came Karen's shout for her to duck so he could make his attack. His blade was at the ready. Ronan didn't even notice when Karun managed to get behind Irina's back. This attack almost caught him off guard, but he still managed to block with his sword. He noted that their teamwork was quite impressive. He barely managed to hold off the onslaught of his elders. He shivered a few meters after Karen's attack, but it wasn't enough for him. They needed to put even more of their efforts into it. As soon as he stopped, Brahm appeared behind him. With a huge sword in his hands, he surprised Ronan, who was focused on Karun and Irina. Brahm took advantage of this moment. Brahm raised his sword above his head and prepared to attack. Before doing so, he decided to ask why he was doing this, why he had summoned all 4 elders to this duel. He was putting himself in incredible danger. Ronan replied that this was how he wanted to have a more serious duel, and that one-on-one would be too boring for him. He saw the attack and dodged it as deftly as the other attacks from his team. He began to analyze each of the seniors. He saw that Brahm made a quick and strong finishing blow when he stopped after Irina and Karun's attack. After Brahm's attack, a new attack was made. He noted that they were really on another level, and this fight was very different from their fight with Maria. The rest of the team began to join Brahm's attack. They wanted to attack from different directions in one fell swoop, so Ronan wouldn't have time to dodge their blades. Ronan felt their energy and that they were moving all towards him with the attack. He didn't panic and was collected. He knew what he should have done to dodge their attacks. They made a general attack where Ronan was sitting, but they were incredibly shocked when they realized they didn't hit him. He was very fast and was already behind Irina's back. Ronan launched his attacks at everyone in the fight. He did it almost effortlessly. They didn't have time to react to it and block. Ronan added that this academy was really amazing. As soon as Ronan stopped for a moment as someone was already behind him, he didn't expect anyone else had the strength to attack him. He thought his attacks had reached all targets. He was attacked by Brahm, who was still in the fight no matter what. He was not giving up, and Ronan thought he was a tough nut to crack. He was surprised. But Ronan stood calmly and smiled. He told him that he thought he had managed to crush his fighting spirit, but he was wrong and Brahm still resisted him. He raised his sword and thought that he should have stayed focused for the rest of the challenge. He couldn't relax and underestimate them. They still carried some sort of threat to him. Ronan prepared to finish the fight with Brahm and readied his blade. Brahm, seeing his stance, couldn't believe his eyes. He was slightly startled when he remembered where he had seen it before. He adopted the same stance as Nabirosa's instructor. He didn't realize when he had managed to master it, and who he really was, that he was so strong. What was it like for someone who was a first year? Ronan didn't hesitate to attack and approached Brahm and shattered his powerful sword with his strike. Brahm stood there not knowing how he managed to shatter his blade, but he was glad he didn't take any damage from his attack. He finished the fight and said that he had learned a lot and thanked his elders for giving him a lesson. He had learned a lot and now he was even stronger thanks to them. The people who watched the fight were ecstatic. They shouted that the newcomer was a real catch. Some thought that he would lose, but everything changed literally in an instant. The older ones stood there not understanding how they could have lost to him. They were amazed at his strength and wanted to know he was definitely a first year. Ronan had managed to break all their weapons. Nasdo looked at her broken blade and said with a smile that given such insane superiority, it was no shame to lose to him. He was a worthy opponent. They wondered where he had come from, where he had learned to sword so effectively. He was a real mystery to all the people around him. They all wanted to know how he had such a fighting ability. They saw before them a true monster of swordsmanship. He was monstrously strong and possessed incredible speed. He managed to outplay them on the battlefield. Ronan saw how his sister was madly happy for him. He told everyone around him that he was her little brother. Ronan realized that now he could not worry about the various bullies. He still had one more thing to do with the elders. He headed towards them. He could see that they were trying to come to their senses after losing, but he needed to approach them now. Ronan approached them and told them that it had been a great fight. He had enjoyed it and learned a lot from them. Even though he had lost, they were worthy opponents. He was truly grateful to them as his older comrades. He had learned a lot from the duel. He was polite and not rude. He was only trying to give credit to his opponents. Ronan explained to them that he had provoked the situation on purpose because he was immensely excited to be at the academy. He noted that their strength was truly incredible. He thanked them from the bottom of his heart for accepting his challenge and dueling with him. Maria and Ashel, when they heard what he was saying to them, they thought he was sick. He had never been so polite to anyone. Ronan bowed to them and apologized for his rudeness today. He added that he looked forward to learning more from them. They were shocked by Ronan's behavior, but they were pleased. Brahm was glad that he was wrong about him. He hugged him and told him that he was not only very strong but also quite polite. He took his hand and added that he shouldn't be too humble. It was a fair fight that he won because of his skills. He gave him advice to be a little more confident. Brahm raised Ronan's hand and gave him his due. He was the winner, and he was to be greeted properly. He knew that was what a student of Philion was supposed to be. He looked at Ronan, and with a smile on his face told him that this fight had been awesome. Ronan smiled back at him and embarrassedly told him that he had been quite spunky. Ronan thought that now he had shown his sister his social skills, and now she didn't need to worry about him. She looked at him and couldn't believe that her brother had grown so much. There was one girl who thought that Ronan was a very interesting guy. She liked his fight and how he showed himself in it. After the fights, all the students of the academy gathered for a feast in honor of their entrance. They sat at a table where there was a lot of delicious food. Ashel said that he was initially curious about the banquet in their honor, but what he saw exceeded all his expectations. Everything was so beautifully decorated that his head was spinning. On the tables there was a whole Isabilia different dishes. Some of them he had never tasted in his life. Maria had already started eating and told Ashel that they were in the best academy in the empire. Such a large scale was usual for them, and such a banquet was not a surprise to many people. She didn't wait for everyone to eat and started eating. Ashel turned to Ronan and asked if he had already seen his sister. Ronan didn't immediately understand what Ashel was asking him, but soon gave him a positive answer. Ronan told them that it took him a while to say goodbye because his sister was always overprotective of him. She asked him to eat well, to remember to write to her, and to not pick fights at the academy. He added that he even sent her dragon Cheetah with her, so that she would be safer on the road and Cheetah would guarantee his sister's protection. He was calm for them. Ashel was mad happy for him. He told him that he was a good brother who took care of his sister. He was genuinely happy for them. Ronan was pleased with Ashel's words and he smiled back at him. After their little chat, Ronan decided to try the dishes that were in front of him. He was getting pretty hungry and wanted some refreshment. Now he wanted some rest. He had no sooner taken his first bite than Shulafin was at his back. He asked him how he could sit and eat so quietly. He had crept up on him quietly and without being seen. Ronan jumped up in surprise and anger. He scared him. Ronan couldn't understand what was wrong with him and why he was bothering him. He wouldn't even let him eat in peace. He asked him what he was doing here, what he needed from him this time. Shulafin answered that he didn't need anything from him. He had come to him to clarify something important for him. Shulafin took out a pen and notepad. He asked Ronan where Arail lived. He was wondering if it was very far from the academy or not. Ronan stood there shocked. He didn't understand why he needed this information. He wanted to know what was the condition of the roads on the way to her house. He also asked about the level of security. How frequent were the bandit attacks? He wanted to know everything in as much detail as possible. Shulafin wanted to know if he had hired guards for his sister. He would be at ease if he knew that she was accompanied by an army of mercenaries. She was too important to him. Ronan stood very angry at him. He said that he had hired guards. He hastened to tell him that in strength those guards would outnumber even himself, so he shouldn't have worried. He added that if a wyvern didn't get in their way, they would get there safely. These words shocked Shulafin. Shulafin was mad. He asked him angrily that if a wyvern had appeared, they would have all died. Ronan asked him to leave him alone with his questions. Ronan didn't understand how he cared about his sister, what he wanted from her. He was nothing to her, so all his inquiries seemed rather strange. After Ronan's words, Shulafin shuddered. He didn't know what to say to him. He couldn't tell him that he had fallen in love with his sister and that he wanted to see her more than once. But after an awkward pause, he still decided to answer him. He told him that he was just worried about the lady he knew. He couldn't think of any other answer. Shulafin added that it was his duty as a knight to inquire about the lady's safety. While they were talking, a girl unknown to Ronan approached them confidently past the tables. She had a smile on her outside thought that she had managed to catch the entertaining spectacle that was going on between Ronan and Shulafin. She liked it, but that wasn't why she was there. The girl walked over to them and interrupted their conversation. She looked at Shulafin and said that she had never seen the Wolf of Grancia as talkative as he was now with Ronan. Shulafin heard what she said to him and turned to her and asked her grudgingly what she wanted from him, why she had come up to them and butted into their conversation. A girl whose name was Achelusia came up to them. She was the best among the newcomers of the magic faculty. She seemed very calm and kind. They didn't know why she came up to them yet. She smiled and asked not to be mistaken by Grancia. It looked like she wasn't interested in him, and she didn't understand why he thought she needed him. But after moments, she stopped smiling and said that right now she was interested in a totally different guy. But for now, she was in the way of Shulafin. She said it wasn't him she needed right now. It was Ronan. Shulafin turned around to look at him, and when he turned around he saw that Ronan was shocked when he heard his name. Shulafin exhaled and said heavily it was her sinister fascinations again. He wasn't expecting anything good from her. He was sure she had come to him for a reason. Grancia turned to her and told her that he had found out everything he had come for, and he was done talking to him. He told her that she could do whatever she wanted with him. But as he left, he turned to Ronan and said anxiously that he thought he should have sent a squad of his family's warriors on the road to Irel, but Ronan asked him to just disappear. Ashel came up to Ronan and told him in a frightened voice that right in front of them was that person. But Ronan interrupted him and replied that he didn't have to explain to him. He already knew who she was. Ashel remembered the moment at the trials when she was doing a magic duel. She was quite powerful, and her opponent had no chance to defeat her. She used powerful spells against her opponents who couldn't escape her. She was overwhelmingly strong for them. They didn't stand a chance. Akalusha smiled again. She told them about her fight and added that those who bared their fangs should be taught a lesson, which she did in her fight. She looked at Ronan and said that she was sure he understood what she was saying. Ronan told her that he didn't really understand her. He wanted to know what she wanted from him. Akalusha came closer and closer to him and told him that she was impressed with the talent he had shown in teaming up with the elders. Her expression kept changing, and she said that was why she wanted to make him an interesting offer that he would like. Ronan couldn't understand what kind of proposal she wanted to make to him. She explained to him that it was a very special proposal that an ordinary man couldn't even dream of. She took out a pendant from her tunic and held it out to Ronan. He saw it and immediately realized that it was the mark of the Akalusha family. He was shocked when he saw it. The Akalusha family sigil was known for the fact that unlike most nobles who put blood first, talent was their greatest value. Many gifted individuals belonged to this family, which ensured the family's unshakable right to be called one of the two pillars of the empire. And those who demonstrated their potential and talent, they offered to join their family. Only they did so. Other families did absolutely differently. The symbol of this offer was this very sign that Ronan was holding. Now he had to make a choice, whether to join this family or to continue to be a commoner. Ronan was at a loss. He asked her if she could give it to whomever she wanted. She smiled and told him that he knew what kind of token she had given him. He looked at the sign again very carefully. He could not take his eyes off it, and after a while he told her that he had heard some information about it. Ronan thought about the fact that even a commoner like him could become part of a great family. He was surprised that he was so honored. He remembered that the commander-in-chief had the same mark. She had shown it to him in person when the war had not yet begun, and she had confirmed that he could become someone more with this mark. Adeshan told him that he would have to pass the patriarch's test, but with a talent like his, it was possible for him to pass the test. She asked him to remember that, but it would be after he had atoned for his sins on the battlefield, and then he might have a chance to receive such a mark. Commander-in-Chief Adeshan looked at him carefully, and finally said that in her opinion, he was not lacking in talent. Akalusha told him that since he was aware of it, there was no need to explain any further. She hoped he would make a wise choice and join them. She turned around and was about to leave, and at the last moment she said that even being born a predator, having spent too much time among the sheep, and she abruptly stopped talking. But stepping away from them a little, she added that you were becoming one yourself, so she wanted him to think hard and make the right choice. After she left, Ashel walked over to Ronan. He exhaled at the fact that she had left. She was making him nervous. Ronan thought that geniuses always did whatever they wanted and clutched the sigil tightly in his hand. Ronan looked at the sigil she gave him, and it was clear he had already made his decision. He held it and thought it was good that he now had a way to communicate. He realized that the Akalusha family could be very useful to him in the future, so he couldn't refuse such a tempting offer. Filian Academy was an educational institution that put the students' abilities at the center of everything. The grades of the students very much depended on the environment around them. They believed that the most obvious example was the housing system, so far that they tried to assign students to dormitories where they would be in front of each other for a lot of the time. Each dormitory was different from each other. For each level, there was a different place for students to live. The better the level, the better the place for students to live. The middle-level students had each of them their own room. The building had a nice dining hall and everything they needed. A pretty good place that had just about everything. On the other hand, the worst % of students lived in the Kratir dormitory. It was the exact opposite of the housing that the average level had. The first day in the traitor dormitory usually started with students yelling at the students who were not happy to see such apartments. Many of them didn't understand what it meant and why they were put in such conditions. Everyone's nerves were on edge. Shulafin started to get very indignant. He didn't understand why they had to live in this ancient ruin. They were from a noble family and had servants. He wasn't used to living like this. The instructor politely and patiently told him that he was sorry for them, but there were no servants in the dormitory. They had to do everything themselves, whether they liked it or not. He went on to explain to them what was in the building. He told them that all the rooms were for 4 people. The shower and toilet were shared. All the students were incredibly surprised and shocked. The instructor stood and listened to these cries for a long time, but finally told them that these were the rules of the academy and that he was not the one who set them. He advised them to study hard. He added that they would spend the next semester back in that dormitory. After these words, it was as if all the joy in their lives was gone. They didn't know how they could live in such a place. The instructor told them that the top 1%, including Ronan, would be living in the Naberdosser dormitory. It was incredibly luxurious and had all the conditions of a luxurious life. Ronan, when he saw this magnificent building, just froze on the spot. He could describe the impression of this place with just one short phrase. So much he was amazed. When he went inside, the beauty and luxury he saw took his breath away. He felt hot. He had never lived in such a beautiful place before. It was as if he was in a dream. Ronan walked around the room and couldn't believe they really did this for the students. Now he understood why it was the most famous academy in the empire. He walked past the table and something caught his attention. He walked closer to the desk and saw a quill and forms for choosing the classes they had been told so much about. He would have to think carefully before filling out the forms. Ronan took them in his hands and began to study them. He didn't quite understand what was required of him. He thought it would be enough to just write down the classes he wanted to take on the schedule, and that would be enough. It said that in the first year, it was very important to get into a rhythm. They were advised not to take too many lessons, or they would get bored with the lessons. Ronan noticed that all the classes seemed too interesting for him. This was a common misconception amongst first years who had yet to learn what real hell was like. He was content, he thought, and made himself a list of classes. He looked at it carefully and thought it was perfect for him. He was excited for the classes to begin. Ronan chose a lot of classes. He thought that since he was at the academy, he should take as many useful skills from it as possible that would come in handy in the upcoming war. He was very happy that he would be able to attend all the classes he wanted to, and he wanted to learn a lot of things. That was why he joined this academy. He knew that here he would be made the best of the best. Ronan showed up for his first class, and it wasn't long before the head instructor for the basics of imperial swordsmanship, Abar, informed him that he no longer needed to attend his classes. He stood in confusion as to why Abar was kicking him out of a class that he had chosen on his own, and that he was insanely interested in. He wanted to improve his swordsmanship skills but was asked to leave the class. Ronan didn't understand why Abar asked him to do that. He told him that they had just started and he wanted to continue to follow his instructions. Abar, with a smile on his face, told him that was what he was trying to tell him. Abar explained to him that he had already flawlessly performed all the basic techniques of imperial swordsmanship, and he couldn't teach him more, so he could go to the next class. The instructor said that the academy's rules allowed any student to leave the class if they had studied the entire curriculum, and if Ronan stayed, Abar was afraid that the motivation of the other students could quickly dry up. Abar smiled at him and told him not to dwell on the small things. He advised him to move on. With his abilities, he would do well. Ronan came to the lake and was extremely frustrated. He didn't understand why everything was happening. He had nothing to do. He was getting bored and didn't know what to do. He remembered that not only had he been asked to remove himself from the imperial fencing class, but that was also the case with bow wielding. He had already lost 2 classes, so he was frustrated. Whichever class he was headed to, he had passed everything on the first day, and the instructors had nothing new to give him. He excelled. He was the best from the first class, so there was no point in him going to them. Ronan was furious. All the instructors had kicked him out of their classes. All the classes he had chosen for himself he passed on the first day. He was incredibly angry. He sat there with his head in his hands. He thought he had imagined it all wrong, but suddenly a voice behind him asked him if he was supposed to be in class, why he was sitting there. The instructor Nabirosa came up to him. She was passing by and heard a familiar voice. She decided to go over and talk to Ronan personally, who was very disappointed. She could see that he didn't want to discuss it and just wanted to sit alone, but it made sense to her. She guessed he was done with all his classes for the day. Ronan got up to continue talking to her. He confirmed that the lessons were over for him. He wondered if all the lessons would be like this. He thought that the academy had so much more to offer. Nabiros replied that she understood. They were first-year lessons, but she was amazed that he had completed them on the first day. But that was what she had expected of him. Nabiros remembered his duel with the 4 seniors very well, and that moment when he was in the exam, she remembered that he had only needed one look to copy her technique. She thought and told him that as an academy instructor, she couldn't turn a blind eye to it. She was willing to help him. She suddenly asked him to give her his sword. Ronan pulled out his sword and held it out to her, and asked her what she wanted to do with it. She told him that now she was going to give him a very important lesson. He was ready to see her lesson. He was interested to see some more new technique, but he didn't understand why she needed his blade. Before he could speak, she used his blade and launched a powerful attack into the lake. Ronan just froze in place and couldn't believe the incredible power she possessed. Ronan turned around and saw the extent of Nabirosa's attack. He was just shocked. He had never seen such powerful energy before. Her attack was amazing. Ronan now realized how strong Nabirosa was. Nabirosa set his blade down and said that was all his scrap metal was capable of. His sword wouldn't allow for a more powerful attack. It was too bad. She told Ronan that such a blade was a shame to call it a weapon. She told him that such a sword only restrained the power of its wielder and prevented him from making the most powerful attacks possible. Nabirosa pulled out her blade and wanted to repeat her attack to demonstrate the true power of the weapon. She asked Ronan to watch carefully. She repeated the attack, and it was amazingly strong, so much so that the water in the lake rose unrealistically high. This was the true power of her weapon. Such an attack was very effective in battle. Nabirosa looked at Ronan, who would be amazed by her strength and technique. He never thought that a weapon could give such combat power. She put her sword away and asked him. Now he realized what he was really missing, what he needed to show his true strength. Weapons were always sturdy, sharp metal objects used in battle with the enemy. They were not supposed to break in the hands of their wielder. If it happened to be broken, it could then be easily replaced with a new one. The weapon was like an expendable item. Ronan was still watching the aftermath of Nabirosa's attack subside. He couldn't say a word out of surprise. He had always thought that weapons were expendable, nothing more. That's exactly what he thought. Until now, he didn't know that using a sword could increase his ability so much and take his attack to the next level. But the question he had after her attack, he stood there thinking how ridiculous it was. He needed to know the answer to how she had managed to make such a powerful attack. Ronan remembered that she had just used the blade she was holding, but he had also held the same blade in front of her, but he had no such attacks. He didn't understand why her strike came out so strong. How did she manage to get her attack to that level? Her strike was much stronger than his. Nabirosa explained to him that on a battlefield where lives were at stake, even a small thing like a weapon was important. A waste of effort could cost a life. She added that if he was using mana, he needed to find the right weapon. She knew he didn't understand what she was trying to explain to him yet. Ronan still didn't know how to use mana, and Nabirosa knew that, even though he tried to keep it a secret and hide it from everyone. But she was very observant and realized that he hadn't used mana yet. He was a little surprised that she knew that. She had told him that even though he hadn't used mana, she thought it was quite impressive that he had such a huge store of energy. Ronan was frustrated that he couldn't use mana, but the instructor was supportive and told him that one day he would learn to use mana and would be much stronger. Nabirosa said with a smile on her face that if he wanted to use mana appropriately, he should have found the appropriate blade. She was well aware that at the moment Ronan was just overwhelmed by all the different thoughts that were keeping him busy. He still couldn't get over his surprise when she used her attack. Despite the fact that he still didn't possess mana, she decided to invite him to her classes. She wanted to support him and train him. She knew he was capable of more. Ronan didn't believe that he was allowed to attend her classes. Nabirosa confirmed and said that the classes were for sophomores and older students, but she would give him a pass. But before he could attend her classes, he had to bring a proper weapon and not come to her with that shameful iron. His sword was not worthy of attending her classes. Ronan understood Nabirosa's conditions and thought about how he could solve the sword problem. He remembered that Sholofin had given him a sign from his family, and now he could go to the forge to have a decent sword made for him. The next day he, Maria, and Ashel were already standing in front of the smithy. They had found out what they had with Nabirosa at the lake. That was why they had come to that place on their first day off. They were standing in front of the place that Sholofin had talked about when he gave him the sign. He had said that there were professionals in this forge and they would be able to make him a decent sword. In front of them was a small old house. They couldn't believe that this was a forge. It didn't look like a place where the elite of the empire purchased weapons. Ashel saw the forge and laughed a little and said that it looked a little strange. Maria added that it looked very shabby. She said that they were scared to even breathe near this building. They were afraid that it would collapse. They wanted to know if this was definitely the place that the Grancia family frequented. It was a bit funny to Ronan to see the place where the aristocrat Shulafin went. Ronan was already very curious, and he couldn't wait any longer, and hurried to enter there as soon as possible. He figured that the inside of this building might not be as shabby as the outside. When they entered the inside of the building, they were negatively disheartened. The inside was even worse than the outside. They couldn't understand at all what the matter was, why the forge was in such a terrible state. Ronan realized that Shulafin wouldn't lie to him. He was an honest knight who simply couldn't deceive him in front of Irel. Despite their conflict, he couldn't have acted so meanly. They stood there trying to find someone to help them. There was only a door in front of them and nothing else. Suddenly there was a noise, and Ronan saw the door start to open. Someone was compensated for being too noisy. A strange creature appeared from behind the door. Ronan and his companions wouldn't let him sleep well. When they saw it, they couldn't believe their eyes. They wondered what kind of beast was in front of them. The beast was a little annoyed that they were so noisy, and came to them in the middle of the day. He was surprised that they came in and didn't see that the furnaces were out and the forge wasn't working. Ronan looked at it and thought it was an exciting sight. Ronan was impressed that there was a half-wolf in the forge. It was unexpected to him, but he was here for the forge to help him, so he would have a decent blade. The half-wolf was very angry with them. He didn't understand why they were silent, and why they barged in on him in the forge when it wasn't working and made so much noise. He began to seriously ask them what they were forgetting in his forge. He asked for their answer, and as soon as possible, Ronan pulled out a sigil and showed it to the half-wolf and replied that they had come to buy weapons. Ronan held the sigil in front of his face and said that Shulafin had recommended him to come into this forge. He told him that the local wares were of the highest quality. The half-wolf, when he saw the mark of the Grancia family, was surprised that this boy had it. He couldn't believe that Grancia had willingly given it to him. He had some doubts about Ronan's words. He didn't think much and told him that the token meant nothing to him. He said that by showing him the thing he could consider himself one of Grancia's family. The half-wolf asked him to leave his forge. He didn't care who might have told him about this place, but they didn't cater to visitors like him. He turned around and yawned and headed back to the room he had come out of a while ago. But at some point he turned around. They thought he had changed his mind and would have taken their order. But the half-wolf didn't turn around for that. He licked his lips and said that he had one option, but it wasn't likely to be to their liking. He asked for Ashel's hand, and then he could think of what could be done for him and help get him a new weapon. The half-wolf went wild in an instant. He shouted to them that he was a little hungry, and he was going to taste Ashel, in hopes that Ronan would be okay with that. Ronan interrupted his silence and told him that he had crossed the line, and now Ronan was angry and was going to kill this half-wolf. He couldn't let him hurt any of his friends. He quickly drew his blade and aimed his attack right at the chest of the half-wolf, who didn't expect him to fight back at all. Ronan's blow hit right on target and stopped him. The half-wolf flew back a few meters from the blow. Ronan hit it. The half-wolf was unable to get to his feet, and at that moment Ronan noticed something strange. He originally thought his movements were a bit strange. Something began to appear on the half-wolf's body. Ronan couldn't see what it was, but he didn't understand where it had come from so suddenly. Suddenly the armor appeared on him. It saved the half-wolf's life and stopped Ronan's blade, but the blow was strong and not pleasant for him. He could not stand on his feet yet. Ronan didn't care where the armor came from. He had his sword ready and headed towards him to finish his attack. He wasn't going to spare the half-wolf. He realized that he only had to smash the armor, and the half-wolf would be defeated. Ronan was very serious. He made him very angry. The half-wolf saw what Ronan wanted to do and asked him to wait. The half-wolf began to nervously yell that it was a test, just a test. He didn't think his life would be in jeopardy. Ronan was distraught, but he didn't fully believe him yet. He explained to him that for people they had never seen before, he had clear instructions for testing their skills, which he followed. The half-wolf added that this way he wanted to test not only his skills, but also his invisible armor. He had provoked him on purpose to do so. He wasn't going to harm any of them in any way, much less eat them. Ronan didn't know at all whether to believe him or not. He thought it was his excuse for not killing him. Ronan asked him what he meant by that he should have taken his word for it. But the half-wolf explained to him that it would be strange for the forge used by the members of the Grancia family not to have checks. The half-wolf told him that if he still didn't believe him, he could then check with Shulafin the next time he would see him. Ronan holstered his sword and added that he could always kill him. The half-wolf said that it wasn't necessary, and that it was his fault for telling them too much. The half-wolf climbed on top of him and waved to Ashel. He told him with a smile that he was very sorry for what he had said, and if he was upset, he apologized sincerely. Ashel still didn't trust him, and hid behind Maria's back. The half-wolf told him that he didn't really eat people, and he could be calm. Ashel replied that it made him very happy. The half-wolf introduced himself to them and said his name was Didikin. He was an apprentice in this forge, and sometimes he was also the gatekeeper. Now he seemed good-natured to them. Didikin asked now to introduce himself to them in return, and the first to give his name was Ronan. After introductions, Didikin got down to the basics. He remembered that Ronan had said he had come to them for weapons. He turned around and motioned for them to follow him. He would take them wherever they needed to go. He told them that the building they were in was just the entrance to their workshop. Didikin pointed to an open door and said that the workshop was inside there. Ronan and his friends were in no hurry to enter that room as they didn't fully trust him. But soon they entered the room with Didikin. But there was absolutely nothing in the room. It was empty. They did not yet understand what would happen next. Didikin pressed the secret button so they could move to their secret workshop. He advised them to prepare themselves mentally for what they saw. It could shock them. Suddenly the room shook and began to move. The half-wolf said that something incredible awaited them. They didn't have long to wait, they were almost there. Ronan didn't understand where they had entered. Didikin explained to him that they were in an elevator created from magical stone and pulley. It was the fastest and most reliable way to get to their real forge. Finally, after a couple minutes, they were there, in the biggest and best forge in the capital. In front of them was the Great Cappadocia. The best forges in the entire empire worked here. Ronan was shocked. He had no idea that something like this existed right below the city. It even sounded ridiculous to him. Didikin stood nearby and laughed at his reaction. Didikin was cheerful and asked Ronan to cheer up. Since he had passed the test, he would take charge and take him where he should go. He knew that in their blacksmith, he had found the best weapon. He promised him to take him to the best master of the Great Cappadocia. This master specialized in weapons. He knew literally everything about them. All the great families of the empire bought weapons from him. This master was the best. Not only in their workshop, he was the best in the whole capital. He had no equal in the manufacture of weapons. He created many masterpieces for the great masters. Ronan was going down in the elevator and still couldn't believe that right below the city, something like this could exist. He could never think of it. He said that if someone had told him about this place, he would never have believed them. Didikin replied that this place supplied only royalty and aristocrats with their wares. Didikin told them that due to the lack of discrimination, the best craftsmen were gathered in this place. These were those who could safely be called the best of the best. They came to a closed room. There was a master dwarf and he lived there. Didikin added that he had been forging for 400 years. Didikin raised his paw and warned them that this old man was quite stubborn, but his skills were second to none, so no one paid attention to his bad temper. The half-wolf said that he personally had a lot of respect for the old man, and with his paw he slammed the front door with all his might. Ronan, standing behind him, was shocked at how he decided to enter the old man Didikin's house. As they entered the old man's house, they noticed many different weapons just lying around. No one had cleaned the old man's house in a long time. Didikin opened the door and immediately asked him what he was doing this time. Didikin entered first to the old man. He informed him that he had brought him guests, but the old man didn't care what the half-wolf told him. He was still standing there making weapons. The old man realized that only Didikin could make a noise right on his doorstep. He had already asked him more than once to be quiet when he was working, but he never listened to him and still made noise. Didikin was angered by the old man's words. He couldn't help it. He couldn't just open the doors to him. His doors were always propped up by a bunch of different weapons, so it was hard to enter quietly. In front of them stood Master Doran. He didn't stop making weapons even when they entered his house. Didikin asked him to clean up sometimes so he could enter him quietly, to which the old man replied that he was too grumpy. Doran approached him and said that since he had guests with him, it only meant one thing, that they had managed to make a good showing of themselves. Didikin confirmed this fact. Didikin pointed to Ronan and told the old man that he had checked the lad out, and he saw excellent blade skills. He was sure the old man would be amazed when he could evaluate him personally. Duran looked at the young lad and couldn't believe Didikin was talking about him specifically. It was completely unexpected to him. He judged Ronan by his appearance. He didn't know how he wielded the blade or what he was capable of in battle, but he seemed like a child who could hardly surprise him. Duran asked him to show them his swordsmanship. He added that one look would be enough for him to see what he was capable of and what kind of weapon he could forge for him. Ronan was ready to show him his skills. It would be no problem for him. He went to draw his sword and prepare to show his skills to the old man. As Ronan drew his sword, Master Doran took it in his hands and began to examine it closely. He analyzed at a glance what the sword was capable of. Doran struck the sword with his hammer and it simply broke into 2 pieces. He told Ronan that it was trash and not a sword. He was surprised that he had been using something like this as his weapon all this time. Ronan saw that the old man had taken his weapon and smashed it. He lost his temper for a moment. He tried to stop him. He didn't realize what he was doing. The old man used his hammer to point him to the other end of the room. Doran told him that there he could pick up any of those swords that were lying carelessly on the floor. He added that with his pathetic parody of a weapon, the old man wouldn't have been able to accurately assess his skills. The old man promised him that Ronan could keep the blade he had chosen to replace his broken one. He thought that would be fair. Ronan looked around and saw a huge pile of weapons in front of him. Duran added before Ronan would have gone to choose his sword, that the blade he chose would be many times better than the trash he had broken. Ronan figured that if the old man insisted on it, he would gladly get the new blade he needed to get into Nabarosa's classes. He walked for a long time among the piles of different weapons looking for his blade that would fit him perfectly, and finally, after a few minutes, he found the sword, he took it in his hand, and experienced a completely different sensation. But Ronan wasn't sure yet if this blade would be different in reality when he would use his abilities. He didn't know if it was powerful enough to withstand his attack. Ronan warned the old man that if he had blown something he would have no claim on him. The old man responded by telling him not to worry about the consequences and not to hold back. He asked him to imagine as if he was putting his whole self into the swing. In that case, he could really show them all his abilities and his true strength. He remembered Nabirosa's instructor's attack at the lake and decided to repeat it in the old man's room. Ronan prepared himself and stood in the exact same pose as she had then. He was almost ready. He thought he had time to prepare the attack properly. Old man Doran saw the moves Ronan started to use at his request and was confused. He had seen similar moves before. Ronan didn't hold back and attacked the wall behind the old man who stood watching his movements and techniques. Ronan managed to repeat Nabirosa's attack. The force of his attack provoked a powerful explosion in the smithy. The masters who were outside the house saw this explosion and were very frightened. They did not understand what was happening and who was attacking them. The masters gathered together and distracted from their work. They saw that the explosion was in the house of Master Doran. They wondered what was going on there. It was too early for another explosion. They all thought that his blast furnace had just exploded. They didn't know that right now Ronan was trying to show his skills to Old Man Doran. Old Man Doran, after seeing what Ronan was capable of, asked him what just happened here. Where did he learn this technique? The scale of Ronan's attack really amazed everyone who saw it. Ronan hurriedly informed the old man that he had nothing to do with it. They had agreed that the old man had volunteered to show his technique, and now he was not to blame for the consequences. Doran walked over to Ronan and scrutinized him. He thought that judging by the technique Ronan used, then he was Nabarosa's apprentice. He was using her technique. Ronan was surprised that the old man knew the instructor Nabarosa. He realized that Doran made weapons not only for the nobles, but also for the instructors of the academy. Doran told Ronan that he was the one who forged the blade that Nabarosa wielded. These words surprised Ronan immensely. He could not believe that he was the one who made her sword. Ronan remembered her sword and how powerful it was, but he decided to ask the old man more about her strange longsword. He was the creator of it. Doran was proud that he had made Nabarosa's sword. He added that the sword was one of several masterpieces he had created in his lifetime. He added that the sword he held in his hands was nowhere near the sword his teacher had, but he decided to ask how he felt about the sword, if he liked it, to which Ronan replied that it was awesome. Ronan said that he had not expected such an effect from his weapon. Doran was quite surprised by Ronan's abilities. He seemed to him a novice unable to soberly assess his skills, but it had been a long time since he had seen a swordsman as talented as him. He patted him on the back for literally making him feel alive. Doran said that in his excess of talent there were drawbacks. He would have a hard time forging a sword that would suit him. He added that the blade had a hard time withstanding his swings, but he knew that himself. Ronan didn't know what he should do in this case. The old man said that at this strength, Ordinary products wouldn't last long. He would need to use high-quality steel and special materials. He told Ronan that it would not be easy for him to find a material for his sword that could withstand his strength. He said that he would probably have to use at least parts of a wyvern's body. Ronan had one material in his pocket, but he didn't know if it would fit the old man. He reached into his pocket and asked him to look at the thing he had brought with him just in case. He held out his hand, in which was an eggshell. He wouldn't throw it away after Cheetah hatched. He figured it might be valuable and he could sell it. Doran picked it up and walked over to his anvil. He picked up his hammer and struck it, but it was so strong that the hammer didn't damage it. Doran couldn't believe it. His mithril hammer didn't leave a scratch on it. He didn't know how an ordinary shell could withstand a blow from a mithril hammer. He was incredibly surprised to find out that such a material actually existed. Doran ran up to Ronan and asked him if he could give him something so valuable. His eyes were burning and he wanted to work with the material. Ronan replied that he could take it. It was useless to him. Ronan asked him if the shell would be enough to make his sword. Doran replied cheerfully that of course it would be enough. He asked them to return to the forge in 2 weeks. Doran promised Ronan that he would forge the best blade in the Empire for him. Now all Ronan had to do was wait for the best craftsman to finish his work. The old man turned to Maria and Ashel and told them that they could go to the other masters too. Since they were in the forge, Maria was very happy that they could get a lot of new useful things. He added that he couldn't just leave the friends of such an important person empty-handed. He asked them to tell the craftsmen that they came from him, and then they would find them something worthwhile. Doran would have liked to pick out weapons for them, but now he had Ronan's weapons to work on, so he didn't have time for that. He stood beside his anvil and still had the mithril hammer in his hands. He could no longer think about anything but working the eggshells. Doran was hammering at it again and again. He enjoyed the sound his anvil made very much. Ronan thought he was obsessed with weapons and had a problem with his head. While Ronan was with Doran in his forge, right below them was another secret place. There were a couple of unknown individuals standing there. One of them said that it was as noisy as ever above them. It annoyed them immensely. He wanted to go and burn the place to the ground. His partner asked him to calm down. It wasn't time to reveal themselves, they weren't ready for it yet. But they knew they didn't have long to wait. They had almost accumulated enough power to destroy everything above them, but for now they had to be patient. They were going to start attacking the Empire. With the blacksmiths, they thought they were uncouth. The two villains approached the huge stone giants that were unactivated and posed no threat. The villains came closer and closer to them. They reassured themselves that the day when everything would disappear and dissolve into light was very close. This pleased them. A few days later, Ronan was walking around the academy grounds. He remembered that the best blacksmith in the entire empire had promised to personally forge a blade for him. He couldn't wait to pick it up. That day, not only Ronan got what he came for, but Maria and Ashel were also lucky enough to be able to buy from other masters. The price for everything they bought was not insignificant, but it didn't concern him. He didn't pay for anything. All the costs were on the Grancia family because Sholofan had given him the sign of his family, and Ronan didn't spend his money. He spent other people's money. Ronan now had only one problem left. Making the sword took 2 weeks and he couldn't get to Nabalos's lessons until then. He needed the blade. He had absolutely no idea what to do now. He had plenty of free time. He had no classes. He was bored. Maria and Ashel were in classes and he had no one to go out with. Ronan stopped and saw the unique instructional and lecture center for advanced students in front of him in the Galilean building, and he wanted to go there. He was sure that Instructor Nabirosa's classes were also in that building. She had told him to come with a normal weapon, so he was in no hurry to get in there. But he had a temporary substitute and decided to try and get in after all. Before Ronan could think about it, Nabirosa's instructor was beside him. He couldn't even figure out at what point she had managed to get near him so silently. She grabbed him by the ear like a delinquent student and told him that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. She was angry with him. She didn't understand why he was near this building and skipping class. Nabirose had definitely told him that he could have come to class as soon as he found a decent weapon. She wanted to know what he was doing now, why he wasn't looking for a weapon. Ronan said he had a valid reason for being in this place, and he wouldn't be able to skip class. But Instructor Nabirosa didn't listen to him and simply told him to follow her. She added that she would listen to all his excuses along the way. Ronan understood exactly what she told him and asked her to let go of his ear. He was in a lot of pain, and it didn't feel good. As she passed the window, the girl heard Nabirosa bringing up Ronan, and how he was screaming in pain. She looked out the window, but she didn't see anyone there. She wondered what was going on. She started to move away from the window, but a guy ran into her, and the paper she was carrying fell out of her hands. The guy angrily told her not to block his way. He rudely asked her to step aside. The girl looked up and recognized the guy. She apologized to him. She was a little distracted and didn't notice him. The guy named Carden wasn't interested in her apology. He only noticed that she was very slow in collecting her papers. Carden was still rude to her. He told her that if she had time to do nothing, she should go and prepare for her upcoming class. He didn't choose his words and was rude to her the whole time. Nabirosa and Ronan stood in front of all the students she was teaching. She told them that she was sure that after the hype at the entrance, some of them already recognized him. But she still wanted to introduce him again so that everyone would know who he was, and that he would be in the same class with them. The students stood and listened intently to their master. Nabirosa introduced him. She said his name so everyone would finally remember him, and added that from today he would be joining their classes. Ronan bowed to them as a sign of respect and said that he was a first-year martial arts faculty member, and that it was a pleasure to meet them. Everyone around them started whispering. They were aware that he had beaten the genius Sholofin himself in the practical class. They figured he had skipped over the course if he could already study with them. The boys in the class couldn't understand why he had been given such an honor. They couldn't believe he was good enough to study with the seniors, and noted that he was too smarmy looking. Ronan walked over to them and said that he heard them and didn't understand why they were being so negative towards him. He didn't understand what exactly it was that was embarrassing them, but he paid them no mind. Among the crowd of students, he noticed some faces that were friendly to him. Among them were Brahm and Nazdo, who weren't whispering behind his back. They were happy to welcome him to their class. Ronan also noticed one face that wasn't too welcoming, but he knew him well. Among everyone there was the genius Sholofin. He stood quietly looking at Ronan. Suddenly, the girl who ran into Carden in the hallway entered the classroom. She apologized to instructor Nabirosa for being late for class. She didn't mention the unfortunate situation in the hallway. Ronan recognized the voice he heard. Ronan turned around when he heard her voice. He couldn't believe what he saw. He recognized the girl he knew in his past life. She said she was late because she had an extremely urgent matter. Ronan couldn't believe he saw her. The girl looked at the instructor, Nabirosa. She was ashamed of her tardiness. She asked if she was too late. Nabirosa told her that it was fine and she could breathe easy. She informed her that they had just finished introducing the newcomer and pointed her finger at him. The girl smiled and asked if it was the first-year boy she had told her about. Nabirosa motioned for her to turn around to him and greet him. He had to know the teacher's assistant by sight. She began to take her time turning to him. She said it was a pleasure to meet him. She smiled happily and welcomingly at him. Ronan stood there and couldn't even say a word. He was shocked at who was standing in front of him. She went on to say that she was Nabirosa's assistant instructor. She was a second-year student in the same faculty as himself. He was in a stupor. In front of him was Commander-in-Chief Ashel. She recognized her immediately before she even said her name. She was cheerful and smiling. He had never seen such a commander-in-chief before. She extended her hand to him and said it was a pleasure to meet him. Ronan called her commander-in-chief out of surprise, who she had been to him in a past life. Adeshan was known for her incredible talent as a commander-in-chief. She was the first woman to be named commander-in-chief of the empire. She was neurotic. She dominated the battlefield through cold-blooded calculation and brilliant command. She had no equal. She surpassed everyone with her intelligence. Adeshan was an iron lady. The soldiers serving under her admired her. She was always with them on the battlefield and never sacrificed their lives in vain. The soldiers often said that her veins were not blood but metal. She was incredibly cold-blooded. They were amazed and admired her. They were ready to follow her into battle. Ronan stood there thinking about the commander-in-chief. He couldn't get in the mood for class. He had a lot of thoughts in his head and he couldn't put them in order. He couldn't even imagine that the commander-in-chief had such a happy expression on her face. Now there was nothing of the Iron Lady he knew. Ronan thought that she clearly had no memories of the future. He realized that was how she had originally been. But he also remembered what she had asked him for before she had given him her ability. He remembered that she had asked him to talk her into not doing anything more stupid and becoming a regular seamstress. He didn't know what he was supposed to do in this situation. Ronan was completely confused. It was too complicated for him. He didn't know how he would be able to convince her to become a seamstress. They didn't even know each other properly yet. Adeshan was constantly being called for help. Some wanted her to come and look at their rack and she would run to them. She was trying to be helpful. Some students didn't just go to her about technique. They went to her even if their towel stank and they needed a new one. She was willing to fix that problem as well. Ronan didn't understand why she was so busy. He was surprised that she was doing all these small requests that were usually done by servants. He didn't think she was supposed to be doing that. He was standing there trying to figure out why she was doing all this when suddenly a voice came from behind his back. Someone noticed that he looked bored and wanted to make him an interesting suggestion. A guy he didn't know approached him and with a smile on his face offered him a duel if he would be okay with it. Ronan was surprised at the stranger's request. He didn't know what to say to him. Ronan wanted to know who he was that he offered him a duel so suddenly. The guy laughed and apologized. He appeared like a thunderbolt. He introduced himself. His name was Carden, and he was a third year. He told Ronan that he had heard that he had performed peerlessly at the enrollment, so he was interested in having a fight with him. Carden said that if the rumors were true, then he would like to learn something from him. But Ronan turned him down, saying he had his own plans for now and was against the fight. Ronan offered him a duel a little later, but Carden didn't hear what Ronan added. He was puzzled that he had come to ask for a duel and hadn't brought any weapons with him. Carden turned around and called out to Ashel in a rude manner. He asked her to bring him his weapons immediately. He treated her like a servant and mocked her. Ashel, in spite of that, always smiled at him. Ronan couldn't believe that Carden called her a simpleton. He had never seen girls treated like that before. Ronan had the urge to kill him right there. He didn't understand how this lowlife dared to open his worthless mouth in her direction. The more Ronan thought about it, the angrier he became. When Ashel brought him a weapon, he lashed out at her for bringing him the wrong weapon. He shouted madly at her and called her an idiot. Ashel got scared and apologized to him. But Carden didn't care about her apology. He wanted to punish her even more harshly. He showed her absolutely no respect and behaved with her as he wanted. He was outraged that she dared to argue with him. He didn't understand why their assistant was so stupid, so he hit her on the head with the spear she had brought him. Carden said that someone who didn't get the right to attend these classes and could only beg it from the instructor had to be good at least at such little things, and he hit her over the head again. Ronan saw this and thought that he had no shame or conscience since he had behaved like that with his assistant. She was so scared that she wouldn't stop apologizing to him. Carden was about to strike her again, but his spear was stopped by Ronan. Carden didn't understand why he had interfered in their business, but Ronan didn't listen to him and said that he had agreed to fight him. And if he didn't agree to fight him right now, he wouldn't be responsible for himself. And Carden would get what he deserved. He wouldn't spare him. Carden didn't understand what Ronan was telling him, who was already on edge. He gripped his spear tightly in his hand and asked him what it was that he didn't understand. Ronan looked at him with his crazed look and repeated that he was agreeing to the duel. He was already incredibly angry. He could not allow Ashel to be bullied in his presence. Carden answered him that it was a bit of a surprise to him, and he seemed to understand that Ronan was angry because of his behavior towards his assistant. He questioned him if he had heard him correctly, and Ronan was ready for a fight, but he didn't understand what he didn't like. Carden still stood there laughing with her. Carden couldn't believe he had agreed to fight just for this simpleton. He asked him if they even knew the assistant, that he was so eager to fight for her. He continued to anger and provoke Ronan. He thought it was his commoner spirit kicking in that he stood up for her. Carden looked at him and told him that he thought they would be closer, but it turned out that he didn't know something. Carden wanted to finally provoke Ronan. Ronan had had enough of Carden's coddling and asked him to shut up and defend himself if he could. Now the time for words was over, and he would have to answer for all the nasty things he had said. He was already out of his mind with anger. He said that if he didn't want to die, then he would have to defend himself and take his spear. The time for the duel had come. Ronan made his first attack, but he didn't hit Carden. He deliberately hit his weapon. Carden didn't realize how he had time to attack him so quickly. Ronan's blow practically broke his spear. Carden barely kept himself on his feet. He didn't realize where he got such power from without using a single drop of mana. Ronan stood and watched him. After finishing his attack, he told him that he was whining that his spear was too long and didn't fit him, so he decided to refine it a bit. Ronan's attack broke his weapon in half. Now Carden had nothing to defend himself with and counterattacks. Ronan managed to strip him of his weapon with his first attack. Carden was furious that Ronan had broken his favorite weapon. He didn't understand how he dared to touch him. He began to use mana to attack him back. He raised his spear and aimed all his power at Ronan. He wanted to show him where he belonged and that he was no match for him. Carden told him not to think that after what he had done to his weapon that he could hope to stay okay. He was sure he could overpower Ronan. Ronan stood and waited calmly for him to approach him. He wasn't nervous, and as soon as he approached him, Ronan deftly chopped his spear into several more small pieces. After stripping him of his weapon, Ronan told him to take better care of himself and launched several lightning attacks at him, which caused Carden to fall to the ground. Ronan ended this fight with one attack of his own. He walked over to him and told him that he should have been grateful that they were at the academy, and this was a training fight. If they had fought outside the academy, he would have killed him without hesitation. But Cardan didn't hear him. Ronan knocked him out, and he lay unconscious on the floor. The students watching this fight couldn't believe that Cardan had lost so quickly. They realized that Ronan, even among the third years, was one of the best. When Ronan was done dealing with Cardan, he walked towards the students who were standing there, who had allowed themselves to bully the commander-in-chief. Now it was their turn to be held accountable for their actions. Ronan raised his sword and pointed at the guy who was unhappy with the dirty towels, who had her running around looking for clean towels for him. He didn't understand why someone had to do that job for him. If he thought the towels stank, he could take it and wash it himself and not bully the man. Ronan was getting closer and closer to him. His anger was out of control. He was incredibly angry that they thought the teaching assistant was a servant. He wanted him to approach him himself. Otherwise, he would be worse off and he could rip his nose off for it. Ashel was seriously scared that Ronan might have interrupted them all and asked him to stop before it was too late. Ashel got between Ronan and the poor scared guy. She told him that she didn't know why he was doing that, but she was perfectly fine. She tried to calm him down by getting in his way. Ronan couldn't calm down anymore. He asked her to step aside. He could bitch and turn a blind eye to a lot of things, but looking down on her from above was not on his list. He couldn't allow that kind of behavior and smirks, not from these ungrateful students, and not from anyone in general. It was too much for him. Ronan added that at least in the Empire, she clearly didn't deserve to be treated like this. He knew full well that in the future, she would be the one to help save the Empire from the giants. He once again asked her to step aside. He couldn't stop until he personally dealt with anyone who humiliated her. He led her away and headed towards the student. But suddenly, Instructor Nabirosa yelled for him to stop his actions. She had had enough. Ronan stopped. It was as if his body was restrained. He couldn't move. She told him that she wouldn't ask him to take responsibility for the fight with Cardan, as there had been worse situations in real combat. But he couldn't keep escalating things around him. Things were getting more dangerous, and she couldn't just ignore that, so she stepped in. Nabirosa asked him to drop his sword and leave the class. Ronan held the sword in his hands. He realized that his body was under her control, and he couldn't even move. He turned around and saw a huge snake behind his back. It was Instructor Nabirosa's technique that was restraining Ronan's entire body. Now it was clear to him why he couldn't move. Ronan wasn't sure what the technique was. He thought the snake was Nabirosa's mana, but it soon dawned on him that it wasn't mana. It was her aura that took the form of a snake. He looked at her and was in awe of her power and aura. She was the inimitable holy sword of the Empire, and she was an incredibly strong opponent that he would have a hard time defeating. Nabirosa explained to him that what he wanted to do was beyond the concept of sparring, and she, as the person in charge of this activity, could not allow him to finish what he had started. She couldn't let him go further down the wrong road. If he had sparred with them, he might have been kicked out of the academy, but she saw talent in him and didn't want him to waste it. Ronan understood. He deduced that she knew exactly what her sister-in-law had to go through every day, all the bullying and mocking she had been subjected to. He did not understand why she had been watching it all this time. She clutched her sword even tighter in her hand. Nabirosa told him that it was their business. It did not concern him. Nabirosa saw that Ronan was not going to back down and gave him one last warning. She asked him to stop and quietly remove himself from the training building. But this infuriated Ronan even more. He tried to free himself from her technique. He didn't care if she was the unrivaled sword saint or anyone else. He was determined. Eventually, it seemed he was able to free himself from her technique, and his body obeyed him again. He was able to raise his sword and told her his response was the same. He asked her to get out of his way. Instructor Nabirosa sadly realized that it was useless to persuade him. She had to act decisively. She had to stop him before he did something stupid. She used her special grieving snake technique on him. Ronan stood and waited for the attack. He was sure he could block and attack her. His anger took over his mind. Ronan remembered talking to the commander-in-chief. He tried to ask her a question he had asked her before and knew the answer to, but he decided to ask her again. He wondered why she had volunteered to take the position of commander when everyone else had refused it. What made her do so? Ashel listened to his question and told him that one day he would understand her choice. There were some things that others could not be forced to do. She turned to him and with a very serious expression added that it was her destiny. She could not have done otherwise. Everything had been decided long ago. Ronan remembered their fights when the giants came to them with the war. He wanted to know what she was thinking then. He kept trying to understand her intentions, but he couldn't. He realized that she had a heavy burden to carry on her shoulders. She was not hiding from the battle. She had come to the aid of him and the Empire in their time of need. Ashel, bleeding said, turned to him. She said she was truly sorry for what had happened. She blamed it all on herself alone. She apologized to him that now she had shifted her burden on his shoulders, but she couldn't take it anymore. She had too much responsibility. Ashel, with a smile on her face, asked him not to forgive her. She felt that she didn't deserve his forgiveness because she had no right to dump her fate on him. But after these words, Ronan came to his senses. He screamed loudly and stood up abruptly. He didn't realize yet where he was and how he got there. He was suddenly startled by a voice that was trying to find out what had happened to him. Ronan didn't know that he wasn't alone, so he was a bit tense. Ronan saw Ashel, who he had mistakenly called Commander-in-Chief, looking at him and thought he was having a nightmare because he jumped up. She didn't understand why he called her Commander-in-Chief and what it meant. Ronan had to think of something to avoid telling her the truth. Ronan laughed and said it wasn't important. He didn't know how else to hide the truth from her, so he just decided not to bring it up again. Ashel sat there in complete incomprehension, but she didn't question Ronan anymore. He couldn't figure out if he was in the infirmary or somewhere else. Ashel confirmed that he was in the infirmary and that Nabirosa had asked him to take him there. Instructor Nabirosa promised that in extra classes she would beat the bravado out of him to the last drop. Ashel said that Nabirosa had added those words at the very end of their fight. As he was being carried to the infirmary, Ronan realized that he had succeeded in making her angry. But she had come to him about something else. She wanted to know if he had been angry with her on the court, or if he had another reason for being angry. Ronan looked away embarrassed and replied that he did not like to be disturbed and was a very refined gentleman. Ashel realized that he could not lie. Ashel lowered her head frustratedly and sadly told him that she shouldn't have hated them too much for that, even the evil Cardin. She added that she actually understood their feelings. Ronan was shocked by Ashel's words. He couldn't understand why she was justifying their bad deeds. He tried to stop her. He didn't understand. Did she have to say such things now? After all she was doing was trying to do her job with dignity. Ronan wanted to ask her since they were having this conversation. He wondered why they had her as an assistant. The question stumped her. He said that it was possible to assume that she was just too nice to the students, and they just decided to take advantage of that and decided to bully her. Ronan didn't understand how Nabirosa could let her assistant behave like that. She saw everything, but she didn't even try to intervene. He asked her if she was angry with her for this, but Ashel only laughed. She told him that he had misunderstood. It was completely different. The real reason for her inaction was her personal request, so she did nothing. Ronan was very surprised when he heard Ashel's words. He wanted to know why she asked her for this, why she did such a stupid thing. Ashel replied because she was getting special treatment she didn't deserve. Normally, you had to be an experienced fighter to get into these classes. But unfortunately, she had been left for a second year and had only recently begun to master mana control. Ronan was in absolute shock. He couldn't even imagine that the Commander-in-Chief was just beginning her journey. Ronan couldn't believe what she was telling him. He knew that in the future she had such a unique aura, but now she hadn't even mastered mana. It was very strange. Now he understood what she was going through. Ashel went on to tell him that she had personally asked Nabirosa to ignore whatever was going on in class. She realized that since the instructor had already accepted her as her assistant, she didn't want to put more problems on her. So she put up with all the mockery and ridicule, and since she was getting special treatment, she had to bear the burden of responsibility for it. When she went to the instructor as an assistant, she knew that she could handle all the problems and troubles. She was sure that she could handle everything, and she would not give in to anything. Ashel, despite the fact that she herself had asked the instructor not to interfere, was very grateful to Ronan. What Cardin was allowing himself was too much for her. She thought she was used to it all, but remembering the time she was hit on the head with a spear made her unbearably sad. She thought that no one deserved to be treated like that. Ashel, fixing her hair, all she said was that it was too harsh and she was glad that Ronan came to her rescue. At that moment, she wanted Cardin to be punished. Ronan listened to Ashel carefully. He understood her perfectly. He also knew the reason why she was going so far. He knew almost everything about her. He knew that she had put up with it all for the sake of one day becoming the Commander-in-Chief. Ashel was shocked when Ronan told her this. She couldn't believe that he knew about it. She thought her aspirations were obvious. Ashel confirmed Ronan's words and added that even though she was a bit lacking and couldn't be proud of it yet, all she could do was to be a dutiful assistant. She smiled and confessed to him that her main dream and the essence of her life was to one day become the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Army. Ashel quickly decided to justify herself. She said that such a statement from someone like her sounded very rash and she knew it. Ronan sat on the bed and listened to her carefully. But she wasn't going to give up. She had a lot of knowledge of military science and strategy. And day in and day out, she put in a lot of effort. She worked hard day in and day out. They sat there for a long time sharing their thoughts. They didn't notice it was time for the next class to start, and she had to hurry. She didn't want to be late and cause trouble for Nabirosa. Leaving the room, Ashel asked Ronan to rest properly, regain her strength, and get back to class soon. Ronan thanked her for her support. Ronan smiled at her and thanked her also for looking after him while he was unconscious. They were able to talk and figure things out. He enjoyed spending time with her. Ashel was already near the door. She smiled back at him so much she was so pleased to talk to him, and she was pleased that he understood her intentions and supported her. When she left the room, Ronan immediately sank into his memories and he analyzed their conversation. He needed to get his thoughts in order. Ronan remembered her last words when she had asked him that if they ever met again, he would talk her out of doing something stupid and convince her to become a simple seamstress. Her last request never left his mind. A few days later, on their day off, Ronan and friends headed to the forge of the Great Cappadocia. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted his sword. He told Maria and Ashel that he had been invited by the blacksmiths themselves to pick up their weapons. They went inside the building, but there was no one there. Didikin did not show up to greet them either. It seemed as if the forge was completely empty. Ronan didn't understand why no one was there to greet them. If they weren't ready, then why they had sent a bird of mail to him in the middle of the night. He couldn't understand it. The bird gave him the letter and Ronan read it, and Ronan learned that Doron had managed to create him a sword. This weapon would be his best creation, and he demanded that he come for it as soon as possible. Ronan didn't understand this disrespectful attitude towards his customers. He kicked the helmet lying on the floor with all his might. He resented the fact that there were things scattered everywhere. He didn't understand why no one had cleaned up the place. Maria and Ashel stood behind him. Maria noticed that he had been very nervous lately. Ashel had noticed it as well. He suggested that he might have been having trouble in class. Ronan told them that he was tired of waiting for someone to come out to them. He told them that he was going to go down to the forge on his own. He discouraged Maria and Ashel with these words. Maria asked him if they could do whatever they wanted in a strange building. Ronan replied that they had invited him, and therefore he had the right to go down there. He asked them to stop talking and follow him. They entered the same empty room where they had to search for the secret button so the elevator could start to descend. Ronan went to the wall, and if he remembered correctly, he pressed on one of the stones of the wall. Ronan managed to hit the right button and the elevator started to go down. He was serious and unemotional. It rubbed off on him that he was right, and they managed to head down. He was annoyed. He was angry at the old man for not knowing how to deal with customers. He thought that when he got to him, he would have told him how to deal with customers. When they arrived at the forge, he stopped talking and his face changed. What he saw made him forget that no one had met him upstairs. Ronan and his friends saw a forge that was on fire. Someone had attacked it and tried to burn it down. They were amazed at what they saw, and they didn't know who had done the attack and which of the blacksmiths had survived. He didn't understand what was going on here, but he knew that they had to get down and help everyone who was trying to get to safety. They went down and saw most of the blacksmiths were already dead. They arrived too late, but they could still save those who needed it. The fire was spreading more and more across the blacksmith. Ashel suddenly saw something that really scared him, and he immediately called Ronan so he could see what was destroying the smithy. Ronan saw a huge stone giant chasing after the remaining blacksmiths, who were trying their best to get away from him. He couldn't believe that the giants had gotten to them. He didn't understand how he managed to get to this place. Ashel shouted that the blacksmiths would catch up with the giant quite soon. He wanted to know what they needed to do. They needed how to help them escape. Ashel saw Ronan standing there thinking about something, but now they had to act fast before the giant killed the poor blacksmiths. Ronan walked up to Ashel and took him by his tunic. Ronan took him under his arm and was going to jump down with him. He had no other option to get down quickly, so he decided to use Ashel. He stood on the railing of the elevator and prepared to jump. He turned to Maria and told her to run upstairs and get the instructors or something. Maria understood the task and went to get help. Ronan jumped down and asked Ashel to use his telekinesis magic right now while they were flying so they could land safely and not crash. Ashel used his invisible hand ability, and they were able to land successfully. At that time, the giant had the blacksmiths cornered and was about to kill them. They couldn't believe they would be killed just like that. But after a moment, someone came to their rescue and cut the giant in half. They didn't see who it was yet, but they were glad to be alive. Help came to them at the most opportune moment. Ronan came to their defense. He got there just in time and killed the giant right in front of them. When he came down to them, he thought he had so many different thoughts in his head. He was stressed after talking to Ashel, but now all thoughts were behind him. After killing the giant, he came to normal. All his thoughts were focused on protecting the blacksmith. He turned to the giants and said it was their time to die. As Ronan was preparing to attack, he was already getting hit by a giant. Ronan remained calm and did not panic. He realized that they were not a threat to him, and he could destroy them at any time. He dodged the giant's attack and counterattacked. Ronan was so fast that the giant didn't even have time to do anything to defend himself. Ronan chopped him in half. After Ronan chopped him, the giant's body parts fell right in front of the blacksmiths. They couldn't believe that he alone was able to defeat such a powerful creature. They recognized him. They remembered that he was the one who had come to Doron for weapons. They were amazed that he, at such a young age, had scattered them in the blink of an eye. They couldn't believe their eyes. While the blacksmiths were talking amongst themselves, Ronan finished with the giant. He stood on his huge head and turned to the blacksmiths. He didn't have a scratch on him. They couldn't overpower him. Ronan asked the blacksmiths to tell him in a nutshell what had happened here. He needed information, and as soon as possible he wanted to know where they had come from. He found out that they were attacked by a lot of stone giants. The blacksmiths told him that they started appearing just out of nowhere and started killing them and burning down their homes. The blacksmith said that they barely had time to escape them, and if it wasn't for Ronan, they would be dead by now, just like everyone else. The blacksmiths couldn't understand the reason why the giants decided to wipe them out. They said that they started to come out of the ground. They were in a rage, and this rage destroyed all the forges. They were mercilessly killing everyone they met on their way. They didn't know what purpose they were pursuing. The giants killed all the blacksmiths they could reach. No one could resist them. Everyone tried to escape, but they found them. They were waiting for help. And then Ronan suddenly appeared. The blacksmiths told him that the giants had captured several blacksmiths, including Doron. It was to him that Ronan had come. He hoped he had hidden his weapons. They said Didakin had chased after them, hoping to save his comrades. One of them told Ronan that Didakin was not a very good fighter. He had no special skills. He suggested that at this rate, the giants might have already eaten them. Ronan listened to them carefully and started to rise. He said that there were no more enemies left. He had killed the last giant they had in the forge. He turned around and turned to Ashel. He told him that until Maria returned with reinforcements, he needed to look for the wounded that might be in the area. There was hope to save them. Ronan told him that if he found anyone, he had to give them first aid. Ronan said he would leave him Cheetah. With him, it was much easier for Ashel to help the injured. Ashel asked what Ronan would do while he was searching for the injured. He told him that he would go looking for the missing. He had to save them. Ronan noticed the tracks that the giants were leaving. He followed them and went looking for them. Ronan didn't forget that Doron had his sword that he needed for his classes. He couldn't let the giants kill his master, so he had to hurry to find them. Doron didn't let Ronan's weapon out of his hands. He thanked Didakin for risking his life and coming to save him. Without him, he would have been dead long ago. He noticed that Didakin's invisible armor was almost destroyed. He knew it wouldn't hold up for long. Didakin asked the old man to run away as soon as possible while he could still hold the giant back. Didakin was angry at the old man for telling him about the armor. He asked him to be quiet. He said he needed to concentrate, and he kept shooting him down. The half-wolf added that if the old man still had the energy to babble, he'd better get a sword and help him fight the giant. But Doron told him no. Doron told him that this blade was his best masterpiece. The other blades weren't even close to it. He couldn't tarnish it. It wasn't meant for him. He added that he couldn't afford to use it and tarnish it with his wretched level of swordsmanship. He would rather die than defile his masterpiece. Didakin said that even with his reverence for weapons, this was clearly too much. Now was not the time to think about such things. They needed to survive. Their conversation was interrupted by a giant who was already near them and was about to crush them. He raised his hands up and growled viciously. He was about to attack and finish them off. The giant hit them with all his might, but they were saved by Didakin, who stopped the attack of the evil giant. But he continued to press on him, and the half-wolf could not stand it for long. It was urgent to do something. Didakin realized that his protective charms placed on his armor were already exhausted, and soon the giant would be able to overpower them. They were on the verge of death. Only a miracle could save them. He threw back the giant's arm and thought that if he had known earlier that he would die this kind of death, he would have done what he wanted. But it was too late. In just a few long jumps, Ronan managed to reach the place where the Didikin was fighting with the giant. He was already behind him and was about to attack him. Ronan was just in time. He made a deadly attack on the Valken. They were very lucky Ronan had gone in search of them. The half-wolf was already running out of armor, and the next attack from the giant could have been their last. He noted that Didikin had handled them well. He had lasted as long as he needed to and protected the old man. Now he asked him to leave them to him. He could deal with them himself. Didikin wanted to stop him. He was worried that he might have gotten himself killed, but he wondered how he was able to find them. If it wasn't for him, they would be dead by now. The half-wolf remembered that there was still a whole crowd of giants upstairs. He didn't understand how he had defeated them so quickly and had time to come to their aid. Ronan was a mystery to him. Ronan confirmed that there was a whole crowd of them, but he had managed to kill them all while he was trying to save the other blacksmiths. It was no problem for him to kill these monsters. Didikin couldn't believe that he had single-handedly slaughtered them all. He thought it was impossible. But Ronan asked him to finish with the idle chatter. It was unnecessary for him right now. Ronan turned to Duran. He held out his hand and asked for the roll that was in his hands. He thought that his current sword was already at its limit and he needed a new one. He remembered his words that it was a thing he called a masterpiece. He already knew that in the package was his sword, and he needed it now more than ever. Duran handed him the blade and added that the hilt was not yet finished, but he could still use it now. He would be able to withstand its power. Ronan took the sword and thanked the old man. Ronan gripped it firmly in his hands and prepared to see how good it was in battle. Had Duran really managed to create a masterpiece for him? As he drew his sword and prepared to use it, the giant stepped up and began to attack him. Ronan saw this. He calmly controlled the situation. Ronan decided to take a test swing to test the sword. He swung, using Nabarosa's instructor's technique, and a powerful stream blew away everything in its path. The monsters, seeing the attack coming, were shocked. They couldn't dodge it. Ronan saw how much the blade increased his power. He was speechless. He was surprised at the effect. Duran was literally glowing with happiness. He was proud of his work. Duran ran up to him to see if he liked La Mancha. When Ronan heard this, he couldn't understand. It was the name of the blade he had given him. Duran explained to him that it was the name of a knight who had a dream of reaching for the stars. The old man looked at the sword and realized that it was amazing. The sword was so light that its weight could not be felt in his hand, and the material was stronger than mithril itself. It was capable of withstanding any technique. Ronan noticed that the blade did not have a single spell on it, but it still had abilities that could be revealed to him over time. One of the sword's abilities had already revealed itself to Ronan. It could repair damage simply by absorbing blood. It was a much-needed ability. Ronan didn't understand how the old man had managed to do this. He wondered where the blade had gotten this ability. He assumed it was because of the cheetah shell that was part of the sword. He looked at Duran and said that it had surpassed all his expectations. Duran was happy to hear that. Didikin, watching them, didn't understand if this was the time to talk. Didikin interrupted them and said that they had to get out of this place soon. They were the last ones, so there was no need to save anyone else. Ronan told the half-wolf to take Duran and leave, and he still had some things to check before leaving this place. Didikin wanted to know from him what exactly he wanted to check. He wouldn't tell him the whole truth. He said it was nothing, it just seemed like something to him, and he wanted to check it out before he left. It seemed to Ronan that there were stronger enemies than giants hidden in those tunnels, and he couldn't just leave the place. But he wanted Didikin and Duran not to risk their lives. He knew that the Empire could have enemies who wanted to destroy it. He knew that this was what had happened in the future, and he couldn't let the Empire be destroyed again. Didikin was surprised to hear that someone else could be in the dungeon besides them. He wanted to know what Ronan meant. Ronan replied that there was obviously something wrong here. He could feel it. Ronan said that he knew a lot about the habits of the giants. They usually didn't gather in crowds, they acted alone, and if you didn't mess with them, they behaved decently and didn't destroy everything around them. He walked over to the head of the giant and said he had never seen such strange signs before that were on the back of their heads. He didn't understand what kind of magic circle it was. Duran walked over to look at it. Ronan asked him if he knew what the sign was, but the old man wasn't sure. He wasn't that good at it, and he couldn't guarantee he knew what the sign was. The old man looked at the sign carefully. He tried to decipher it. He sensed that the echoes of mana were by no means as simple as they might seem. Duran realized with horror that they were the reason the giants had gone mad, and that they had been placed on them so that they could destroy the forge and kill everyone in it. The old man felt sorry for the giants who had been used to kill the smiths. He could not understand who could have done such a dastardly deed. It depressed him. Ronan saw tracks that led deep into the cave. He told the old man that he was going to find out and follow the tracks. He was determined. He wanted to find the enemies and prevent the collapse of the empire. He ran down the tunnel and worried that his suspicions were true. But with each step further, he became more and more certain. Ronan noticed that between the footprints of the giants, there were other footprints. They were the size of human footprints. He was right that the enemies had already infiltrated the empire. He had to hurry to catch them. He ran farther and noticed other strange things. He noticed that there were mana protection stones placed on the walls, but he managed to rush past them without being noticed. Ronan was almost at his goal. He remembered that there were all signs of planning for what happened in the future. He needed to catch them and find out as much as he could to be ready for an attack. Suddenly he stopped. Ronan heard voices. He couldn't make out clearly what they were talking about. He needed to get closer. He decided not to give himself away right away. He sat down near the rock so that he could hear their conversation. He should have found out who it was and noticed they had arrived in the dungeon of the forge. He thought that this way he could find out something valuable. He managed to see a huge giant that was bigger than the ones that had attacked them. It looked deadlier, but it hadn't been activated yet and carried no threat to him. Ronan also noticed two people standing near the giant and talking about something. One look at this picture was enough for him to realize who was behind it all. They stood and looked at the giant. They realized that the other giants next to him looked like mere toddlers. He was of incredible size. Ronan was calm. It looked like he was still sealed up, but if he started moving, he would immediately engage them. He couldn't let the hygiant get to the smiths. But suddenly he heard one of them say that someone had infiltrated them, but they didn't know where he was yet. Ronan didn't start to worry much. He hadn't found out their real plans yet, as they had already discovered him. One of the enemies asked if his partner was sure of what she was saying. He confirmed it, adding that her mental link to the subordinate stone giants had suddenly broken. She said that it seemed to her that a third party had intervened in the battle, her partner removing his hood. Furious that the Imperial warriors had finally reacted in time, he wanted to know what they should do. They had no more giants, and the biggest giant they were not yet able to control, there was only one thing left for them to do. The villain with a wicked smirk on his face asked her, maybe he should have gone upstairs and killed them all himself since the giants couldn't finish what they started. The girl told her partner Aduan that she shouldn't have done that. They had destroyed most of the workshops, and it would have already greatly affected the production of weapons in the Empire. She feared that if they went into battle and revealed their identities, that person wouldn't sit idly by. They had no use for it. Aduan noted that his partner Cyrilla was very strict. He said that apparently they had no other choice. Cyrilla suggested that he back off. Now was not the time to show his true colors yet. He asked Cyrilla that if he was going to retreat, he could get rid of him, to which she replied that he could do as he wished. Aduan began to prepare his attack. He already knew they were being watched. He had prepared something special for someone who liked to pry. He laughed and said that he had smelled the smell of blacksmith sulfur from him long ago. Ronan understood that he was talking about him. He could also see that he was going to direct the tongues of flame that came from his hands at him. Aduan was too annoyed by his smell and he was going to end it. He aimed his attack right at where Ronan was sitting. It was a powerful and fast fire attack. He stood and laughed at him. He thought that his attack was sudden and was able to reach the target, destroying whoever was watching them. But his attack failed to reach the target and caused damage. Ronan deftly dodged it and was already standing in a safe place as soon as they saw him. Aduan wanted to know who he was. Aduan was a little surprised that he managed to dodge his attack, but he wasn't about to let him go. He was already trying to make his next attack. He used fire against him again. He realized that since he had managed to dodge his attack, he must have been quite agile. Not many people were able to escape his fire. Aduan decided to bind his leg so he could no longer dodge his attacks. He directed tongues of flame at him while Ronan was trapped in a corner. It would seem that this time he would not have time to dodge. Ronan was calm and confident. He was surprised that Aduan was creating a lot of fire magic very quickly. He knew that he was clearly not easy, and he needed to keep his guard up. Aduan wanted to know how he had managed to get to them. After all, it wasn't easy to get through the defenses they had left, but he had successfully managed to do so. Ronan stood up and told him that he had literally stolen his words. He had also wanted to know who they were and why they had enchanted the giants. He, with a smile on his face, told them that if they wanted immense privacy, then they choosing such a place was a bit much. He wanted to know if it seemed that way to them. Aduan answered him that killing him amidst the jokes would be much more fun. Cyrilla looked at Aduan and said that they were wasting time and needed to leave. He asked Cyril to let him get away for a bit. He wanted to finish the fight. He was sure it wouldn't be long now. Suddenly, Edouan laughed hard. He wanted to kill Ronan before this empire was swallowed by starlight. He was sure the empire would soon be over. Ronan became serious. He wished that Edouan had repeated those words again. He felt like he had heard them before when he was in the war, and he knew that starlight could destroy the empire. After hearing those words, it was as if Ronan lost his temper. He was incredibly angry. He asked them, did they even have any idea what those words meant? Ronan couldn't let the starlight get to the empire. Edouan noticed that after his words, Ronan's mood had changed drastically. He couldn't even imagine what it was related to, but he wasn't smiling now either. He was trying to keep Ronan in his sights. Ronan drew his blade and jokingly told them that they would both go with him. Ronan was now serious. He realized that he could not let them go, otherwise history would repeat itself and the empire would collapse. He saw that Edouan was going to attack him. He stood there calmly. He told them that he had a lot to ask them. He needed to get everything they knew out of them. Edouan just laughed. He didn't believe any kid could beat them. He thought Ronan was out of his mind. He didn't think he could take them prisoner. He turned to Ronan. He wanted to know if he really thought he could take them captive. Edouan began to prepare his attack, using flames to destroy Ronan. Ronan answered him that he would definitely succeed, that he would succeed. He didn't wait for Edouan's attack and was the first to attack him. He managed to strip him of the hand that Edouan was using to guide his attack. Ronan's facial expression changed. He was ready to kill them both. After Edouan's words, he would no longer let them go. He told them to quietly accept their fate and not resist. Cyrilla was shocked when she saw the speed at which Ronan attacked. He couldn't believe that Edouan didn't even have time to react to the attack and dodge it. She heard Ronan addressing her and she was startled. Ronan told her that it would be fine if she answered all his questions without objection. Ronan grabbed her by the throat and added that if she wasn't attracted to the fate of her partner, it would be better if she told everything and he wouldn't mutilate and torture her. Cyrilla could barely breathe from Ronan's grip. She used her last strength to use her ability and put her mana shield in front of him, which threw Ronan off and saved her life. Ronan wasn't surprised by the shield. He looked at it and said that he understood her answer and that they weren't going to go with him willingly. He noted that the shield looked really strong, but was it really strong? He wanted to check it out, but he wasn't going to stop. Even despite her defenses, Ronan easily and deftly cut her shield. Cyrilla was very surprised that he was able to cut the mana shield. No one had ever been able to do that before. Ronan didn't wait long and immediately attacked her. He levitated her and thrust his sword into her chest. But the wound wasn't fatal. It only immobilized her as she fell. Ronan was surprised to find out that she was a half-elf. He stood over her and tried to find out what they were doing in the dungeon and whose orders it was to attack the forges. He wanted to know everything in detail, or he would have killed them. While Ronan was trying to crack the half-elf at his back, Edouan regenerated his severed arm and unleashed his fire attack on him. He used the blast so he could manage to save Cyril. Ronan looked at Edouan and didn't understand what it all meant. He had already severed his limbs. How did he manage to regenerate them? He wasn't as simple as Ronan thought. He turned around and saw how regenerated Edouan was. He was able to regenerate his lost limbs using dark magic. Ronan thought it looked extremely disgusting. Edouan was furious when he saw that he had injured Cyril. He aimed his powerful attack at Ronan to save her. He couldn't let him torture her. Ronan got up and thrust his sword into her leg. He looked at Edouan and said that he hadn't fully realized the gravity of the whole situation yet, that they were on the verge of their deaths. He began to drive his sword into Cyril's leg, causing her unbearable pain. He wanted Edouan to make a choice. Either they would start to obey him or they would be worse off. Ronan added that if they disobeyed him, then the half-elf would experience the full benefits of amputation. He wondered if she would be able to grow new limbs like him or not. Edouan couldn't watch him torture Cyril. He made a choice and said he would go with him where he said he would. He was willing to surrender and be captured if he would stop torturing Cyril. Ronan told him that he had made the right choice. He didn't want to see more blood. He was willing to spare them, but he needed information about the impending attacks on the Empire. He realized that their deaths were not good for him right now. He hadn't learned anything yet, but things were shaping up very suspiciously for him. He felt that they wouldn't just give up. Ronan looked down at Cyrilla and couldn't understand what was happening to her. She suddenly started smiling eerily. He didn't know yet that Edouan had been all this time, just distracting his attention. While he was talking to Edouan, the half-elf had managed to activate the giant lying near them. Ronan saw her use it to attack him. but he couldn't understand when she had time to cast the spell on the giant. She aimed his arm straight at Ronan. The giant struck at him with all his might. From his blow, Ronan was thrown back into the rock. She was able to cause him no small amount of injuries that he could have died from. Edouin quickly made his way to Cyrilla. He asked her if she could move. They needed to get out of there immediately. She said she was fine, and she thanked him for his help. She told him that if he hadn't diverted Ronan's attention by trying to attack him, she wouldn't have had time to weaken his attention with magic and wouldn't have been able to activate the giant. Cyrilla stood up and added that she had only activated the giant's arm, but she was sure that Ronan would have been hurt by that attack. Edouin told her to go first. They needed to report to the church what had happened. He said he would catch up with her when he was done dealing with Ronan. He needed to make sure he was dead and no longer a threat. It was important for their future operation. Cyrilla had wanted to warn Edouin before she left that Ronan was no ordinary child, and that there was a monster imprisoned in his body. Edouin had answered her that he was not that careless and understood perfectly. Edouin realized that this was no child, and that if they didn't kill it now, it would become a huge threat to them in the future. That couldn't be allowed to happen. He said that this time he would definitely not lose to him. After these words, he directed his attack at Ronan, who had not yet recovered from the giant's attack, which had caused him no small amount of trouble. But before he could even speak, Ronan Lightning attacked him. He used his blade to chop him into many pieces so that he couldn't regenerate. He held the sword tightly in his hands and wanted to know where they were going from him. Ronan could barely stand on his feet. His body was badly damaged. He tried to say something to Cyrilla, who couldn't believe he had massacred Edouin. She prepared to defend herself against his attacks. He was in shock and couldn't understand how he could still move with such wounds. She thought the giant had managed to kill him, but he managed to survive. Ronan was trying hard not to fall, and he was leaning on his sword, but his body was not listening to him. He had to do something or she would be able to get away from him. Cyrilla thought she was very angry with him, but she had no guarantee of defeating him. She realized that her priority right now was the report to the church, so she needed to back off. Walking into the portal, she turned around and told Ronan to get ready. She would find out every little thing about him, and she was going to take everything he had from him. Her face was insane. She threatened to kill everyone he cared about, his family, his friends, and everyone he loved. She would take the life of each and every one of them. After saying this, she was about to enter the portal and was able to escape it. Ronan watched Cyril enter the portal. He didn't know what to do or how to stop her. His body refused to obey him. He thought he had just gotten a lead and he couldn't let it slip away. He managed to raise his hand. He started shouting loudly for her to stop. He couldn't let the story happen again. She was almost into the portal and Ronan shouted at her to stop with all his might. Suddenly, Ronan heard a familiar voice telling her to really stop. Cyrilla felt like she couldn't take a step now. She was enveloped in a familiar magic. Ronan could barely turn around to see that they had come to his aid. He felt the familiar mana and was glad that they had managed to stop Cyrilla in time. Cyrilla was enveloped in snake mana and she was scared. She realized that this was the person they were avoiding, and she had many questions for her. She wanted to know who dared to touch her apprentice. Cyrilla couldn't break free and escape. Ronan tried to get up and recover. He heard him being informed that everyone was already aware of what was going on in the dungeon and that he had done his job perfectly. He saw Instructor Nabiroz, who had arrived very timely. It was she who had managed to stop Kurla near the portal itself. She was proud that Ronan had managed to confront them and save the remaining blacksmiths. Ronan told her that he was very happy to see her here. Now his lead from him wouldn't be going anywhere. Nabiroz replied to him that if he could talk to her, then he was fine. Nabiroza used her secret technique and immobilized Cyrilla. She wanted to deal with them first and get even for what they had done to her student. They were completely at her mercy. Cyril realized that the aura that was capable of taking the form of a snake and paralyzing her entire body was her, but she didn't understand how she was here. She couldn't stay there and get captured by her. Then their whole plan would fall apart. They shouldn't have crossed paths with her. She needed to get out of there as soon as possible. Nabiroza walked up to her and grabbed her face. She told her that they had done a few things they shouldn't have done, but it wasn't that made her most angry. It was something else. What made the instructor most angry about this situation was that they dared to damage her student's body. It was an unforgivable mistake for her, and now they were doomed. Nabiroza picked her up and placed her in front of her snake-shaped aura. She told her that she could already anticipate the future that Cyrilla would see with her own eyes. After Nabiroza was done with Cyrilla, she walked over to Ronan and told him that they would patch him up from the beginning, and then he would report everything to the head. Ronan was curious about what future she was telling her about. Ronan wanted to know what she meant when she talked about the future. Was it the Rodelin prison? Nabiros confirmed this and realized he had heard of it, but didn't understand where he was getting his interest from. He thought so. The two would have been sent to this prison. He had heard about it, but he still didn't know their plan, and he needed to know when they were going to attack the Empire. Ronan knew that this prison was the stronghold of the Rodelin Screams. This prison was in the middle of the open sea. It was almost impossible to escape from it. It was infamous for its interrogation techniques of criminals who went against the Empire. They used any means and ways to extract confessions. Ronan got up and approached Nabiros. He asked her if he could observe the interrogation. It was very important to him. The instructor didn't understand his request and didn't know what he was telling her. She said that this prison was not the place he should have been asked to go to. He didn't finish listening to her. He took her hand and told her that he was asking her this very much. He needed to be present during their interrogation. Ronan was practically begging her. He was telling her that this was an extremely important matter to him. He couldn't just stand by. He needed their information. While Ronan and Nabirosa were dealing with the criminals, Maria and Ashel were looking for survivors and trying to help them. It wasn't long before Maria wiped the sweat from her face and said they were finally done. Maria turned around to Ashel, who was almost exhausted. He was holding Cheetah in his arms, who had given all her strength to heal the injured blacksmiths. Now they could breathe a sigh of relief. Ashel was a little sad. He didn't know what had happened to Ronan. He told Maria that he hoped Ronan would be back with them soon. He didn't want anything to happen to him. Before Ashel could finish, they heard a familiar voice call out to them. They turned around and saw Ronan, who already knew they had done a good job. He was happy for them that they had done well. He was told how Maria ran off very quickly and called for help. She brought the medics who helped the injured. Maria gave her all to come back with help as soon as possible. While Maria was running for help, Ashel and Cheetah rescued more than half of the injured. They worked together to find the blacksmiths from under the rubble and help them. Ronan asked them if they were hurt and if they were all right, to which Maria told him that they should have asked him. He wasn't a living thing on him. They wondered why he was in such a state. Ashel saw how bad Ronan's injuries were. He reached out to Cheetah to get him treated as soon as possible, but Ronan replied that he was fine and that he had already received first aid. They could take it easy. Ronan noticed the bodies of the criminals they had apprehended being brought out of the dungeon. They were alive but unconscious. He informed Maria and Ashel that he still had some work to do right now. A few hours later, Ronan and instructor Nabirosa were already at the secret location. They were waiting to meet the Rodelin convoy. They were standing on the edge of a cliff in the Gren forest. They stood and looked carefully into the distance. The rendezvous would be soon. Besides them, there were several guards on the cliff in case the prisoners started to break out. After a while, Nabirosa noticed the convoy approaching. A Rodelin escort appeared in the sky above them. They landed and greeted Nabirosa's instructor. They informed her that they had come at the call of the Empire so that they could pick up and escort the criminals. They saw that there were two bodies lying right in front of them. They realized that these were their clients that they needed to bring in and try to pry anything they might know from them. Nabirosa informed them that Eduan had muneless regeneration. She asked that this fact be taken into account when questioning him, to which one of the escort replied that their interrogator would be happy to know. He scrutinized Eduan's body and said that it was the first time they had come across such an amusing object in a long time. It lifted their spirits. They listened to what Nabirosa told them and began loading the bodies on board. They said their goodbyes and asked them to continue to work hard for peace in the Empire. As they departed, Nabirosa told Ronan that a week in Rodelin would be enough to loosen the tongues of these criminals. Nabirosa watched the departing carriage carefully. She told Ronan that she would let him know when she received the notice and asked him to be ready to go to prison at any moment. She turned to him and asked if that would be an option, to which Ronan responded positively. He thanked the instructor and glanced at the departing escort. Ronan noticed that time was passing quickly. With the help of the Empire, the rebuilding of the Great Cappadocia was progressing at a decent pace. Didakin and Doron were working hard to get the forge up and running faster. He at that time returned to the academy, where he actively attended the instructor's extra classes. He was learning new techniques and methods that could help him in further battles. A couple days passed and they received their notices. Now they could go to the fortress of the Rodelin Cries, where the Doznavator was so engrossed in the process that he completely forgot that his guests must have already arrived. The Doznavator came out to them, taking off his pith suit. He looked completely harmless. He greeted them and thanked them profusely for visiting them. He informed them that he was the investigator in charge of the recently arrived criminals, and he was also their guide for the near future. The investigator asked them if they wished to visit the prisoners first. Nabi-Rosa replied that that was why they had come to the island, and added that they would listen to the information they received on the way. He turned around and politely asked them to follow him. Ronan looked at him, and something about him confused him. He didn't expect him to be so friendly and polite. Ronan turned to the instructor and said that the Carrick investigator seemed strange to him. He couldn't believe that such a nice old man was the investigator of the infamous Rodalan. He added that it looked all suspicious, but Nabi-Rosa warned him that everyone said that when they first met him, but she didn't advise judging a book by its cover. Nabi-Rosa added that he himself would soon find out why he was called the worst nightmare, such a pronunciation he'd gotten for a reason, and that he was fully justified in giving it to him. Karaka, the investigator, was walking slowly. He informed them that the prisoners' cells were not far away, and he decided to tell them only the most important things he had learned from them. He stopped and turned to them. He said that first of all, they should know what he thought was the most important thing, and he told them something strange. He said only Nebula Clady. The investigator said that was what they called themselves. Nabi-Rosa told him that it was the first time she had heard such a name. Ronan hesitated, but it was obvious that he didn't know they existed either. Nabi-Rosa wanted to know if they were a criminal organization like Calaboro, to which Karaka replied that they were, except that there was no information about their organization, so they were more of a threat. They had attacked the granaries of Nalanda, which had been devastated by a huge fire, and they had blown up the Edaman Magical Research Center, all of which had been discovered with the help of the captives. And now they knew that this group was behind all the major incidents of the past year, and with the help of the captured criminals, it would be possible to find out their plans for the future. Ronan couldn't even imagine that these guys were so significant. Even in his past life, he had never heard anything about them. It amazed him. He hoped that the report would have laid out all the details on this organization, and he could look into everything and try to figure out who they were and why he had never heard of them. Ronan asked Karakan if he had ever heard the word Starlight from the captives. That was why Ronan had come here, because he knew that was what would destroy the Empire. He asked him about another name, Star Descending. If that was something the captives had said, the Karakan's face changed. He was very surprised when Ronan asked about it. He said he could not remember anything like that. Ronan added that he had overheard something like that from them when they were captured as he sat there eavesdropping on them, but it was obvious that the interrogator had no idea what Ronan was talking about. The investigator nervously clutched his mask in his hand. Ronan continued, he suggested that this all could probably have something to do with their end goal. Ronan smiled and was a little surprised that they really hadn't said anything about it. The investigator was scaring Ronan a little, so he didn't want to tell him anything else further. Karaka put on his mask and said that everything was clear. Ronan suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him suddenly changed, which confused Ronan a lot. He walked over to the cell where Edouan and Cyrilla were. He pulled back the SUV and said that he had shown his incompetence the first time they met. It made him very angry. The investigator opened the doors and slowly began to walk into the cell. He kept muttering to himself that he probably couldn't convince them of his sincerity and walked into the cell. He hoped that he would have been able to correct his mistake and get the captives talking. Now he wanted to do his best to get them to tell them about the new information Ronan had provided. They entered the cell following the interrogator. Ronan, seeing the prisoners, couldn't believe that they were the same people he had seen in the dungeon. Now they looked very creepy. The investigator informed them that Edouan was quite entertaining to him. He used special dark magic to restore his body, and luckily he knew how he could be countered. Karaka walked over to the fire and put the tip of his spear into it and asked them if they knew how they could get close to someone like him. He told them that it was much easier than they would have thought. He informed them that all they had to do was start burning them until they could no longer regenerate, and then the process would go faster. Once there was nothing left to burn, you could simply cut off their limbs, and then you could fully immerse yourself in the process, and usually the captives were quick to say all they could know. And when already the captive had no strength and a whole place left, you could be considered best friends. The investigator explained it to them with special passion. It was obvious that he loved his job. And then suddenly the investigator turned to Edouan and said angrily that after all this he still had secrets. He was extremely disappointed in him. He grabbed him by the hair and asked him if they hadn't agreed to be honest with each other. Edouan couldn't stand his torture anymore. He said he didn't know anything else. He had told him everything he knew. The hearer's expression changed again. He asked him in a serious tone why he had first heard about the star descending and why he had heard about it from a completely different person. Karaka told Aeduan that he would prefer to get the answers from him because Cirilla didn't have the same regeneration abilities, so he might not be able to have such a long conversation with her. He went on to say that they were already in the middle of a lot of things, so they knew that if he started questioning her, she wouldn't be able to take it anymore and would just die. Cirilla couldn't take it anymore and started begging him to kill her. Ronan, when he heard her words, thought that even serving amongst the fine men, he had never encountered such a thing. Ronan couldn't believe that being in such a state, he was still withholding something from them. He was already on the verge of death, but he still hadn't told them anything of value. It was very strange. He wondered if even after their identities were revealed, they were still keeping the secret that Karaka's interrogator was trying to get out of them. Ronan thought that something was wrong. Ronan assumed that maybe he didn't want to confess and tell the whole truth, but couldn't tell them. It was more complicated than the investigator thought. Nabi-Rose couldn't understand how it was that he couldn't tell. Ronan asked her if she knew how secrets were kept safe, so that if captured, they couldn't tell anything. Ronan explained to them, to prevent the information from being given to the enemy, commanders used forbidden curse magic, and then they were sure all information was safe. He told the interrogator that he thought that was the case, and that no matter how hard he tried, Edouan wouldn't tell him anything. The investigator let go of Edouan's hair. He thought he looked like a laughing stock in front of them. He had already felt betrayed, and it turned out he had missed something so obvious. Karaka walked past Nabi-Rosa and Ronan apologizing and asking him to wait here for a few minutes. He needed to bring something and then they would continue. A few minutes passed and the investigator returned, and he was holding a creature unknown to Ronan. He asked what exactly he had gone away for and what it was in his hand. Ronan found the creature to be quite horrible. Karaka introduced it and said that in front of them was a cursed eye. It was a monster that was capable of devouring curses. The investigator explained to them that these adorable babies were indispensable in situations where criminals were unable to speak due to curses. Then they were the ones who came to the aid of the investigators. Karaka decided to start with Edouan. He thought it was more likely that he would know more information, and the investigator took special pleasure in torturing him. He brought one of the creatures over and placed it on Edouan's head. The creature instantly grabbed his head with its suction cups. The interrogator told his monster to get fed up and help them get rid of the curse. The creature sucked on his head and began the process of eating the curse. It was a very painful process, and when he was full, his eye began to glow. The interrogator saw this and decided to start the interrogation again. Edouan could barely speak, but he began to tell that the star was an eternal entity, and that only its grace could save the wretched inhabitants of this world. He went on to say that as small lights, they were waiting for the star to descend from the heavens. Cirilla heard what her partner began to talk about, and didn't understand how he could give away their secret. Edouan said that they were making sure that not a single obstacle stood in the way of their dream. Cirilla couldn't stand it and shouted for him to shut up immediately. The investigator stood in front of him and told him that he was speaking too many words for his old ears. He asked him to keep it short. He reminded him that he had told them that something was about to fall from the heavens. Karaka asked Edouan's almost subordinate what was about to fall from the heavens, and he looked up at him and replied briefly that the children of the stars were about to fall from the sky. Ronan got goosebumps. He knew that Edouan meant that a Hayat was about to come to Earth and almost succeeded in destroying the entire empire. Ronan decided to interrupt the interrogation of the interrogator and asked him to wait a bit. He wanted to ilk him with a few questions that had been bugging him. He approached him, looked at him carefully, and asked him not loudly about the star children he had told them about. He wanted to know more information about them. Ronan wanted to know it was about a Hayat. When he mentioned the star children, Edouan couldn't believe what he knew about him, but he couldn't resist and only told him the truth. Edouan didn't have time to answer him. His face slowly began to puff up and get wider and wider. A little more and it would have exploded. Ronan looked at him and couldn't understand what was happening to him. But suddenly the investigator put his hand on Ronan's shoulder. He asked him to step aside. It wasn't safe for him to be near Edouan now. He knew what was about to happen. Unexpectedly for Ronan, Edouan just exploded right in front of him. The investigator standing beside him managed to put up a shield in time and prevented the explosion from damaging him. Ronan was shocked that such a thing could happen. The investigator could not have expected such an effect at all. He could not believe it had ended like that. He didn't understand how this could have happened. Even after absorbing the curse with his eye, Edouan still exploded. The spell he was subjected to was incredibly strong. Ronan asked the investigator how often they had such incidents, to which the Karaka replied that it wasn't too often. It was rare for things to come to this. The investigator suggested that the curse placed on Eduan might have been in two parts, and one of them they hadn't taken into account, and the cursed eye hadn't been able to fully absorb the magic, and as a result, there had been an explosion. He explained that the essence of the first curse was to prevent those who were not part of their organization from being told about the descending star so they could be secure in their information. The point of the second curse was for it to trigger at the mention of words associated with it. As soon as one of the organization called the words, the curse would trigger and the body would be destroyed. After Karaka explained the essence of these curses to them, he approached Ronan and placed his hand on his shoulder to ask him which Ahayut he was referring to. He told him that if his guess was correct, then it must be a secret that only the Nebula Cladia organization possessed. He wondered if he wasn't a member of the organization, then how he had such secret information. Karaka continued and said that as the person in charge of this case, he should have known the whole truth, and asked Ronan to answer him the question he was asked. Ronan started to answer uncertainly. He didn't think that the interrogation could get to him. He said that there was nothing special there. He got them by pure chance. These words surprised the interrogator a lot. He said that as he already knew, it was Ronan who had caught up with them first in the dungeon in the Great Cappadocia when they were facing the huge giant, but he had not yet engaged them in battle. Ronan added that while they did not know that he was present with them, he decided to wait a while and listen to what they were talking about, and while he was eavesdropping, he learned about it. He had thought that this information would be of no use to them, but when he came to this place, he changed his mind. It seemed to him that it could be very important information. Ronan started to pull his hand away from him and added that he hadn't even noticed how he had gotten too involved in the interrogation. He apologized for interfering with his process. Karaka thought his words were no doubt untrue. He couldn't understand how he had managed to get such information completely by accident, but he didn't see him as a threat to the Empire. He didn't see him as an enemy because of the expression in his eyes. There was literally anger coming out of them, but he didn't yet understand what exactly it was, powerful will, or responsibility, or confidence. But no, it was intense anger at those who threatened the Empire. Nabarosa did not tolerate this attitude of Karaka's. He pulled out his blade and asked why he was trying to interrogate her apprentice, and right in front of her. Karaka immediately said it wasn't like that. He told the inimitable sword saint that he was only double-checking. That was his job. He didn't trust anyone. He raised his hands and with a startled laugh, asked if caution was ever unnecessary. He was doing everything for the safety of the Empire. Karaka, still feeling Nabirosa's blade on his shoulder, he looked at Ronan and gave him his sincere apologies. Ronan accepted them and said he was glad they had worked things out. Ronan wasn't a lot nervous but tried to hide it. He realized he was close to being exposed. He realized Karaka was going to get his hands on him and he could interrogate him and find out everything. Karaka had said that either way, losing the cursed eye made him sad, because unlike other fantasy creatures, they were hard enough to kill. Ronan, when he heard about it, was very surprised that the eye was so powerful. Karaka confirmed that they were quite powerful, although on closer inspection he thought they were cute. Karaka looked at Ronan and suggested he touch one of them. He looked at his shoulder where the eye sat and was very surprised. He noticed that the cursed eye had changed. It had reabsorbed the curse. He was surprised that it had absorbed the curse, but he didn't know at what point it had absorbed it. He remembered that he hadn't even gotten close to Cyrilla. He didn't realize whose curse it had absorbed. Karaka looked at Ronan and remembered that he had touched him the moment he used the mana shield, and it happened when he touched his shoulder. He was surprised that the eye had been filled with the curse in such a brief moment. He turned to Ronan and apologized for his rudeness. He took the cursed eye from his shoulder and planted it on his arm. It instantly sucked on, and his eyes began to glow even brighter. The cursed eye was on the verge of exploding. It was instantly saturated with Ronan's curse and could not take it anymore. Karaka couldn't understand why this was happening to him all of a sudden. After a moment, the eye exploded. Ronan found it too disgusting and nasty. He didn't understand why it exploded on its own. He wanted to know what it all meant. Karaka took his hand where the eye sat and examined it closely. He added that the cursed eye had failed because it had reached its limit, but he wondered how this could have happened. He asked Ronan to listen to him calmly and carefully. It was much more serious than he could think, so he wanted to tell him something Ronan had no idea about. Karaka asked if he had ever felt any stiffness limiting his normal movements. Ronan was quite surprised by this question and didn't quite understand what he was telling him. He explained to him that had it ever happened to him that he couldn't run or hold steel objects, things that only he was capable of, he asked him if something like that had ever happened in his life. Ronan noticed that Nabirosa was looking at him very carefully and seriously. She realized that such things could happen to him, but Ronan didn't answer anything. It was obvious that he wanted to keep something from them. Karaka said that if he wanted to keep this secret, he would stop asking immediately. He said that he couldn't help him anyway, but he could give him very important information that could be useful to him in the future. He asked him to remember an important thing, that judging by the strength of the curse, it contained great evil. But unfortunately, he didn't know who had put it on. The Nabirosa thanked Carrick for his hard work. He told them that as soon as he got rid of the curse, he would continue the interrogation of Surreal and let them know the results. The curse was powerful, and it needed time. The instructor said she understood, and asked him to report back as soon as he knew something. Ronan stood back and kept thinking about what Karaka had told him, about his curse. But then unexpectedly for Ronan, Karaka turned to him. He noticed that he was head over heels in his thoughts that were keeping him busy. Ronan confirmed that he was tormented by a lot of thoughts. The fact that he was cursed was bothering him. Karaka tried to calm him down and said that he understood, but asked him not to worry too much. He didn't have to worry about the curse because he was a student at the academy, but Ronan was confused. He couldn't understand what his studies at the academy had to do with it. Karaka tried to explain his words to him. He told him that as far as he knew, there was a man at the academy who could help him with the curse. He was the only mage who could help him. They got into their karate and flew away. On the way, Ronan started to worry about his eyes, which itched constantly. He rubbed it and couldn't understand what was happening to him. Nabirosa saw that he was fiddling with it and asked him to sit quietly on the mesette. Nabirosa couldn't understand if it was itching so badly that he couldn't sit still. Ronan confirmed this and said that it had been bothering him for some time. He remembered that the problem with his eye had started the moment he had touched the cursed eye, and now he didn't know what he had to do to make the problem go away. Ronan asked the instructor. It wasn't a big deal after all. He wanted to know that he would be okay. Nabirose said that it was one of the common symptoms that manifested when the curse was weakened and told him not to worry. Nabirose asked him if he had any idea who might have put this curse on him. Ronan replied that he didn't know who it might have been. He didn't even have any guesses about it. He realized that it was someone who disliked him very much, but he realized that there could be many such people. He knew that he had ill wishers, but he couldn't imagine who it could be. Ronan turned back to Instructor Nabirose and remembered that he had wanted to thank her for her help when Karaka's interrogator had tried to question him. He told her that if it wasn't for her, he would have probably confessed to something he hadn't even done. He realized that the interrogator could have seriously tortured him. He had seen what he was capable of. Nabirose was pleased to be thanked, but she replied that she was simply fulfilling her duties as an instructor and said that he might not thank her for that. Ronan realized that she was not only skilled in combat, but also a very good person, and the more they knew each other, the more he was convinced of that. But he found it very strange that he had heard absolutely nothing about her in his past life. It was very strange to him. After all, she was an exceptional warrior who could become a hero of the Empire. He had many thoughts in his mind as to why he knew nothing about her. He thought that it might have been due to the skilled hands of the Nebula Clady organization. The next day, Ronan went to the Sherry Forest. There was a training area for mage students. There was a park of pillars. Accompanying Ronan was Adishan. Adishan greeted him. It was obvious that she was very happy to see him. She said that this was their first meeting since the day he stood up for her in class. She said that if it wasn't for Nabirosa's instructor, this meeting might not have happened. But she was happy that they were able to meet. She wanted to know how he was doing all this time. Ronan saw her and remembered the problem of the commander-in-chief and her request to persuade her to become an ordinary seamstress. He didn't know how to behave with her. Now Adishan dreamed of becoming commander-in-chief and was happy. He didn't know what to do about her request. He didn't have time to think about what he should do. The events that had happened had put Adishan's thoughts away. Ronan decided not to react to the commander-in-chief's request and put the matter on hold for now. He turned to her, and with a smile on his face he greeted her back, telling her that it had indeed been a long time since they had seen each other. He asked her how she was doing. She said that after that time all the guys who were wary of Carden had become much friendlier towards her. Adishan said that she was a little concerned about Carden's terror at the sight of her. He no longer wanted to approach her. He went for his own weapons and almost always apologized to her. The atmosphere around her had changed. and now she was treated with respect, and no longer tried to insult or humiliate her, and now going to class was more joyful for her, and she enjoyed it. They entered the Park of Columns, and Adeshan said that Nabirosa's instructor told her that he needed to get rid of the curse. She was worried about him. Ronan confirmed it, and they had come to this place for that very reason. Ronan told her that he had to meet Professor Secret, who was in this place. Ronan hoped that he would help him get rid of the curse, but he was very confused about such a place. He realized that the professor was obviously an unusual person if he preferred to be in such a place. Adeshan smilingly said that Ronan was right. She told him that Professor Secret's office was also very unusual, so it was a place where only mage students came to visit. That's why she asked some of them to take them to his office. Ronan had no idea who Adeshan had asked. He was curious as to who it was. Adeshan looked around and realized that she had not arrived yet, and they had to wait for her. After a few minutes, a mage girl ran up to Adeshan and hugged her. She told her that she missed her a lot. Adeshan hugged her back. They looked like sisters. Ronan stood aside and was shocked by her appearance. They were talking sweetly to each other. It was obvious that they hadn't seen each other in a while. They were curious to know how they were doing. They didn't even notice that Ronan was standing aside. The girl seemed very familiar to him, and he remembered where he had seen her. It was the girl who had approached him on the first day and told him about predators and sheep. Adeshan apologized for pulling her out so suddenly, but she had one urgent thing to do. She told Adeshan that there was no need to apologize. She was always happy to help them. She asked Adeshan why she wanted to visit Professor Secret. What business had brought her to this place? She was curious, but she didn't know yet that it wasn't her who needed help. It was Ronan who kept standing aside and silent. But he decided to intervene and raised his hand and said that she had come at his request and he needed Professor Secret's help. He told her that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, but he didn't know how to address her better, Elizabeth, or was it better Ali? She was surprised to meet Ronan. She hadn't expected him to be present when they met. She wondered what he was there for. They came to an old small house. Ronan looked and asked Elizabeth, was it really the professor's office? It looked more like an abandoned house with no one watching over it. Ronan said he wasn't too uncomfortable and he was slightly worried. He turned around and asked if she was going to kill him here and bury him so no one would find him. He assumed that maybe he had seen something he shouldn't have and she was mad at him. But she was more pissed off that he called her Allie. She asked him not to call her that, and she didn't understand where he got the idea that she might have killed him. Elizabeth turned around and told him to follow him and not to ask stupid questions. Ronan followed him and realized that it was quite unexpected that the commander-in-chief and someone like her could be friends. But he remembered that Adeshan was born Akalusia, and they belonged to the same family. Ronan wondered how they met. It seemed to him that they were completely different. They approached an old house. They opened the door and went inside where an old woman was sitting in front of them. Ronan looked at her and thought it was Professor Secret. Elizabeth told him not to get ahead of himself and rush things. She said they had one more step to take to get to the professor. She walked over to the old lady and extended her hand. She was going to use magic. Elizabeth briefly explained what she was going to do. Ronan listened to her, but he didn't understand what he should have prepared for. Elizabeth told him that it didn't matter what would happen now. She asked him to stand still and not move. This was an important condition. She approached the old woman and started to cast a spell, at the end of which she asked to open up to her and directed her magic at the old woman. Ronan looked at her and was surprised that nothing happened after her magic. But suddenly, out of the blue, the old woman's head enlarged many times over and right in front of him. Her huge mouth opened up and began to consume all the air in the room and pull them inside. Ronan was confused and didn't understand what was happening. He was a little frightened, but Elizabeth hurried to calm him down and asked him not to be so frightened. Elizabeth told him that they had been transported to Professor Spiracio's actual office. Ronan was surprised that there had only been an entrance before, but now he was amazed by the professor's office. It was quite spacious. Ronan couldn't realize how abnormal one had to be to make such a horrible entrance. As soon as he had finished speaking, there was a voice behind him who already knew he had arrived at his place. It was Professor Secret. He said that he had been waiting for the student that Nabirosa had sent, and it was just as she had told him. He approached him and said that he sensed in him something very determined. Professor Secret was the best curse master on the continent, and she was already years old. Although she looked like a young girl, she was the only one who could help him. Ronan seemed like a very curious guy to her. Ronan was greatly surprised by Master Secret's appearance. She seemed too young to him, and he was beginning to doubt that she would be able to rid her of the curse. Secret saw the way Ronan looked at her, and that there was surprise in his eyes. She smiled at him and told him that she shouldn't have been so surprised at her appearance. She explained to him that her appearance was like that due to personal reasons, but in general this body was already 8 decades old. Ronan didn't believe it, and thought that she was wrong and the body was only 8 years old. Sekret said there was a limit to how young a person could look, but she wanted to discuss that another time. That wasn't what was important right now. What was important to her now was to help him get rid of the curse. She snapped her fingers and Ronan was inside his curse, and it was her job to get rid of that curse. Sekret couldn't believe that so many curses could weave together in one body. She realized that they all originated from ancient magic, and it was quite dangerous. She told him that even with her excellent skills, one could hardly touch these curses. It was much more complicated than she had thought. Ronan didn't understand at all what the master was telling him. He wanted to know if she would be able to break the curse or not. Sekret asked him not to worry, even though their numbers and species were beyond her expectations. She was going to materialize the curse immediately, in his mind wormholes, to deal with them as soon as possible. Ronan, hearing this, was in absolute confusion as to what she was going to do. There was only one thing he had to do after that: find the source of the curse holding him back and break it. Then they would know what to do next. Ronan didn't understand how he would dissect the curse. He didn't know how he would figure out exactly what he needed to destroy, to which the master replied that he would understand as soon as he saw it. She flew up to him and with a press of her finger to his forehead, she sent him to the depths of his mind while wishing him a good journey. Now it was up to him and how successful he would be in his attempt to find the curse. After the master pressed his forehead, it was as if he began to fall from an open door into the unknown. Ronan was shocked that everything was happening so fast. He was not prepared for such an ordeal. Ronan didn't fall for long. Soon he began to notice green leaves and trees. He thought it was the source of his curse that was in the mine's loft. He neared the tree and was surprised when he realized the place he found himself in. In front of him was his home, the one he had been born in and lived in all his life with his sister. He couldn't believe that this was the source of the curse. He was beginning to understand, and assumed that the source he didn't understand was inside his house. But he was in no hurry to enter it. He decided to wait for a while. Ronan wanted to know what was going on, but then a little girl ran past him. As if she didn't notice his presence, she was shouting to her mother that she had come home. He recognized the little girl's voice. It was his older sister Irel, but now she was just a child who was happily coming home to her mother, Irel. After she got home, she immediately sat down by her brother's crib. She turned to her mom and asked her why he was sleeping all the time. She was worried if he was sick, she wouldn't want him to be. Her mom, with a smile on her face, answered her that babies, when they slept, they grew. She looked at her with awe and love and said that she herself was just like him. She added that if her brother were to fall ill one day, she, as the eldest, would look after him. To which Irel replied that she would always protect him, for he was her little brother whom she loved very much. Ronan entered the house and was surprised. He remembered that this was how their house had been shortly after his birth. He remembered it and could not forget it. He was happy here. He realized that the little child in the cradle sleeping so sweetly was himself. Ronan was amazed at how carefree and peaceful he slept, not thinking about anything in the world. Ronan thought there was no way that could be. He couldn't believe he had ever been this way. He always seemed to be born with a splinter in one place at once, and always looking for adventure. He walked closer to the crib and looked closely at the baby, and he realized that right now he was in his past, but he didn't remember any of it. Suddenly the door opened right behind him, and an unknown man entered the house. Ronan was horrified that he couldn't move a finger. His whole body was paralyzed. He didn't understand what kind of person had entered the house. Ronan saw Irel run up to him happily and hug him. His mother greeted him and told him he was home earlier than usual today. The unknown man asked her where the baby was, and she said he was in the cradle, and she noticed that he wanted very badly to gaze upon little Ronan. She smiled at him and had no sense of fear at all. It was like she knew he could do nothing bad to her son, and she happily pointed Ronan out to him. The unknown man raised his hand and showed the spell to his mother. She, when she saw what he was going to use, asked him if it was dangerous for the child, but she didn't even realize he could attack her. The unknown man directed his magic at his mom, and she started to slowly fall to the floor, not realizing what he was going to do. When his mom fell on the floor, Irel noticed it, and she didn't understand why his mom suddenly fell. But the unknown man used his spell on her as well, and she fell unconscious as well. Ronan was furious. He didn't understand what the unknown man was doing to his family members. As the unknown man approached his crib, He pulled out his hand and Ronan saw that it had the same curse on it that was in his body. Now he realized what he needed to dissect. Ronan saw John Doe put the curse on him, but he couldn't do anything about it, and he realized that it was him he had to destroy. It was John Doe who was the source of his curse. While Ronan was trying to defeat his curse, Master Secret realized, quite unexpectedly for her, that she had prepared properly, but she had already almost spent all of her mana. She tried to keep Ronan in his mind's loft, but she was finding it increasingly difficult. She realized that it was an incredibly strong curse that rested on him. Elizabeth asked her if it was that bad. She wanted to know how many curses he had on him, if even Master Secret was having trouble dealing with them. She told her that if it was just the number of curses, he had at least 10 curses on him. Elizabeth was horrified when she heard the number. She couldn't believe it. Elizabeth thought with horror that it would be impossible for even a great master like Secret to remove that many curses. But the master objected. She said that it wouldn't take that much effort. What surprised her was something else entirely. What surprised the master was that right now she was only working with one curse, and it was already incredibly strong, and it would be very problematic to remove it, but it was possible. Ronan stood and watched as the unknown man continued to place curses on him. He was incredibly angry with him, and if he could move, he would have dealt with him long ago. As soon as he was done with the curse, he turned around and headed out, whispering to cancel the spell he had applied to his mother and Ashel. As soon as he was out of the house, Ronan realized that he could now move. Ronan rushed to his mom and sister as fast as he could, hoping that the unknown man hadn't killed them. He ran up to them and tried to see if they were breathing. He was very worried about them. After a few seconds, he heard them breathing. He exhaled and calmed down a bit. He could see that they had just fallen asleep after the unknown man's spell. He felt incredibly relieved. Ronan grabbed his head and tried to calm and reason with himself. He reminded himself that in the recesses of his mind, he had only one task before him that needed to be accomplished immediately. He realized that he had to catch up and kill him for the curse to dissipate. But he didn't know if he would succeed or not. But he believed in his own strength and ability. Ronan ran to the door and chopped it open with his blade. When he ran outside, he couldn't believe that the unknown man had stopped and decided to wait for him. This was to Ronan's advantage. He didn't have to look for him. He realized that he had stopped for a reason. He figured that the unknown man wanted something from him. Otherwise, he would have fled to safety long ago. Ronan wanted to know what he was waiting for. Ronan drew his blade and was incredibly angry at him. He couldn't forgive him for daring to touch his family right in front of him. Ronan was going to punish him for it. He told the unknown man that he would never forgive him for that, and he couldn't even hope for mercy. A slow death awaited him, and Ronan ran at him with a lightning-fast attack. Ronan swung his sword and attacked him, but his attack failed. The unknown using magic to block him with his sword. Ronan didn't expect him to have such abilities. The unknown attacked back at Ronan moments later, and he could barely contain the power of his magic. He didn't realize how it was possible that he was so strong. Ronan tried to dodge and fend off his attacks. He couldn't understand since when curses could use swords for their attacks. Ronan didn't relax and tried to defend himself. He realized that his opponent's technique was superior to his. He tried his best, but the unknown man did not back down and made his attacks harder and harder, giving Ronan no time to breathe. The unknown man was in no hurry to kill him. He slowly and gradually inflicted small cuts all over his body, but when he was done, he gave him a decisive blow, piercing his body completely. Ronan fell to one knee. He realized that the curse could finish him at any moment. He could barely move and defend himself from its attacks, but the unknown man was in no hurry to finish him. He couldn't believe that his attacks couldn't reach their target. He wanted to know who he was that could resist his level of swordsmanship and his attacks. Ronan saw that he was about to leave. He wondered if he would have just left him like that. Ronan realized that he couldn't let that happen. He gathered all his strength and forced himself to get up and continue the fight. He thought he still had a lot of questions. The unknown man stopped and saw Ronan getting up, and he heard Ronan tell him that they were not done fighting yet. Ronan could not understand why he had done all this, why he had put a curse on him, who he was that he could enter his house. All these questions tormented Ronan, and he wanted to hear the answers to them. He remembered the way his sister and mother had greeted him. He remembered their facial expressions, their tone, their actions, and he knew that they didn't behave like that with random people. Ronan knew that his older sister Ashel had always looked at him with roughly the same affection. He realized that the unknown man was not a stranger to them, and that meant that the unknown man was the one that no one had ever mentioned in his family, the one that everyone had forgotten about. But now Ronan realized who this man was. Ronan didn't understand why he did this, why he put the curse on him. The unknown man looked at him and answered nothing. Ronan stood up and asked him if he had nothing to say to him. He clutched his sword in his hand. A red aura began to appear around him. Ronan didn't notice it. He was very angry with him for upsetting his mother and Durell. He couldn't forgive him for what he had done. Ronan looked at him and realized that he wasn't going to apologize or explain himself. Then Ronan attacked him. He didn't understand how after all he had done he allowed himself to be called their father. The unknown man listened to him and looked at him carefully. He saw Ronan moving towards him with his attack. He didn't defend himself or dodge. He took the blow, and Ronan killed him. Ronan walked up to him and told him that now he might not have to answer. He promised him that he would figure it out himself in time, and he would erase him from his memory forever. After he killed him, he realized that now his father would leave his body. He managed to dissect one of his curses. As soon as it left his body, Ronan woke up, but he couldn't figure out where he was. He turned around and saw the wizard, who was glad he was finally awake. She looked at him and asked how he was feeling now. Ronan looked at her very carefully, and there was surprise on his face. He didn't realize who was standing in front of him, but suddenly he realized who it was, but he couldn't believe his eyes. In front of him stood Professor Secret, but now she looked like her grandmother when they first met. She looked like a child, and Ronan couldn't understand what was wrong. The master smiled at him and was not much surprised that he could recognize her. She came up to him and told him that he had good instincts, but Ronan paid no attention to her words. He wanted to know why she had aged so drastically. Could it be because of him and his curse? Secret hurried to reassure him. She told him that he had nothing to do with it, but it didn't matter. She wondered if he felt any change or not. Ronan looked at her and could hardly answer her. He just mumbled something. He thought that he had known from the beginning that she was an unusual person, but now he realized that was quite an understatement. She was able to surprise him with her strength and her abilities. He had never seen people with such powerful energy before. Professor Secret smiled at him. She was pleased that everything had happened as originally planned and that he had been able to defeat the curse in the recesses of his mind. She invited him to come to the table and have a cup of tea with her. She had brought a journal with her so she could write down everything he would tell her. She wondered what happened once he was inside his mind. Secret wrote down every detail Ronan said. He told her that the curse used memories he himself didn't know about to create the scene when he received the curse. She asked if he thought the curse could have been placed by his father, to which Ronan said that he was pretty sure it was, and that he was the one in front of him at the time. Secret wanted to know where he had gotten those thoughts from, for he told her that he had never been able to recognize the man. Ronan said that nevertheless, he had heard his mother and sister talking to him, and concluded that it was his father. Ronan recalled that when he attacked his family, at that moment he felt something strange, something he had never felt before. He had tried to explain it to her, saying that he had felt something too foreign to call it his feeling. He thought he had felt someone else's sadness. Ronan had thought then that that was probably why he had gotten even angrier. That feeling had helped him become stronger and overcome this curse. But if one could speculate, it could very well have been the feelings of the man he had killed. But he couldn't figure out exactly who they belonged to. Secret remembered that he'd said he didn't remember anything about his parents at all. Ronan confirmed this, adding that he and his sister never talked about them. He couldn't remember anything about them. It was as if all his memories had been cut away. He only remembered a joyful childhood with his sister who had replaced his parents. The professor drank her tea and realized that it wasn't even the sense of mana that was sealed, but its very existence as such. So Ronan couldn't master mana. She looked at Ronan carefully and tried to figure out what other curses had been placed on him. She realized that he could have placed more than a curse on him. Secret thought that while Ronan was being cursed, the unknown person might have altered his memory, and in the process, some of his own memories he had passed on to him when he was very young. She explained to him that magic affecting memory often had a similar side effect, so the mind wormholes could form from the images given to him. The master thought that he was able to use the mana before the curse was broken. He was able to because he felt it briefly, and his connection to the mana was restored for a while. Strange to him, glowing threads started coming out of his hand. He remembered the feeling and felt that strange flowing mana in him again. He liked this new sensation. Secret said he could only see the mana now, but she assured him that one day he would be able to use it, just the way the other students used it. But it wasn't that simple. He could use the mana if he managed to break the second of the 9 curses. He had a very difficult task ahead of him. She warned him that it would take time to destroy the other curses. They were all very strong and of unknown origin, so he would have to wait. Professor Secret finished making her notes and told him that she would contact him when she had finished all the preparations. but in the meantime, that he could go back to the academy. She added that it was starting to get light there, and it was time for him to leave her office. Ronan looked at her and could believe his eyes. She had changed again. Ronan was surprised that the professor had gotten younger again. Ronan wondered what this process depended on. Now there was a young girl sitting in front of him who was smiling sweetly at him. He noticed that her appearance changed, depending on the time of day. She said that he wasn't the only one with a body with frizzles. Ronan thought that it was not easy for her either. Sekret smiled and told him that the burden of truth could be extremely heavy, but she asked him not to despair. She was sure that in time they would be able to overcome the curses. She added that being constrained by the past could make his future meaningless. She asked him not to look back. He only needed to look to his future. Ronan listened to her advice and accepted it. He finished his tea and started to get up from the table, telling her that he would rely on her in the future and would look forward to their next meeting. At the same time elsewhere, in a cave beneath the great Cappadocia, a man stood and regarded the giant that had attacked Ronan and could have attacked the entire empire. He was unrealistically gigantic. The man looked at it and realized that it was much larger than what could be imagined. Based on the reports he had been handed, he was impressed by the size of the giant. He thought that it was not Nabirosa's instructor, but some student who had overpowered this giant, and he was also all alone. It didn't make sense to him. Suddenly, an assistant was behind him looking for him upstairs. The man asked him when he had arrived at the forge. He was sure the assistant had been here for a long time. The man turned to Dolan, the assistant. He was curious as to how the rebuilding of the forge was going, to which Dolan replied that everything was going at a decent pace. In a week, everything would be ready. Dolan said that as he had ordered, he had looked through all the wares, but he couldn't learn anything new. He hadn't found anything suspicious. But he said that thanks to the academy, he was able to identify the student who was able to stop the giants and catch the criminals. Dolan asked if he wanted to meet him personally. It was the Duke who was the head of the ducal family of Grancia. His name was Joseph Sinovan de Grancia. The Duke replied that it wouldn't be a bad idea to talk to the boy personally. He stood with his back to the giant as he suddenly became active again, and now the Duke was in danger. Dolan noticed this and approached him with words of apology, but he asked him to step back a bit. He was ready to fight the giant and save his Duke's life and health. He told him that as a knight he should have been the one to deal with the giant. But the Duke stopped him and told him that he didn't need to do that. The Duke told him that they were in a hurry and turned to the giant. He drew his blade and gave him a deadly attack. He was able to deal with him in an instant. After his attack, he calmly hid his sword, and the giant began to crumble. The Duke headed for the exit and told Dolan that it was time to meet the young hero of the academy. The next morning in the Nabirdosar dormitory, Ronan got a knock on his room. He opened the door and didn't realize who had come to see him, and so early. Ronan didn't know who Dolan was. He didn't know why he had come to him. Dolan noticed that Ronan was quite rude to him. He asked him if he realized who was standing in front of him. Ronan noted that he looked like an aristocrat, but what did he want from him? Ronan saw something else that others could not see. He noticed his mana and he did not like it immediately, but he did not hurry to say anything to him. He waited for him to answer what he wanted from him. Ronan could perfectly see the mana that was coming from him. He was amazed at how dark it was that he thought it was strange. But Ronan noticed that it wasn't pure mana. There was something mixed in, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He doubted it was mana. He felt a very familiar sensation. Dolan's shoulder was touched by the Duke's hand, who told him to stop talking like that. He said it was their fault for coming to him uninvited. Dolan turned around and wanted to revive his Duke. Ronan heard that the Duke was in front of him. He froze in surprise. He could not believe that such an important man was standing in front of him in the dormitory. The Duke apologized for him and for his knight, but if he wouldn't mind, could he give them some of his time? They needed to talk to him urgently. They walked to the room where the Duke handed him a gift. He had given him a scabbard for his sword La Mancha, and according to him, they had only finished making it yesterday especially for him. Ronan wanted to know why he had personally brought them to him. He could have sent one of his knights, to which the Duke replied that the masters of the great Cappadocia had insisted on it. Master Doran especially requested it. He was the most assertive of them all. He decided to gladly fulfill their request. It was the least he could do for them. Plus, he wanted to show his personal gratitude for saving the forge. The scabbard was a great excuse to come and meet him. The Duke told him that the clan of Grancia and the great Cappadocia had been friends for a very long time and thoroughly, his family buying the best weapons from them, thus helping the forge. He said that his own blade, the Dim Path, was also forged by Master Doran. He was a fanatic of weapons and made the best blades in the empire. So gratitude to the hero and savior of the great Cappadocia, it seemed appropriate for him to express on his own. He pulled his hand into the side pocket of his tunic. He still had something for him. For his noble deed, he had prepared a special reward for him. He pulled the token of the Grancia family from his pocket and held it out to Ronan. But it wasn't just any token. It bore the seal of the patriarch. Ronan was shocked. He couldn't believe that the Duke wanted to give him such a treasure. It could have allowed him to buy up anything he wanted. He replied to Ronan that it was the least he owed to him so as not to disgrace the honor of Grancia. The Duke of Grancia informed him that those students who had helped him then were now also accepting their tokens and gifts from the masters. They deserved to. He hoped they would have enjoyed their gifts. The masters had worked very hard when they made them for them. They were incredibly grateful to them for keeping them alive. Ronan thought that Maria and Ashel would be preying on those gifts now. The Duke placed the teacup on the table and said that he was glad they had enjoyed everything, and then he suggested they move on to the next question. He asked Ronan what he could tell him about those who had staged the attack on Cappadocia. He needed to know more information about them. The Duke added that he now had a special interest in their nefarious deeds. He could not forgive them for the attack on their forge. He also wished to prevent similar attacks from their side. When the Duke talked about the criminals, he emphasized a great deal of mana that Ronan had seen. It impressed him. He thought that this was what the head of the Grancia family was really like. Ronan said he wasn't sure how much they knew about them, but he was sure that these criminals were much more cunning than one could imagine. Dolan, standing behind the Duke's back, clenched his teeth nervously. Ronan went on to say that the villains were quite fast and that it took him a very long time to catch them. They were stronger than they might have seemed at first glance. Ronan felt an unusual mana around him and thought that Dolan had not reacted in any way so far, but tensed up at the mention of the criminals. It gave Ronan some interesting thoughts. He compared the feeling to how it was similar to what he had felt while fighting with Eduan and Cyril. He had felt the exact same mana. Ronan looked closely at the Night Duke and couldn't believe that he was somehow related to him. He realized that there was something wrong. Ronan stopped talking abruptly before he could finish his speech. The Duke couldn't understand why he abruptly stopped talking. Ronan was surprised by the Duke's reaction. Didn't he notice exactly what his subordinate was emitting? Grancia thought he was getting sick. Ronan continued to remain silent, thinking that Duke Grancia was one of the strongest men in the entire continent and did not see what was coming from his knight. At some point, Ronan realized that in that case it was only visible to him. He had seen what was coming from Dolan when he mentioned the criminals breaking into the forge. Ronan then decided to continue his story, but he did not let his knight out of his sight. Ronan turned to the Duke and asked if he had heard anything about the star descending. Dolan, when he heard the question, tensed even more. He realized that Ronan might have given away all secrets, but Ronan still doubted whether he should have provoked Dolan further. Ronan explained that behind the descending of the star, there was a group called Nebula Cladia. This organization consisted of admirers of the Children of the Star. 2 of them he managed to catch and subsequently learned valuable information. The Duke thought about Ronan's words. He couldn't believe that there was such an organization on their continent and that it could bring so much destruction to the Empire. It was hard for him to believe that he had gotten all this information himself. But Ronan said that before the instructor arrived, he had a little fun with them. He made them tell almost all their plots and secrets. Ronan kept provoking the knight. He said that the criminals were very pathetic. He remembered their looks that begged him for mercy. He found them very amusing. He wanted to tell the Duke everything in detail, but he asked him to stop. The rest he would like to clarify with the sentries. He added that further narration might make him lose his appetite. But Ronan already realized that there was no need to continue talking about them, as Ronan could see that Doran was already on edge, so he decided to stop telling. The Duke was about to leave, and then Ronan thought that they had already infiltrated Grancia's clan anyway, and he needed to take some action before it was too late. Grancia got up and headed for the exit, as Ronan got up with him and said that he should have known something more about these criminals. The Duke stopped. He wondered what exactly he needed to know. Ronan laughed and said that there wasn't that little information there, and it would be rude of him to detain such a busy person. He offered him another option. He told him that he would detail all the events of that night in a letter and send it to him personally. He assured him that the letter would interest him. Ronan decided to finally take Doran out by saying that in the letter he would describe their leader Ahayut. Now Doran was even more nervous. He realized he was on the verge of failure. That night Ronan slept sweetly in his bed. He suspected nothing and heard nothing. Nothing bothered him. He was completely relaxed and immersed in sleep. Ronan didn't hear a man enter his room. With only one task, to kill him while he slept, and didn't resist, the man launched a very powerful attack on the place where Ronan was sleeping. But he missed, and there was no one on the bed. He didn't realize how he managed to disappear so quickly that he couldn't even notice it. Suddenly, Ronan's voice came from behind Dolan's back, telling him that he knew he would have come for him today, and that he had provoked him on purpose. Ronan proved to be craftier and faster than him. He was already above him during his attack, and when Dolan realized he hadn't reached his target, Ronan greeted him by calling him the third culprit. Dolan turned around to see how he realized he was the villain, but Ronan asked him to take his time and look in the corner of the room. He added that he had invited a special guest for his sake. He looked in the corner and saw young Mr. Shullafin, who was furious. He asked him to explain himself immediately. He wanted to know how he would order it to be understood. A few hours earlier, on the top floor of the dormitory, Ronan had come to see Shullafin. He opened the door for him and couldn't understand why he had suddenly come to him. Ronan told him in detail everything that happened when his father came to him with gifts, and about their night. Dolan Shullafin was puzzled that Ronan said that Dolan wanted to attack him tonight. Young Shullafin did not believe him. He thought he had told him some nonsense. He demanded that Ronan provide him with some proof of his words. He told Ronan that loyalty and skill made Dolan one of the best knights in Grancia. He was deemed worthy of his father's guard position, only 4 years after becoming a knight. Shullafin asked why Dolan had suddenly decided to attack him. Everything Ronan had told him made him doubtful. Ronan, when he found out that Dolan had been with them for 4 years, he thought that Grancia had gone to a lot of trouble if they couldn't figure out a spy. Ronan was tired of proving something to Shullafin. He turned around and was about to leave. He told him to just come and see. He had nothing to lose by doing so. But if he came, he would be able to convince himself that he was right, and then he could get rid of the enemy that had infiltrated their family. Now Shullafin had seen everything with his own eyes. Shullafin drew his sword and turned to Doran once more. He ordered him to explain everything. He wanted what organization he worked for, and how long he had been spying in their family. Ronan told him with a smirk. What kind of traitor would even answer him if he was just asked to? Ronan didn't understand how he was going to continue to live in this world. Dolan didn't bother explaining anything to Shullafin. He raised his foot and brought it down sharply. By doing so, he used his mana to attack them while they were surprised by it. As soon as the mana touched Ronan, he felt his whole body start to get heavy, and he found it hard to move. He realized he was trapped by Dolan. His mana was strong. Dolan decided to take advantage of the moment and started attacking Ronan. He managed to fend off the first attack, but he used his mana to immobilize him and immediately launched a second attack that threw Ronan to the back of the room. Shullafin stood there unable to help Ronan. His body wasn't listening, and he couldn't get rid of his mana. He didn't understand why Dolan was doing all this. He was very upset that Dolan had betrayed them. Dolan went to attack Shullafin and said that it was fortunate that he had never mastered controlling the area of effect of his mana. He knew that because of his character, to use such a powerful skill, at the risk of hurting others, he obviously wouldn't. Even so, he was sorry that he would have to kill him, because he knew a lot, and leaving him alive was not an option. Dolan made an attack with his sword, but Shullafin managed to block it and prevent him from injuring himself. Dolan told him that he didn't want their relationship to end this way. He said that Ronan had ruined everything by calling him to him. Shullafin tried to hold back his attacks. He realized that his skills were not what he remembered them to be. He was hiding their true level, but he still wanted to know why he had chosen to betray them. Dolan looked directly at him and answered him that he didn't understand what betrayal he was talking about and continued to mercilessly throw his blows at him. He told Shullafin that he had never been a knight of Grancia, so he did not consider himself a traitor. Dolan decided to end the duel and swung to deliver the decisive blow. After saying that, Shullafin lowered his weapon and said that he could do whatever he wanted. What he came here for, he wouldn't resist him. Dolan wouldn't miss such a chance and attacked the defenseless Shullafin as soon as possible. But Ronan came to his aid and stopped his sword, almost beside him. Dolan was shocked that he was able to move. Ronan turned to him and told him that he was being a stubborn fool and that he was starting to get sick of it. Ronan wanted to know from him. Now was he satisfied, or did he still want to risk his life? The expression on Shullafin's face changed. He told Ronan that he had to make sure. He hoped Ronan understood him on this point, but now he was ready to be done with Dolan. He put his hand on Ronan. He told him that it wouldn't be long before there would be a major massacre in the Grancia family. He pushed Ronan away to fend off the attack. He wanted to deal with Dolan on his own. Now Shullafin didn't hide his skills. He approached him lightning fast and prepared to attack. Dolan was surprised that he was able to get close to him so quickly. Dolan didn't understand how he could keep fighting if he was pressing him with all his power. He figured he was doing it with just mana alone. He realized that Shulafin wasn't showing everything he was capable of either. He was much stronger than he thought. He had unreal power and speed to his attacks. Dolan realized that he had become so much stronger during this time. After all, he had only recently entered the academy, and his fighting strength had increased several times over. He was shocked when he saw the level of his swordsmanship. He knew him to be an exceptional genius, but he was surprised to see such a level from a young master. While he was thinking about it, Ronan approached him and was already pointing his sword at him. He saw him stop and decided that this was his chance. Ronan told him that he was brave enough since he decided to get distracted in the middle of a fight and launched his attack at him and thought he was able to get him and do some damage. Dolan was barely holding back Ronan's attacks. He saw how strong he was and decided to retreat from the danger he was in. He managed to dodge his attack and jump back to a safe place. He realized that they were making a lot of noise now, and he had to do something about it. Or at this rate, all the professors would come running to the noise, and he would be in unbelievable trouble. Dolan took a quick look around the room and noticed a window that he hoped he could slip through. He couldn't continue the fight in this room and decided he needed to retreat. He managed to get outside and started running as fast as he could. He ran and thought that this was a complete failure. He never thought that killing one student could turn out like this. Dolan realized that he shouldn't have assumed that he would be able to handle both of them. He needed to hide and wait for his chance to kill them. But at some point he heard Shulafin's voice saying that he was right, and unlike his father, he lacked skill and couldn't use the Stormblade properly. However, knowing this, Dolan decided to run away from him. He told him that it was a very foolish act, and that he would not be able to hide from him or run away. It made him angry, and Shulafin wanted to end the traitor. He told him that no one would be hurt here. When using the Stormblade technique, only the pathetic traitor he had to kill. Shulafin had used his secret heirloom sword technique of the Grancia family. Dolan realized that he would not have been able to defend himself or escape from this technique. It was incredibly strong, but he tried to put up a block, but the technique overtook him, and his last words were about his dear star. Shulafin walked over to him, putting his blade away in its scabbard, and told him that from today, for the whole family, his name would be forgotten, though he didn't think it was important. He didn't stand by him for long. He knew he wouldn't be able to do anything anymore. Shulafin didn't feel sorry for him, for he had never been a Grancia. Not far from where they were fighting, Shulafin waited for Ronan. He noted that he was able to deal with him quickly, even though he didn't deserve it. Shulafin looked at him and didn't understand why he was here. Ronan smiled at him and acted very friendly. He noted that Grancia didn't look happy, even though he had managed to get rid of the appendage and spy in their family. It was obvious that he was upset. He looked at Dolan, who was lying there not moving, and said that he doubted he could have lived to be transported to Rodolan, to which Shulafin replied that not to worry, he had just trimmed his tendons a little. Shulafin turned to Ronan and said that he should have been here anyway, and he needed to hurry home so he could report everything to his father. He added that they had to hunt down all the traitors as soon as possible before they all started hiding, and then the whole family would be at risk. He couldn't let that happen. Shulafin, running away, said that the rest was on him. He had to wait for reinforcements and tell them everything. Ronan couldn't believe he had left everything on him alone. Ronan shouted after him that he had trashed the place with his attack, and he was making him deal with the aftermath. Ronan was not happy with that. He spent a long time shouting nasty things at the back of the fleeing Shulafin. While he was standing there yelling, his instructor Nabirosa came to help him. She asked him what happened here and what that body was. She was the first to show up when she heard the commotion. She was trying to find out what had happened here, who had attacked him. And from the looks of it, a storm had just raged in this place. Ronan turned around and was not surprised to see Nabirosa. Following Nabirosa was the head of the academy. Ronan noticed that the instructor was dressed very homely. She was wearing pajamas with a huge snake on her chest. Ronan didn't know where he should start, so he decided the first thing to say was that her pajamas were just fire. Nabirosa got a little angry and asked him to answer the question of what happened there. The head also asked Ronan not to explain, and added that Nabirosa's instructor's pajama preferences weren't important right now. It was more important to know who attacked him and why. He said they were glad he wasn't hurt, but they were still waiting for any explanations from him. Ronan turned to look at the body and was about to tell them everything. But he asked the head before he would start telling them explanations. He wanted to say something. The head was surprised at such a request, and he wondered what exactly Ronan wanted to say. Ronan, with all his might, started shouting all sorts of nasty things at Ahayut. This was his method of testing. He wanted to make sure there were no traitors around. If there were any, they would definitely react to these words, and Ronan would see their mana. After Ronan made sure that there were no traitors among them, the head invited him to his office to discuss everything in more detail. He sadly realized that there were pests in the Grancia family. Now he knew that the problem was more serious than he thought. The head told him that he had been a great help to them, and this time, thanks to Ronan, they could have prevented something bigger. Ronan felt a little uncomfortable with the head's compliments. Ronan kept from the head that he had the ability to see special mana. He decided to keep it a secret. It could help him identify new traitors. He couldn't quite figure out how he was able to see the special mana. He wanted to figure it out, but he realized that traitors could soon infiltrate the Empire. Ronan realized that if the information leaked out, then not only him but all his loved ones would be in danger. He couldn't let that happen, so he didn't tell the head anything. The head told him that the case of Dolan would soon be investigated on a much larger scale, and they would involve the Grancia clan. He asked him not to worry. He smiled at Ronan and told him that as it was, their empire was in unpayable debt to him, even after the incident when the giants had attacked the craftsman's settlement. The head told him that he would like to reward him appropriately. He wanted to know from Ronan what his greatest wish was. Ronan was very happy to know this. Ronan didn't think long and said that he would like to organize something at the academy. With his permission, the head became curious as to what he wanted to unveil that he needed his approval. The next day, in the central square of the academy, Ronan gathered the students to make an important announcement. He asked them to listen to him carefully. He had an interesting proposal for them. Ronan began to tell them what they were all gathered for. He asked them, the clubs being that they were forced to sit in four walls. Weren't they fed up with that? He wondered if they would like to change that. He put his announcement on the board and added that he had found a solution to this problem for them, and it was called a special adventure club. Ronan was obsessed with this idea of starting a club for students. The guy standing next to him wanted to ask him what the special club meant, but Ronan didn't let him finish. He was already ready for such a question, so he continued his speech. He told them that it was an extremely practical society, with extracurricular activities whose main motive was combat, which would make them into those who could honorably serve the Empire. Ronan literally sputtered to himself. He added that with the approval of the head, it was the only club that was allowed to go outside, and that made it the best. He looked at those who were listening to him and said that if they were interested, they could approach the first arena of the Galilean building during the designated interview hours. While Ronan was telling the students for the club, one girl followed him closely. She listened intently to what he had to say, but she didn't approach the rest of the students, staying to the side. A few days later, Ronan was sitting outside the Galilean building thinking. He had put on a show in the square trying to attract some people to his club. He was surprised that no one came. It had been quite some time, and there was no one else in the club except Maria and Ashel. It was frustrating Ronan. He thought there would be a lot of people, but he was wrong. Maria looked at him, and with a smile on her face, she asked him if he had any idea why no one had come. She told him it was the consequences of the interviews he had done. She remembered that he used to hound everyone who came for an interview, saying that it was a test of their skills, and the other students were afraid to go to his club. And for those who did make it, he told them all sorts of scary stories, such as whether they were willing to give their lives for the club. Many were afraid they might die in the club. Ashel hesitantly added that the academy had already started talking about how it would take at least a dozen lives for them to join their club. Ronan was disappointed in the students. He knew all the real battles were so harsh, he thought they were simple cowards. But he realized that wasn't a bad thing for his club. He felt he only wanted promising students, not cowards. And at that moment, Brahm joined them. Ronan was glad to see him. He said that he had no need to test his skills, and that he himself had insisted on their duel, after which he went to the infirmary. He added that he had passed the interview anyway, and now he was in their club. Brahm looked at him and thanked him for welcoming him to the club. Ronan wanted him to know right away what was ahead of him. He said their club was going to be very exhausting. He once again wanted to know if he was sure he could handle it. Brahm laughed and said that he had high hopes for it, and that for the strength he could get from the battles he was willing to do anything. Ronan looked at them and said that they could split up now. They should have rested before the club officially started. They would need the strength. Ashel wondered what Ronan was going to do while they rested. He answered Ashel that he was going to still stay and wait for the recruitment time to expire. He thought he might get lucky and a talented student would come to their club. It had been a long time. The moon had already risen outside, but still no one had come to Ronan's club. He didn't know what to do. He was left waiting with Ashel, who wanted to help him. Ronan turned to her and thanked her for taking the time to help him. Even though she had her own responsibilities, Ashel smiled and said she was always happy to help. They decided to pack up. It was clear that no one else would be coming. Ashel said that she was sorry that because of the responsibilities she had, she didn't get a chance to join them at the club. Ronan, hearing her words, thought that he couldn't bring himself to tell her that even if he tried, he wouldn't have been able to get her into that club. He realized that she had to decide if she wanted to give up her dream of becoming the commander-in-chief or not. This was a decision only she could make. For Ronan, this was a very serious matter that troubled him constantly. He remembered very well Adeshan's last request in the future. He decided to think about this matter as soon as possible. But all of a sudden, the girl who had been watching him in the square appeared in the hall where he was waiting for the students. She entered and saw that they were still in place. It was a relief for her. Ronan couldn't see her face and didn't know who was in front of him, but he asked her excitedly if she had come for an interview. He wondered if she wanted to join their club. The girl didn't understand what club he was talking about, but later she quietly asked if she would join the club, but Ronan interrupted her. He couldn't understand what she was saying. He couldn't hear what she was saying. She repeated her question so that Ronan could hear her. She took off her hood and looked directly at him. Now Ronan could see the face of his interlocutor. The girl was wondering if she was allowed to touch after joining the club, but what exactly she didn't specify. Ronan became uncomfortable. He thought dirty things. He didn't understand what embarrassing things she was saying to him, but she replied sharply that it wasn't him to touch, but the one who was sitting on his shoulder. She wanted to touch Cheetah, who was as surprised as Ronan was. Ronan calmed down and stroked Cheetah. He was surprised that she didn't explain everything to him right away. He told him that there was a small misunderstanding between them. He told her that Cheetah had always been with him, and that once she joined the club she would definitely have a chance to touch him and befriend him. The girl couldn't believe it was true. Ronan looked at her and thought she was a strange person. He couldn't believe that he hadn't noticed her presence until the last moment. It confused him a little. He realized that the student in front of him was clearly no ordinary student. He could literally feel that she was quite good, and he liked that. She asked what was required of her for the interview. Ronan asked her to start by demonstrating her skills on the magic mannequin, and then it would be up to him what to do with her from there. Ronan asked her to introduce herself and the course she was on. She said she was a third-year student in the magic department. She said her name was Ophelia Denate, and she was ready to start demonstrating her abilities and the power of her magic. It was obvious that she was strong in controlling magic. Ronan and Adeshan were surprised that Ophelia possessed darkness magic. She directed her attack at the dummy. She was sure she would be able to get into their club. She needed to meet Cheetah. Adeshan said it was just incredible. She was shocked at how Ophelia perfectly handled the almost uncontrollable dark mana. But Ronan thought there was something else, something far more amazing. He had seen more than Adeshan, and he was equally surprised when he noticed her special ability. He thought that even though she was pale, he managed to notice the blood-red energy exuding from her mana center. It was definite. Ophelia used her Shadow Claw ability on the dummy. The attack was very powerful. Ronan and Adeshan had not expected such power from her. It was clear that the dummy could hardly withstand such an attack. Ronan, when he saw that she was able to break the armor on the dummy, said that there was no need for a fight. She had passed and now she was in their club. He wanted to ask her a question as he suddenly heard her voice in his head. He was shocked to find out that she possessed telepathy, but she wasn't surprised that he was able to notice her energy. She asked him to keep it all between them. She said she didn't need the extra headache. She wanted to keep what he found out about her energy a secret. Ophelia put on her hood and walked over to them. She was still using telepathy to communicate with Ronan. She asked him to step aside with her. She wanted to ask him something. They went outside where Ronan told her all about his friend Cheetah. He told her how he got him. She took him in her arms and stroked his belly. She now realized that he was a dream bird. A bird born of their surrounding mana. Ophelia found Cheetah to be a curious animal, to which Ronan replied that she herself was no less curious about him. Ronan told her that he had heard that they had all left the Empire long ago and hadn't been here for years, but as it turned out he was wrong. He realized that she was an unusual girl. Ophelia was a vampire, but that didn't scare him. He wondered where they had been for all this time. Ophelia, with sadness in her voice, told him that some vampires remained in the Empire, but tried not to give themselves away, and that there weren't many, but they still existed. She said that they didn't like the attention, So they hid from humans. Ronan listened to her and didn't understand the reason why she had decided to join their club. Ronan guessed that it wasn't the club that attracted her. It was Cheetah, or rather the mana that was in it. Ophelia confirmed that she was interested in Cheetah's mana. It held many secrets that she wanted to know. Ophelia explained to him that she had sensed it back in the square, the energy of blood magic. It was the innate magic of her people. She had felt it when she first saw Cheetah. Ronan guessed that Cheetah had used the abilities of vampires. It was no surprise. After he was born, the first thing he did was suck up a whole sea of blood. Ophelia couldn't believe it. She was shocked that he had used their magic right after birth. Ronan didn't understand what was wrong with that. She looked at him carefully and asked Ronan how old Cheetah was, but Ronan was confused by the question. He didn't know how old he was. He started to remember how old he was. He thought that Cheetah was only about 2 months old, but that wasn't accurate. Ophelia couldn't believe that Cheetah was still very young. Ophelia had already seen how thick his blood mana was. After all, he wasn't even a year old yet. She was impressed. She wouldn't let Cheetah out of her arms. She thought about something but didn't say anything to Ronan. She figured if it was true, then there may well have been something Ronan didn't know about. Ophelia held out Cheetah to Ronan and asked if there was something she could ask of them both. Ronan had absolutely no idea what she wanted to ask them or why she suddenly had such a desire. She told him that she only wanted to touch Cheetah, but if they would do what she asked, then she would be doing her best at the club and on missions. It was important to her that they agreed to help her. Ophelia went on to say that she had some research to do first, and that it wouldn't work right now, but then she made him a promise. Ronan rushed to stop her. He wanted to understand what she was talking about. The next day in the club area of the Nest Academy, where the Special Adventure Club was located, they were all standing near the entrance, and they couldn't wait to go inside. Ronan had said that giving an entire building for the sake of the student club was generous, and he liked it. He was excited about the building, and he was ready to go inside for the start of their adventure. After he looked around the building from the street, he turned around and noticed on Ashel and Maria the new items that the Duke had given them for their help at the forge. He noticed that they had new weapons from the Great Cappadocia. The craftsman had made a magical bracelet for Ashel that increased her strength, and Maria had forged a new blade as a thank you. Ronan saw that Maria had changed from 2 blades to a 2-handed sword. She told him that a sword best suited to her level of strength had been forged for her, and she decided to try it out. Ashel was incredibly happy that he had gotten a magic bracelet. He told Ronan that the bracelet was created in the city of mages in Delphium. He said that because of the bracelet he had better mana control, and his strength and speed had doubled. Ronan told them that they both had amazing gifts, but they didn't understand why he asked them to come with their new weapons. They hadn't tried using them in a fight yet. Ronan replied that he would tell them everything in detail inside the building. Ronan headed towards the entrance and cryptically told them that this was a very important conversation. He assumed they were probably wondering why he had started a club like this. They sat down at a table, and he said that the club had only one purpose. It was to improve their own skills in real-world conditions as quickly as possible. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten stronger. Ronan realized that he should have prepared them all for that imminent day. He knew what the future held, and he didn't want them to die. He wanted them to be ready to face a Hayat and his army. He pulled out a map and pointed out the place where they would go first. It was one of the mountain ranges, and it was still unexplored by the Empire. They would go to pump up their skills and discover new lands for the Empire, and they would start with Mount Vidian. When the rest of the club members heard this, they were horrified because no one had ever gone to the mountain range voluntarily. Ronan explained to them why he had chosen this place. He said that as they realized it was not the most usual and easy place to go, it was the perfect place to gain some real experience. He added that he had a personal motive as well, but that wasn't important right now. He couldn't tell them the whole truth. Even though he considered them close people, he was sure it would be best for them. Ronan stood up and said that first, they would have to deal with the problem that had to do with Maria and Ashel. They looked at each other and couldn't understand what problem Ronan was talking about. He said they would put that problem aside for now and come back to it in time. He told them to also get up and follow him outside. He wanted them to fight him. The 3 of them walked down the hallway. Ashel asked Ronan to wait a bit and explain to them what he was even telling them. They were completely confused and wanted him to explain it to them again. Ronan turned around and said that they both had one very important problem that could have jeopardized their participation in the club and sending them to the mountain range. He said that the main problem for them was that they had to go to class. They had to pass all the modules early. Ashel and Maria were shocked at this news. Ronan explained why it was necessary. Each time they would be absent for at least a week and their classes could not be canceled during that time. So they had only one option. Combining their studies with club activities would be difficult for them, and there was no way the head of the academy would allow it. But they needed to go to the planned location and gain experience. Ronan looked at their shocked faces, smiled, and asked what was the solution to this problem. The only solution was to finish with the classes as soon as possible like he did and become completely free. They walked to the second floor to the training room, where Ronan said that he wanted to assess their level in combat before moving on to individualized training. Ronan placed his sword on his shoulder and told them to be brave in attacking him. He promised them that he would not bear his blade against them, thus trying to calm them down. He immediately warned them to give it their all and to give their best, not sparing themselves and not sparing him, because in a real fight they wouldn't have a second chance. Maria was excited about the training process. She turned to Ashel and said that if they got the chance, she wanted to try what she and he had trained on their own. She wanted to show Ronan how much they had grown and that they had put effort into training as well. Ashel didn't mind showing off their skills. They drew their weapons and prepared to start attacking Ronan. Ashel said that he understood what Maria was talking about and that he would do his best now. Now they were ready. Maria made her first attack with her new weapon, not on Ronan. She hit the floor with all her might to break it into small pebbles. This was part of their plan for the fight. Ronan saw Maria's kick. He told her that her strength had shocked him. He was happy with the training he had started, but he didn't forget to be careful. He kept the fight under control. But he didn't understand why she landed the first blow on the floor, when suddenly he noticed that the broken stones started to rise into the air. Ashel lifted them with the power of telekinesis. He informed Maria that she could start another attack. Ashel directed the stones at Ronan, who smilingly told him that his telekinesis was much stronger. He was able to fend off Ashel's attack with no problem at all. He told him that he was very impressed. But then he suddenly felt that he was not only attacked by Ashel, he had completely forgotten about Maria. He was so engrossed in dodging Ashel's attack that he let her out of his sight. Maria was already on top of him and told him the same thing he had told her during their first fight, to dodge instead of block. Ronan had time to react to her attack. He was amazed at the level Maria was able to reach. He marveled at their interaction and the power of their attacks. He thought that if he hadn't managed to dodge in time, she would have been able to nail him on the spot, and that was out of the question. The blow was incredibly strong. Ronan continued to dodge Maria's attacks, and at one point decided to surprise her and see if she could deflect his blow, and he launched an attack at her, which she successfully blocked. He watched them and their actions. He realized that they were beyond his wildest expectations. He couldn't imagine that they had become so much stronger. Ronan continued to pressure Maria with his attack. Ashel saw this and used telekinesis against him to get him away from Maria. He began to protect her from him. Ashel was doing his best. Now he was attacking Ronan with blocks that could have crushed him, but Ronan used his blade to break them up while they were still in the air. Ronan told them that they were unrecognizable now. He realized that they had been training hard in his absence and it had paid off. He noted that they had both become very strong, but it was Ashel who had changed the most. He was a completely different person. He was able to shock him with his skills. Ronan found out everything he wanted to know and what it was all set up for. They suggested he end it there and Ronan agreed. He decided they had had enough of the test. He figured that if he could imagine, it wouldn't take much time. He thought that 2 weeks would be enough to make them even stronger. Ronan's facial expressions changed. He told them that they would be getting some special training now. Ashel and Maria couldn't believe their own ears. They had just finished the fight after all. But Ronan didn't care. He swung his sword and chased after the fleeing Ashel and Maria, who were already on edge and wanted to take a break from the duel. From that day on, the special training began, for the sake of which Ashel and Maria sacrificed even their sleep not to miss it, and to stop it as soon as possible. 2 weeks later, Ronan suddenly brought the head all the confirmations of the early completion of Ashel and Maria. The head could not believe it, that in such a short period of time they were able to pass everything. The head asked if he had brought him the confirmations from all the members of the club, to which Ronan said with a smile that was exactly right. All the members of his club had passed their subjects early. He added that they were not in all the subjects. He wanted to know if that was enough for them to be allowed to leave the academy. The head noted that Ronan always knew how to surprise him. The chapter smiled and said that as promised, he approved their request to leave the academy. He wished them a happy journey and good luck in their new adventures. The next day, Ronan and the team were already at the destination point of the first outing of the Special Adventure Club. They were near Mount Vadian. Maria noted that they had just arrived at this place, and their mana was getting much cleaner than it had been at the academy. Braun smiled and told her that from that mana alone, it was clear that they were going to have a great training session. Braum asked Ronan ahead of him what their plans were. He told him and asked him to wait for now. They were still far from the core and stopped talking abruptly. Ronan added that as for their future plans, they were going to find something here, but they didn't even know what was ahead of them. Their adventure had just begun. In the temple near the stone stood the elf, the guardian of the temple. He felt that someone had wandered into such a dark place. It was a complete surprise for him. He thought he should go and greet the first guests in a long time who had come to his domain. As Ronan and the team finally found what they were looking for and why they had come, they stood watching from the cliff below. He noticed that the place was crawling with dirty, vile orcs. They had come to this place to deal with them and gain valuable experience. Braum walked up to Ronan and said that they had built an entire village here. This was unbelievable to him. Ronan explained to him that things like this often happened in places like this that were under no one's control. He said that there was a small settlement of orcs in front of them now, but they were quite prolific. So soon they would breed enough other orcs to populate all the mountains around them. And then the inhabitants of the nearby lands would be in trouble. So he decided it was worth it to address the root of the problem beforehand and wipe out all the orcs. Ronan informed them that this would be their first task. He asked them what they thought about it. He wanted to know if it was an easy task for them or a difficult one. Ashel hesitantly said that there were a lot of them. He wanted to know if they would be able to handle them. Ronan reassured him by saying that the orcs would be the perfect opponents for them. He didn't rule out that there might be some surprises, because the dominant species on this mountain range were the ogres, and they would be hard for his team to deal with. Ronan knew that a particular problem could be their leader, a two-headed ogre that was so strong that even he, at one time, would not have been able to defeat him. He knew that he would not appear for a while yet, and for now they could not think about it. Then he wanted to proceed to the orcs, but then suddenly a voice told them that their intentions were fine, but they could not understand who it was that was speaking to them. He warned them that now was not the right time for this, and he would not advise them to start this fight. Ronan was shocked when he realized that someone had quietly snuck up on them. Ronan turned around to see who had managed to sneak up on them so quietly that he didn't even feel anything when he appeared. He wondered who this elf was, where he had come from, and what he wanted from them. The elf was smiling at them. He looked completely harmless. He told them that there was no need for them to be wary. He told them that he was a simple priest dwelling in these mountains. He told them that he served an ancient spirit whose divine name was Saniel. Ronan didn't trust him and prepared to pull out his blade and attack him, but he asked them how they looked at the idea of continuing the conversation in a more spread-out place. The elf wanted to say that it wasn't too safe to be there, but he didn't even have time to say it before Ronan approached him and put his sword to his throat. He didn't trust him. Maria and Ashel were surprised by Ronan's action. They thought he was out of his mind. They didn't know that he could recognize traitors by special mana, so he wanted to test the elf. Ronan said that lately they had been getting a lot of unknown people. He didn't like it. He asked them to listen to him carefully and repeat everything he would say. He began to vilify Ahayud again, and if he was a traitor, he would surely react to his words. After the elf passed the test, they traveled with him to safety. The elf said that it was the most shameful episode in the last 200 years of his life, to which Ronan asked him to forget about it. He said that he could consider those words as a holy cry. Ronan could not believe that the elf was 200 years old. He wondered how old he was now, to which the elf said that he had stopped counting long ago, and he was not sure how old he was. He thought for a while and said that he must have been over 1,000 years old. The words shocked everyone. They couldn't believe that he could have lived that long. Ronan looked at him and realized that the elf had been born before the empire was founded, but he knew nothing about him and had never heard of their existence. He watched the elf as he sniffed various flowers. He approached him and asked him what he had told them about when he first met them. He wondered why it was a bad time to attack the monsters then. The elf listened to Ronan and replied that lately he had noticed that the monsters were acting too unusual, so he decided to stop them to avoid unnecessary casualties. He told him that the orcs were not at all nocturnal, that they hunted more during the day, but now they had begun to walk the mountains almost every night, which was uncharacteristic of them. The elf added that the ogres, who usually did not leave their territory, had been seen in the vicinity of this ridge. He said that something very strange was happening here. And since he could not find out the reasons for the monster's behavior, he thought that they should be as careful as possible not to get trapped by the monsters. The elf offered them some rest and used his special magic. He pressed a point so that his secret hideout could appear that no one knew about. He opened his home to them, where he had lived for over 100 years. He led them to his temple, which was called Sanyal. Here they would be safe. Brahm was surprised. The temple appeared right out of nowhere. He assumed it was a magical barrier. Ashel was amazed. It was the first time he had seen a barrier of that size. He thought the elf was superior in strength and magic, even to his instructor. Ashel ran to Ronan to ask him if he knew that there was a temple on this spot. But Ronan told him that wasn't it obvious how stunned he was by his appearance. He didn't know anything about this temple. The elf turned to them, and with a smile on his face invited them to come with him inside the temple. Now it was clear to everyone that he was no ordinary elf at all. The first thing they saw was a huge stone. They all walked up to it. Maria asked if it was Sanyal the elf was serving. They looked at it and found it intimidating. The elf confirmed that he worshipped it, and added that it was a special stone. But to them, a story about a stone would seem too boring, the elf thought, not taking his eyes off the stone. He turned to them and told them that while they could unload and take a quiet breather, he added that there were many spare rooms in the temple, and if they needed anything, they could let him know about it. Maria remembered that Ronan had told them that he had another purpose for his search, and suggested they ask him about it. Ronan was a little confused and asked him where he could find the location of the cursed eyes. The elf, when he heard about them, was horrified. He didn't understand what he could possibly need them for. He tried to explain to Ronan what it was all about, and why he had such a reaction to them. He realized that he had sought them out because of his curse. Ronan was shocked that he knew of his problem. The elf now realized that it was the cause, the strange and dangerous echoes around him. The elf, after some thought, turned to Ronan and asked him to give him some of his time. He wanted to talk to him alone so that no one would know about his curse. They went out into the fresh air to have some tea and discuss things. The elf told him that he had sensed from the first time he looked at him that he was no ordinary student. Ronan smiled at him. He was pleasantly surprised that he thought highly of him. But suddenly he thought about it. He hadn't noticed himself giving in to his pressure. He set his sword aside, and looking at the elf realized that he was definitely not connected in any way to those traitors he had caught. There was no strange mana emanating from him that he could sense in them. It was strange to Ronan that he didn't see his mana at all. But he remembered that he hadn't reacted at all to the mention of a hayut, which had irritated the other traitors. The elf poured tea into a cup and handed it to Ronan. He noticed that he was overwhelmed with different thoughts. He asked him to drink the tea that would make him feel better. Ronan looked at the tea and hoped he hadn't put anything in it. But then the smell of it reached him and Ronan froze. The smell of it made him question even more. The smell seemed familiar to him. He had never encountered such a smell before. But then he realized that it was the pure flow of mana in his cup. He was shocked when he was able to feel this mana. The elf sat back and smiled. He realized that Ronan had seen this mana and that he was in a stupor. Then he decided to ask him if he liked the scent of the tea. Ronan was stupefied. It was like he was looking through different eyes. This had never happened to him before. He liked it a lot, and he wanted to savor this moment. He looked into his cup and didn't understand how this was possible. The elf explained to him that it was tea with one rare herb growing on the ridge. It stimulated the suppressed senses, revitalizing them. The elf said that usually after one sip, the effect was almost imperceptible, but probably the curse blocking his energy allowed for such a result. He added that he would give him the brew to take with him and ask him to drink it constantly, and as his condition improved, it would help him to feel the mana within him. The elf asked Ronan not to use the cursed eyes again until the curse was removed, but Ronan didn't understand why he shouldn't. He explained to him that although these monsters were useful, they could also consume a portion of the target's life force, so his condition would deteriorate. A single use of these monsters wasn't a big deal, but if he tried to purify the curse with them for a long time, he was risking his life. Ronan was absolutely shocked. He didn't expect that using these monsters they could kill him. The elf noticed that when Ronan found out about this, his resolve had diminished. He told the elf that he was unaware of this. He just wanted to deal with this curse as quickly as possible. The elf replied to him that he understood his feelings perfectly. The elf said that the more serious the problem, the more careful one had to be. If something went wrong, something irreparable could happen. Ronan looked at his tea and remembered that Professor Secret had said the same thing, and that even she had found it difficult to deal with the curse. and that to get rid of his curse she had to prepare herself properly, even knowing that there was someone who wanted to help him. Ronan remembered that after his encounter with that entity, in the recesses of his mind, he'd been raring to get rid of the curse completely and hadn't thought about the consequences. He thought that if he made a mistake, his life could have ended before he met the giant Ahayuth and before all those events, and he couldn't let that happen. Ronan looked at the elf and couldn't figure out who he was. He didn't think they had met in a past life, but he couldn't say they were strangers. He took a cup to drink another sip of tea to calm his thoughts. He came to the conclusion that he was really in too much of a hurry, and it was all because of the fanatics hanging around lately. The elf couldn't understand what fanatics Ronan was talking about. He tried to explain, and told him about the traitors within the empire who were waiting for the star to descend. Ronan added that they were a bunch of sullen and strange people. After his story, the elf wondered if they were acting up again, and that soon everything could happen again. In the evening, the elf came to the sacred stone. He thought that if the fanatics Ronan had mentioned were really the same people, then they were probably up to something again. He realized that if they sneaked into the empire and carried out their plan, many innocent lives could soon be lost due to the monstrous catastrophe. The elf thought that he would once again only be able to watch this. He could not intervene and prevent this catastrophe. He could only watch, and it weighed heavily on him. Thoughts were running through his mind one after another. What if he could still intervene and fix the disaster? What would be the consequences? He didn't know what to do. Suddenly Ronan approached him. He noticed that Sarante was still awake and standing near the sacred stone. Thinking about something, he decided to approach him and talk to him. Sarante wondered why he wasn't in bed. If it wasn't that uncomfortable, Ronan replied that he had just gotten up for a drink of water and noticed him near the stone. Ronan looked at the stone and wondered if such a stone was an image of a god. He found it quite fascinating. He asked the elf if there was some hidden meaning. Sarante told him that every 1,000 years their order moved 1,000 yao of cobblestones to the remotest area of the empire to the shrine of Dakonya. That was the meaning. He said that rains and storms always raged there, and most of the boulders would not survive for 2 centuries, simply disappearing under the onslaught of the elements. And yet the stones that could withstand 1,000 years, surpassing time itself and proving their will, became for them something more than an ordinary stone. They believed that, having passed all the tests and withstood the elements, the souls of the stones became the images of Sanyel, whom they worshipped. Sarante told him that he still remembered vividly the day he and his brothers had brought that divine image to the temple. Ronan said it had a very deep meaning. Ronan asked that, judging by what he said, there should have been many priests. So why was there no one in the temple? To which the elf replied that everyone had different reasons for leaving, and that it was not an easy job. Sarante explained to him that devoting their entire lives to a god who would never answer them was not something everyone could handle. Soon many brothers would simply give up and leave. The elf said that he himself had hesitated a few times with his choice. He sometimes wanted to give up his faith and live freely like his brothers, but each of those times he had a premonition that made him stay where he was. That the will of Sanyel contained in this image would one day be a stepping stone to saving the world. It was a premonition that overtook him, a destiny that he could not pass on to anyone else. When Ronan heard those words, he remembered the commander-in-chief as if she had spoken them. Sarante put his hand on Ronan's arm and said that it seemed to him that this moment was near and that he could find someone to take over, but it was still early. The next day, forgetting about Sarante's words for now, the boys started training. They did what they came to do. They improved their level and strength. They also gained experience little by little. After the training, Ronan and Sarante brewed them a special tea to purify their mana, but the special tea had a noticeable effect on them. They felt mana differently as well as Ronan. When they drank their tea, they would sit on the ground and enjoy the influx of mana. Combined with the energy of the mana artery, they would be aided in increasing their sensitivity. While they trained and drank their tea, Ronan was traveling the mountains with Sarante at this time, helping him gather the various herbs he needed. Such kindness to them. From their very first meeting and sensing the truth of his feelings, literally in every gesture, the longer they were with him, the more strange this elf seemed. 2 quiet days passed without any special events. Everyone was happy and nothing disturbed them. They were training and trying to reach harmony with their mana and body. They were 2 of the best and calmest days. But as always, tragedy comes when no one was expecting it, leaving behind a pain that would never subside, of losses that could never be regained. Ronan and crew waited for the first day of the raid on the orc village. They were escorted out by Sarante, who was very worried about them. he still doubted that they could have handled the task. He was worried that they still couldn't figure out the reason for the monster's strange behavior. He wished they would wait a little longer and stay with him at the temple. Ronan looked at him and said with a smile, he had said that the monsters were only acting unusual, but they weren't getting stronger. He tried to reassure him. He pointed to his teams and told him that they had gotten stronger and would be able to smear them if they were in danger, and asked him not to worry, they would do fine. Ronan said that unfortunately their journey was also coming to an end. It was time for them to return to the academy. Sarante replied that if that was the case, there was nothing they could do about it. Sarante asked them to endow them with magic that would allow them to get past the barrier on their return journey, and with it they would be free to visit his temple. He asked in case of danger to drop everything and return to the temple immediately. He didn't like that they wanted to fight orcs. He considered it an extremely dangerous raid. Sarante asked them not to relax even for a moment, because even if they were very strong, this forest was still an extremely gloomy place. In the evening, a half-elf who thought that things would be much more difficult was killing orcs in this forest. She didn't even think that finding him would be so difficult for her. She thought that killing those stupid monsters was not enough to lure him out of the secret place, but she was desperate and prepared a new plan to lure him to her. Then she decided not to kill any more monsters. She made a promise that she would personally meet the one she was looking for, the guardian of the Temple of Sarante. Meanwhile, in the orc village, the loot was being shared. The orcs were sharing human clothing and jewelry that they felt did not fit them. Ronan looked around the village and realized that while they were gone, there had been an attack on a neighboring village. He turned to the team and asked if they were ready to avenge the innocent people. The orcs stood there unsuspecting and tried on the jewelry they took from the people they killed. They took and killed from everyone without exception. They didn't spare even small children. They discussed that a little girl didn't want to give him the jewelry until she died, and then he killed her. Before he could finish his sentence, Ashel had brought Brahm and Maria down to them, who were the first ones ready to take revenge on them. The orcs couldn't believe that humans had come to them willingly, but they didn't expect that after a moment they began to attack them. They were very strong and killed anyone who got in their way. While Maria and Brahm were working downstairs, they were covered by Ashel, who was using stones to attack the stupid orcs. They didn't even have time to react before the stones hit them in the head. Ronan stood behind Ashel and told him that his marksmanship amazed him. He asked him if he was used to killing monsters, to which Ashel hesitantly replied that he was. He approached Ashel and told him in his ear that it was time to sweep the orcs off the land, that he should not spare them, for they had killed all the villagers, and they had not spared them. Ashel did his best to sweep them away. He set off a massive explosion that made the orcs run for their lives, but it was impossible for them to escape. When Ashel saw the aftermath of his attack and the dead orcs, he told Ronan that he was sure that divine retribution would one day come upon him. Ronan hugged him and told him not to worry about it, and that if there was punishment for such a thing, it would come upon all the team. He turned around and turned to Brahm and Maria to confirm his words. Brahm said that he would have been with Ashel anyway. They all tried to calm the boy down, but soon he smiled and said that everyone realized that it was Ashel who would get the biggest punishment, and after these words he started crying hard. He couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. Ronan thought that everyone was able to show their abilities in a real battle. He thought that this trip to the mountains was definitely worth it. He was satisfied with his team. He was already thinking that he could give them a harder task next time, when suddenly Cheetah put his paw on his face, and Ronan could see him winging them towards the forest as if someone else was there. They didn't realize what else could be lurking in the forest and who Cheetah saw there. They headed off to look around the forest. Very nearby, they found another elf who was unconscious and tied to a tree. Ronan ran up to the elf. He said she needed help now. She was injured. The orcs had left her to die a slow, agonizing death. He began to untie her, hoping she was still alive. Ronan asked Cheetah to use healing magic so he could bring her to her senses and find out some information. The elf girl slowly began to regain consciousness. She didn't yet realize that they were trying to save her and didn't know who they were. Ronan asked her if she could talk to him. She woke up and immediately felt sick. She saw mana around them and she was vomiting blood. Ronan realized that Cheetah's treatment wasn't working. He had to come up with something else. The girl slowly started talking to them. She asked them about the mana that was around them. She assumed they were from the shrine, but Ronan pretended he didn't know what she was talking about. Ronan wanted to know how she knew they were from the shrine, but suddenly the girl took him by the shoulder and asked him to take her to his shrine rather. She started yelling that they were coming, and that if they delayed too much, Sarante's life was in danger, and she passed out again? Ronan had absolutely no idea who she was telling them about. Ronan took her on his shoulders and quickly ran to Sarante, who was standing by the stone as usual. He saw Ronan and asked why he had come back. He asked him what was wrong, but Ronan didn't say anything. He only asked him to quickly examine the elf girl. He explained to him that they had rescued her from the orc village, and she said she was supposed to meet him. Sarante was very surprised when he heard that Ronan had met the elven girl. Sarante saw a familiar face on Ronan's back. It was the elfess Brygia. He began to heal her so she would come to her senses and tell them what had happened to her. Meanwhile, Maria and Brom were looking around the forest to possibly find more captives, but they found no one. It looked like the elven girl was the only captive the orcs had. Maria thought that in that case they could head back to the sanctuary. She turned around and saw that Ashel was examining the body of a dead orc, but she didn't understand why he was doing that. She headed over to him to see what he was stuck there for. She wondered what he had noticed there. Ashel answered her that there was something wrong with those orcs. Ashel pointed out one curious thing to them and asked them if they had seen something like this on them before. They looked and couldn't even guess what it was on them. Maria asked if Ashel knew what it was. He replied that he had never seen something like that before. It looked like they were originally hidden by a double layer of magic. Ashel didn't understand why the magic circles were needed on the orcs. Someone was using them for their own purposes, but what they were for was not clear. Ronan and Sarante stood by the bed where Brygia lay. The elf said he was done with the first aid and that Ronan could rest for now, but he was worried if she was all right. He said that even healing magic didn't work on her and suggested that she might have been poisoned. Sarante reassured him, saying that the antidote was the first thing she took. Sarante said that he was indebted to him and that without his intervention his dear sister could have died. Ronan was shocked that she was his sister. He told him that she was one of the few remaining followers of Sanyel and that her faith was unwavering, his favorite sister. Sarante looked at Ronan and asked how he would pay him back. For saving someone so dear to him, Ronan was a little embarrassed and told him not to even think about it. He didn't think he had done much to save her. Ronan wanted to know who she was telling him about shaking his whole body in an attempt to warn him about them. Ronan wanted the elf to tell him more about them. He wanted to know if his life was in danger, who was after him, and why they wanted to kill him. But Sarante was silent and answered him nothing. They went to the divine stone again, so they could have a chance to talk alone. Sarante told him that in truth, he himself had little to no knowledge of them. The elf said that there was a religious order that worshipped an unknown creature that they proclaimed as their god. They had hidden their identities for so long that even he no longer knew anything. All he knew was that they had done a great deal of evil, and they called themselves the Religious Order of Nebula Clady. When Ronan heard the name of this organization, he knew that history had already begun to repeat itself. Ronan was beyond angry that the Nebula Claudia, these traitors to the Empire, and he was being hunted by them. Sarante was a little surprised that Ronan knew of their existence. He informed him that already their messengers had visited him several times. The elf said that he thought they had given up since he had tried to be quieter than water for the last few hundred years, but it was like it had started again. But Ronan didn't understand how he could be so calm about it. He suggested he run away, but Sarante replied that he had no intention of running away. He would not leave this place and the souls of those dwelling here. Even under the pretext of death, he had spent too much time in this temple. Sarante added that in addition, innocent people could get hurt if he ran away. He didn't want that and couldn't let that happen, so he made his choice. He walked over to Ronan and took him by the shoulders and told him that he and his companions should have left the ridge as soon as possible, because they could be found and killed. Sarante looked at him carefully and added that he really didn't want anyone to get hurt because of him. He wanted them to escape and save their lives. Ronan, leaving, asked Sarante to wait just a little bit. He would bring the strongest girl he knew. She would be able to save him. He asked him to hide somewhere until he came back with help and not to do anything stupid in his absence. Sarante smiled and said that he would definitely hide properly. Sarante took his hand and put a ring in it. He said it was payment for saving Brygia and told him that the ring was a pass to a unique place. The elf told him that if he were to one day enter the magical Tower of Dawn, he could safely show this ring to the librarian. He would surely be able to help him to find information about his curse. Sarante held his hands and asked him to take care of himself. He added that these few days spent together with them had been a gift to him in itself. He was happy when they visited him. Ronan smiled at him and asked him not to talk as if they would never see each other again. He knew that he, together with the help, had been able to save him. He ran for help, saying that he would be back very quickly. He just had to wait for him. Sarante stood near the wall and asked if he should greet her properly, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She replied that there was no need to do so. In front of him was the assassin of the religious order of Brigia, who Ronan had brought wounded to the temple to separate. He didn't know she was pretending to find the elf. Sarante told her that out of all possible candidates, she was the one chosen to be the assassin. He added that her superiors were quite cruel. She replied to him that he was no less cruel since he had given her paralyzing poison. The elf informed Ronan that he had given her the protvoid, but it was the poison that paralyzed her body. Sarante said that he had done so because the shadow of the Rayheim itself appeared before him. He noted the fact that she had played out a ridiculous spectacle of being captured by some orcs. She told him that she had no choice, and that it was not easy to meet him. Brigia told him that all her attempts to get his attention with the crowds of monsters were failing, and then she suddenly spotted them, the ones who could have arranged the meeting. She was referring to Ronan and his team who had raided the orc village. She noticed that they were radiating his energy that he had gifted them with before the raid. Brigia went on to say that at first she thought that cutting them into pieces and then scattering them around would have been a more effective way to lure him out. But due to her previous attachment as a believer, she managed to restrain that impulse. She hoped that Sarante would have appreciated her gesture of goodwill. Sarante finished listening to her and said that if that was the case, he couldn't let her go now. He was going to fight her so she couldn't hurt his friends. She laughed, saying that she was only joking. But anyway, it was time to finish talking. She was going to voice to him the orders she had received. Brigia informed him that she had been ordered to lure Sarante to their side, and if he refused, she needed to kill him. She already knew the answer, so she started attacking him. Meanwhile, Ronan returned to the forest where his team was already approaching him. They couldn't understand where he was, why he left them in the forest. They were slightly angry with him. Ronan noted that they had arrived very timely. He asked if they had looked around, if there were any other captives. Maria replied that they had not found any more enemies. However, Ashel had found something strange. Ashel said that after he left, he noticed something strange on the bodies of the orcs. They had magic circles on them that she had not seen before. Ronan was shocked to learn this information. He had already seen the circles in the dungeon of the forge. A very strong and powerful explosion sounded behind them from the temple. They were all shocked. They were worried about Sarante. He could have been attacked by members of the Nabula Claudia organization. Suddenly, Ronan heard someone approaching them. It was of incredible size, and you could hear its every step. It was smashing everything in its path, and it was so damn strong. Ronan couldn't believe it when the two-headed ogre came at them. He knew it would be extremely hard for him to deal with. He knew that even in his past life, he would have had little chance of winning.